Elias was the kind of introvert who made other introverts look like motivational speakers. He lived his life like a witness protection program participant who had personally entered himself into the system. At the office, he was technically employed, but since he worked remotely as a documentation specialist, his coworkers often forgot he existed until an email from Elias.h appeared, overly polite and meticulously formatted. In school, he had perfected the art of looking busy while desperately hoping no one would talk to him. Always carrying a book, always wearing headphones, even if nothing was playing. Human interaction, to him, felt like an exam he had never studied for. Sweaty, terrifying, and full of trick questions disguised as small talk. His crowning achievement in avoidance came one fateful evening involving a pizza, a doorbell, and a fever that didn't exist. Elias had ordered pizza online because cooking required two things he despised: effort and grocery shopping. As soon as he confirmed the order, the magnitude of what he had done hit him. He would have to talk to the delivery person. The idea of exchanging money, saying thanks, and possibly even making eye contact felt like being pushed onto a stage naked under a spotlight. Panicking, he crafted a plan. He would answer the door looking sick so the delivery person wouldn't try to chat, wouldn't linger, wouldn't judge. He splashed water on his face, messed up his hair, and practiced a hoarse "Sorry, I have a fever," in the mirror like a method actor going for an award. When the doorbell finally rang, he took a breath, shuffled to the door, and opened it with his best "I am not contagious but please don't talk to me" expression. The delivery guy glanced at him, at his damp face and trembling hand, and took a half step back. "You okay, man?" the guy asked, raising an eyebrow. Elias, committed to the role now, coughed theatrically and mumbled, yeah, just a fever." The delivery guy quickly extended the pizza box at arm's length, took the cash, and retreated so fast he almost tripped over his own feet. Elias closed the door, victorious yet exhausted, as if he had just survived a high-stakes social heist. That incident cemented a fundamental truth in his mind. People were exhausting, and interaction was best avoided through whatever absurd means necessary. His apartment became his sanctuary, a small, one-bedroom unit on the first floor of a nondescript building that seemed designed to be forgettable. The walls were lined with bookshelves, each shelf packed and double-stacked, hiding perhaps the only contradiction in Elias's carefully invisible life. Because among the history books, sci-fi novels, and technical manuals, there were other books, ones he kept behind the respectable spines, like contraband. Elias was, in secret, an avid reader of romance novels. He hadn't meant for it to happen. It started, years earlier, with a battered copy of a contemporary romance he'd picked up at a used bookstore purely out of curiosity. He'd expected to mock it, to read it ironically, to laugh at the cliches and melodrama. Instead, he found himself staying up until 3 a.m., heart-pounding over fictional breakups and reconciliations, muttering, "Just talk to each other, you emotionally constipated idiots." He realized he loved the predictability, the inevitability of the happy endings, the emotional safety net that real life never offered him. But he also realized there was no universe in which he could casually explain to anyone, "Yes, I, a quiet, chronically anxious man, read 3 enemies to lovers paperbacks a week." So he hid them. He developed a system. The more respectable books sat in front, neatly aligned. The romances were behind, stacked sideways like a secret archive of longing and tropes. The collection grew over the years: historical romances with swooning duchesses, contemporary rom-coms with awkward protagonists, even the occasional paranormal romance involving werewolves who needed therapy. Every new book added to his private library felt like another brick in the wall between who he was and who anyone else thought he might be. His fear wasn't that someone would mock him for reading romance. It was that someone would know him at all, in any real, vulnerable way. Technology, he believed, existed to help him avoid that. That belief partly explained the presence of the Roomba in his apartment, a sleek, circular vacuum cleaner he had named, silently, in his head, orbital cleaning unit. The Roomba was the perfect roommate. It never talked, never judged, and only asked for occasional emptying and a clear path. Elias had programmed it to run at specific times when he was least likely to be walking around, usually mid-morning on weekdays and one carefully chosen weekend slot. He took pride in the precision of his schedule. If human interaction was chaos, then at least his appliances would obey. Despite his meticulous control of his personal environment, there were things he couldn't control, like the building management. The apartment building was a squat, aging structure that occasionally pretended to care about safety. Once a year, they held a fire drill. Notices about the drill went up a week in advance, printed in all caps on neon-colored paper and taped crookedly near the elevators and mailboxes. Elias, who checked his mail at off-peak hours and took the stairs to avoid elevator encounters, often failed to notice such things in real time. The year of his absurd demise, the notice went up in late spring. It read, with enthusiastic bureaucracy, "Mandatory fire drill. All residents must participate. Thursday, 10:30 a.m." The bold letters might as well have read, "Mandatory public anxiety event. Extroverts welcome, introverts good luck." On the morning of the drill, Elias woke up around 8:15 a.m., as he always did, to the soft beep of his alarm and the muffled sound of traffic outside his window. The weather was decent, the kind of calm, slightly warm day that made other people think about going for walks and made Elias think about more reading. He made coffee in a chipped mug, ate cereal directly from the bowl while standing at the counter, and retrieved the romance novel he had been reading the night before. It was a slow-burn romantic comedy about two coworkers who secretly liked each other but communicated only through passive-aggressive emails and misinterpreted Slack messages. Elias found the story both painfully relatable and weirdly comforting. He curled up on his second-hand couch, a lumpy but loyal companion, and lost himself in fictional misunderstandings. At 9:30 a.m., his Roomba powered up with a cheerful little chime that Elias barely registered. The Roomba left its dock and began its meandering patrol, humming softly as it inhaled dust bunnies and the occasional rogue crumb. At 10:15 a.m., Elias was deep into a chapter where the characters were trapped in an elevator, forced to talk about their feelings. He felt a distant kinship with their terror. The fire drill had not crossed his mind once. At 10:30 a.m. exactly, the building's fire alarm erupted with a wail so shrill and sudden that Elias's heart went from resting to full sprint in less than a second. The sound tore through his concentration, through the soft cocoon of his solitude, leaving only adrenaline and confusion in its wake. For a brief, embarrassing moment, he thought there might actually be a fire. His brain, already primed for worst-case scenarios, immediately imagined flames, smoke, and firefighters bursting into his apartment. Firefighters who, importantly, would see everything in his apartment, including the books. The books. His gaze snapped to his shelves, where the front rows of respectable literature sat like an obedient cover operation. Behind them lay the chaos of his romance collection, hidden yet suddenly feeling horribly exposed. He knew, logically, that in an emergency the last thing anyone would care about was what kind of paperbacks he owned. But Elias did not live according to logic, he lived according to anxiety. The alarm continued to shriek, announcing in its mechanical voice that all occupants should leave the building immediately. Through the muffled walls, he heard doors slamming, footsteps in the hallway, distant voices calling to one another. Panic wrapped itself around his thoughts like a vice. If firefighters came in after the drill to check anything, what if they saw his books? What if some well-meaning neighbor stepped in to help and saw the titles? What if, in some unimaginable chain of events, someone talked to him about them? The idea of someone saying, "So, you like romances?" in that open, friendly tone was more horrifying than the concept of smoke inhalation. His brain made a snap decision: hide the books. He leapt from the couch so quickly his novel slid to the floor, face down, as if ashamed. He darted to the nearest bookshelf, heart pounding in rhythm with the siren, and began pulling volumes from behind the front row. Paperbacks slid into his arms, a cascade of pastel covers, elegant script titles, and couples frozen in almost kisses. With his arms overloaded, he turned in frantic circles, looking for a place to stash them temporarily. Thoughts whirled. Under the bed. In the closet. In the kitchen cabinets. The alarm continued to blare, now joined by a recorded voice politely insisting, "This is a fire drill. Please exit the building." The words, "fire drill," did not comfort him. They barely registered amid the noise in his head. He hurried to the bedroom, dropped an armful of books onto the bed, then dove under to see if there was enough space for a full emergency library. Dust gathered under there in an accusatory layer, and he sneezed, which felt criminally inefficient in a crisis. He shoved as many books as he could manage under the bed, spines scraping the floor, pages ruffling like panicked whispers. There were still more books. Back in the living room, he grabbed another armful, then another, stacking them in precarious towers on the couch, chair, and even the coffee table. Somewhere in the chaos, he became dimly aware of the Roomba's gentle mechanical whir as it performed its scheduled cleaning. The little robot was working its way methodically across the floor, utterly indifferent to human concerns. The alarm's voice repeated, more insistent, "Please exit the building using the nearest stairwell." Elias's palms were slick, his breathing shallow, his mind now juggling two catastrophes: imminent public evacuation and the potential exposure of his deeply personal reading habits. He rushed to the kitchen, flung open a cabinet, and briefly considered hiding books alongside his pots and pans. But if anyone ever opened the cabinet, maintenance, inspector, hypothetical future guest, it would look suspicious in a way that made him shudder. He opened the oven, considered it, closed it again, imagining the headlines if something went wrong: "Man bakes books in bizarre domestic incident." He eyed the fridge and immediately dismissed the idea. Cold, damp air and paperbacks were a worse pairing than him and spontaneous conversation. The alarm was unrelenting, drilling deeper into his nerves, making his movements more frantic and less coordinated. Outside his door, he could now hear the unmistakable sounds of neighbors in the hallway, murmuring, walking, participating. The idea of joining them, of standing on the sidewalk in a crowd, made his stomach twist. He told himself he just needed 2 more minutes. 2 minutes to make his apartment emotionally anonymous, to erase the evidence of his soft underbelly of sentimental literature. His brain, understanding that rational thinking had left the premises, still tried to organize his panic into a checklist: hide books, grab keys, lock door, exit. The Roomba turned lazily toward the living room window, humming like a tiny, oblivious tank. The window in question was a large, sliding pane that looked out over the small parking area beside the building. Earlier that morning, a septic tank truck had pulled into that very lot, part of a planned maintenance job for the neighboring property. The driver, a man who had already put in 3 hours of work before 9 a.m., had left the back hatch open briefly as he checked gauges and valves. The opening yawned like a dark, practical hole in the world, unremarkable, utilitarian, waiting. Back inside, Elias grabbed the last armful of visible romance novels, intending to take them to the bedroom for under-bed exile. As he turned, his foot landed directly in the path of the Roomba. The device, committed to cleaning, had nudged itself right where his next step needed to land. His heel struck the edge of the Roomba with just enough force to destabilize him entirely. Momentum, gravity, and poor timing conspired in an instant. His arms, filled with paperbacks, pinwheeled helplessly. Books flew from his grasp like startled birds, scattering through the air in a slow-motion storm of glossy covers and fluttering pages. Some struck the walls, one bounced off a lampshade, another hit his shoulder on its way down, adding insult to injury. Elias's body followed the inexorable physics of the stumble. His other foot failed to find secure footing, and he lurched forward, off balance, toward the open window. He had opened that window earlier to let in what he'd optimistically called fresh air, and had never closed it fully. Now, that narrow opening became an exit route he had never planned to take. He collided with the window frame, his hands scraping against the metal as he tried, too late, to grab hold of something solid. The alarm still wailed. The Roomba, having completed its small part in the tragedy, pivoted away and continued cleaning as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. Elias's center of gravity tipped past the point of no return, and the world inverted. For a fraction of a second, suspended between inside and outside, between the safe clutter of his living room and the indifferent open space beyond, he had one clear thought: this is not happening. He tumbled through the window, a flailing, unwilling acrobat. The first-story drop was not far in absolute terms, but it felt endless in that moment, his brain cataloging the sky, the building wall, the glint of metal below. Below him, directly, impossibly aligned, waited the septic tank truck's open hatch. The driver, having stepped away for just a moment to check his phone, had no reason to look up. Fate, coincidence, and an almost comically cruel sense of timing arranged themselves with surgical precision. Elias fell straight down into the open tank. The impact and immersion were swift and absolute. The world became smell, darkness, and suffocating weight, a grotesque parody of the quiet isolation he'd spent his life cultivating. His mind, in its final desperate flashes, grasped at the absurdity. He had once faked a fever to avoid talking to a pizza delivery guy. He had hidden hundreds of books to avoid the possibility of emotional exposure. He was now, undeniably, dying in the least dignified manner he could have imagined, plunged into waste, swallowed by the literal byproduct of other people's existence. There was no stirring orchestral soundtrack, no slow-motion flashback montage, no poignant last words murmured to a tearful loved one. There was only the wet, heavy silence of an industrial tank and the distant, muffled continuation of the fire alarm he hadn't heeded in time. Outside, in the parking lot, it took a moment for anyone to understand what had happened. A passerby heard a thud, an odd wet echo, and shouted for the truck driver. The driver, confused and horrified, rushed to the rear of the vehicle, staring into the tank with the dawning realization that today's shift had taken a turn for the unimaginable. Building residents, gathered on the sidewalk for the drill, craned their necks toward the commotion. Someone screamed. Someone else called emergency services, their voice shaking as they tried to explain the situation in terms that made sense. He fell from the window into the truck, the septic truck. Paramedics and firefighters arrived quickly, red lights flashing, radios crackling, their efficiency starkly at odds with the sheer absurdity of the scene. It took only a short time for professionals to conclude what was, by then, clear: Elias was gone. The official report would later list the cause of death as accidental drowning. It would not capture the surreal, layered irony of the event. Back in Elias's apartment, the fire alarm eventually shut off. The recorded voice ended its polite insistence, and the building settled back into its habitual quiet. Inside, the Roomba completed its route and returned to its dock with satisfied beeps. Books lay strewn across the living room floor, the front row classics and the back row romances now fully, messily intermingled. A copy of a slow-burn office romance had landed open, face up, on the carpet, its protagonist's mid-confession on page 237. Neighbors and emergency personnel would later enter the apartment as part of the investigation, careful, professional, tasked with understanding how such an accident could have occurred. They would see the scattered novels, the exposed titles, the pastel covers, the embarrassingly earnest taglines about love conquering all. Someone would quietly straighten a fallen book, read a line or two, and think, with a mix of surprise and respect, not what I expected him to read. No one would mock him. No one would stand in that small, cluttered living room and sneer at the idea that a quiet, withdrawn man might crave stories about connection and intimacy. Instead, there would be a subdued kind of tenderness, an unspoken acknowledgement that people are always more complicated than they appear from across a hallway. The building's management would, eventually, file all the necessary paperwork, talk to legal representatives, and send an email to residents about the tragedy. They would also attach, with stiff bureaucratic discomfort, a reminder about safety and fire drill procedures. Rumors would circulate among the tenants, fragments of truth and embellishment weaving together. He never talked to anyone. I heard he worked from home. They said he tripped over some robot vacuum thing. Can you imagine? Of all the ways to go. Over time, the story would flatten into a kind of urban legend, a cautionary tale told with a mix of horror and inappropriate laughter. This building is cursed, someone would joke. Only if you're clumsy, another would reply. The septic company, for its part, would enact new safety protocols regarding open hatches and parked trucks, never wanting to repeat that particular nightmare. The driver would remember the incident for the rest of his life, replaying the morning in his head, wondering about the man who had fallen from the sky. He would occasionally think about the scattered books the firefighters mentioned, about the secret life of someone he had never met until that moment of fatal intersection. Elias's story would never trend on social media, never become a national sensation. It would remain small, local, a darkly comedic anecdote tucked into the lives of a few dozen people, neighbors, first responders, co-workers who received the sad news email. Somewhere, an HR representative would send a brief, carefully worded message acknowledging his passing and expressing condolences. His work inbox would slowly shift from unread emails to an inactive account, then eventually to deletion. His apartment, once the fortress of his solitude, would be cleaned out by a combination of property staff and whatever distant relatives his information produced. The relatives, flipping through his belongings, would pause at the books. They might share a look, a shrug, perhaps even a small, genuine smile. He liked romance, someone would say softly. Guess he did, another would reply. They wouldn't know about the fire drill, the split-second decisions, the Roomba, or the septic truck waiting below. They'd only know that he lived quietly, read a lot, and died bizarrely. The core of his life, his fear of connection, his yearning for it through fiction, his elaborate avoidance rituals, would remain largely invisible, just as he had wanted. And yet, there was a cruel, poetic contradiction in the way he left the world. A man who spent his life avoiding messy, unpredictable human entanglements died in the most physically messy, ludicrously unpredictable way imaginable. A man who hid his heart behind layers of paper and ink had his most private interests spilled across his living room floor for strangers to see. A man who adored neatly packaged happy endings received, instead, an ending so absurd it bordered on cosmic satire. In the end, Elias's death was not noble, not dignified, not the kind of story anyone would choose. But it was, undeniably, memorable. And somewhere in the quiet after everything, in the stillness of an empty apartment and a silenced alarm, the scattered romance novels remained, testament to the fact that even the most withdrawn lives are never as simple, or as humorless, as they seem. In the afterlife, the goddess of reincarnation was laughing so hard she could barely speak, wiping tears from her glowing eyes as she reviewed his file, and Elias, who had once hoped that death might finally free him from being the butt of cosmic jokes, realized even the hereafter came with an audience. She waved the translucent tablet that displayed the official summary of his demise. Cause of death: accidental drowning in septic waste following fall precipitated by collision with autonomous cleaning device during building fire drill. And wheezed. You tripped over a Roomba and fell into a septic truck during a fake emergency just because you didn't want anyone to see your romance novels. Then dissolved into another fit of helpless giggles while Elias hovered in front of her throne, or whatever counted as hovering when he seemed to be a vague bundle of awareness and leftover social anxiety rather than a properly dignified soul, and he would have blushed if he had a face because this right here, was his nightmare. Dying in the least dignified way imaginable and having a literal goddess read it back to him as if it were a stand-up routine. He tried to mumble something like, "It sounded less ridiculous in my head," but his voice came out thin and echoey in the star-studded hall, and the goddess only snorted harder, golden braids shaking as tiny constellations flickered in her hair, then finally pulled herself together enough to lean forward, chin on her hand, eyes bright with amusement and something softer underneath, and said, "I've seen warriors charge dragons, Tyrants fall to their own curses, lovers die in each other's arms, and you, Elias, managed to combine household technology, municipal infrastructure, and a building's passive-aggressive fire safety policy into the most slapstick demise in my last 3 centuries of work. Honestly, I should give you a medal for creativity, which made him want to evaporate into the nearest nebula, because even dead he could feel the burn of embarrassment, remembering the alarm, the panicked rush to hide his romance stash, the treacherous Roomba, the open window, the impossible alignment of his trajectory with the septic truck below, and the horrible, suffocating end that had followed. His entire life of quietly avoiding mess and scrutiny culminating in one final, spectacular plunge into both. "Look," she said, still chuckling but now with a trace of sympathy threading through the bell-like tones of her laughter. "I'm not supposed to be biased, but that was impressive, in its way. The universe clearly took one look at your fear of messy human interaction and said, 'Bet, so I think a little karmic course correction is in order. You deserve a second chance, but I'm not just going to toss you into another life with the same script.'" And Elias, who had spent his previous existence hiding behind documentation templates and fictional couples who eventually found the courage to talk to each other, felt a flicker of something like hope mixed with dread, because second chance sounded good, but not the same script. Coming from a cackling goddess sounded like the setup to a particularly cruel punchline. She tapped her shimmering tablet, and a new screen blossomed in midair, all ornate fonts and flowing symbols, and announced, "Here's the deal. You, Elias, chronic avoider of eye contact and master of fake fevers, will be reborn in a different world, fantasy setting, high monsters per square kilometer ratio, ample opportunities for personal growth and catastrophic panic, and I'm giving you a unique power, customized just for you, based on what you wanted most and what you ran from hardest. I call it Sanctuary Magic," and the words themselves seemed to resonate through his insubstantial form, summoning images that were painfully on brand for him. Quiet rooms, heavy doors, thick walls that shut out noise and expectation, safe corners where no one bothered him unless invited. All the things his old apartment had tried to be with its one-bedroom limits. The goddess's smile turned sly. "This power will let you create invincible fortresses, safe spaces, shelters, impenetrable havens wherever you are. They'll block monsters, weather, curses, nosy neighbors, everything. You'll be able to build and shape them as you like. Cozy reading nooks, fortified keeps, defensive barriers for whole towns eventually. The perfect magic for someone who worships privacy and safety." No. For one glorious heartbeat of afterlife, Elias imagined it. A spell that manifested his dream apartment around him at will, a movable bastion of solitude he could conjure between himself and the chaotic outside world anytime he felt overwhelmed, which in his case was often. But then, because existence hated him in a very personal way, she continued, "Of course, such powerful magic needs a growth condition, which is where the twist comes in, and he had never in his life wanted to disconnect a god's microphone more than in that moment." She flicked her wrist, and the tablet zoomed closer until he could read the elegant script. Sanctuary Magic, unique skill. Level 1. Radius 2 meters, basic physical barrier. Durability scales with emotional resonance. Growth condition. Sanctuary power increases only through the deepening of romantic connections directed toward or shared by the user. Penalties for insincere manipulation apply. Current romantic bonds. 0. The 0 blinked at him like an accusation, which, to be fair, it was. Elias squawked, voice cracking in the celestial echo chamber, "Romantic connections." And he thought of every time he had dodged parties, ignored hints, changed sidewalks to avoid being approached, and of the library of romance novels hidden behind respectable spines, of how he had lived vicariously through fictional people finally confessing their feelings while he double-checked his door locks. The goddess nodded cheerfully, as if explaining a fun new feature in a software update. "Exactly. In your old life, you loved stories where people found each other, worked through misunderstandings, and built something tender and lasting, but you were terrified of being known like that yourself. You wanted sanctuary without the risk of letting anyone else inside. So this time, Your sanctuary will literally depend on it. Every genuine romantic bond you form. Every time you open up. Every time you let someone see you. Every time you reciprocate honestly. Your magic will grow. Your barriers will get stronger. Your fortresses bigger. More intricate. More protective. It's like those romance novels you devoured, but gamified for personal development, and he wanted to protest that this was emotional blackmail disguised as character growth, that she was ethically obligated to at least offer a tutorial on flirting first, but all that came out was a strangled, I can't even order pizza without role-playing infectious diseases, and you want me to date my way to safety. To which she replied, utterly unrepentant, sure, call it exposure therapy with high fantasy stakes. Besides, the world I'm sending you to is dangerous. Demons, cults, corrupt nobles, the usual. So people will desperately need what you can provide. You'll have leverage, but the system is built to ignore anything shallow. You can't just fake it or collect a harem of admirers without really caring. The magic tracks mutual trust, vulnerability, and commitment, not just blushing and hand-holding. Lie, and your sanctuary weakens. Betray someone who loves you, and parts of your defenses might crumble at the worst possible time. Sound motivating? Elias, who had never betrayed anyone mainly because betrayal required having relationships in the first place, felt faint, which was impressive for a disembodied soul. Buried beneath his horror, though, was a small, treacherous spark of curiosity. He had read so many love stories, thought so much about why people clung to each other, why they risked rejection for a chance at connection, and now, for better or worse, his only way to avoid dying in horror again was to try to live one. The goddess's eyes softened as if she could see that spark. You won't be alone from the start, she said, almost gently. You'll be reborn as a young man in a frontier town. Not too powerful, not too weak. Smart enough to handle the magic, familiar enough with solitude that you won't break at once, but not so entangled that you're stuck. You'll remember your past life and your books. Consider them your personal library of case studies. And I'm giving you one more little perk, she added, tapping the tablet again. Your sanctuaries will be especially comfortable for anxious minds. Anyone inside will feel calmer, a bit more like themselves under all the noise. That includes you. It's not mind control, just permission to breathe. Use it well. Build places where others can let their guards down, and maybe you'll eventually let down yours. Who knows, Elias? This time, you might actually get a happy ending instead of an entry in my blooper reel. And before he could formulate a suitably dignified response, or any response at all that wasn't a squeak, the universe inverted around him. Her laughter trailing off into a bright, ringing note as everything dissolved in a rush of light and pressure and then condensed again into the unmistakable sensation of having a body. Heavy, warm, breathing, vulnerable, which was both reassuring and terrifying, because he knew how that had gone last time. He woke to the sound of muffled shouting, clashing metal, and what he was pretty sure was a roaring monster, which was, in terms of reincarnation experiences, a bold opening. His eyes snapped open to a wooden ceiling, rough and unfamiliar, and he tried to sit up, only to nearly collide with a wooden beam inches above his nose, which explained the cramped feeling. He was on the top bunk of a narrow bed built into the wall of a small room. Someone pounded on the door from the outside and yelled, "Ryan! Ryan! Get up, the north gate's under attack." And his mouth moved on its own, answering in a voice that was his and not his, deeper than before, younger in an odd way, with a faint rural lilt, "Coming." Before his conscious mind caught up and screamed, "Who is Ryan? Am I Ryan? Am I supposed to know how to gate?" Memories trickled in then, like water seeping through cracks. A name, Ryan Ashford, age 17, apprentice scribe and occasional runner for the town watch. No close family, parents dead of fever years ago, small stipend, small room above the records office, vague dreams of maybe one day leaving this sleepy border town for the capital where the great libraries were. Except now the town was not sleepy, because the gate was under attack and he was expected to at least show up and not die. He scrambled out of bed, nearly braining himself on the beam again, and stumbled into his boots, heart pounding with the alarm bells ringing in the distance. As he yanked open the door and jogged down the narrow stairwell, muscle memory guiding his new body faster than his thoughts, a translucent screen flashed into existence in front of him, almost making him miss a step. Name: Elias Ryan Ashford. Age: 17. Physical, spiritual, unique skill: Sanctuary Magic LV. 1. Current romantic bonds: 0. Associated bonuses: none yet. He swiped it away with a panicked gesture, squeezing past another boy heading down, thin, freckled, sword at his waist, face pale but determined, who panted, "Hurry, Ryan, Captain says if the Boers break through, the whole North Quarter's done for." And then they were out in the cold, bright morning, boot soles thudding on cobblestones as they ran toward the commotion. The town, Ashbrook, his reshuffled memories supplied, was a ring of sturdy wooden buildings and half-finished stone walls wrapped around a central square and a squat keep, with the forest looming darkly just beyond the cleared fields. Now, smoke and dust rose near the north gate, where the wooden palisade met a roughly stacked earthwork. Villagers were shouting, guards were bracing spears, and Elias saw, with the horrified detachment of someone new to this world but freshly aware of its dangers, a massive, tusked creature the size of a wagon, stone-hide boar, his borrowed knowledge named it, hurl itself against the gate again, splintering beams, while smaller, bristling shapes milled behind it. Arrows bounced off its gray, ridged hide, and each impact shook the ground beneath his feet. "Ryan!" Someone barked, and he turned to see a woman in leather armor streaked with dust and blood. Sharp jaw, braided dark hair, scar along her left cheek, a longsword in one hand and a splintered shield in the other. Striding toward him, Captain Rhea Talvin, his new memories said, commander of the town watch, a woman who had taken him on as a half-hearted recruit mostly because he knew his letters and could file reports. She clapped a hand on his shoulder, steady and grounding in the chaos. "Records boy or not, we need everyone. Get the noncombatants back and hold the line near the wagon carts. If they break through, we buy time for evacuation, you hear?" And Elias, whose previous experience with crisis management had involved printer jams and version control disputes, croaked, "Why yes, Captain," then found his legs moving, carrying him toward a huddle of terrified townsfolk near a row of supply wagons. Shopkeepers, children, an old man clutching a broom instead of a spear. The gate shuddered again under the Boers' assault, timber cracking like bones. An 8-year-old girl began to sob. Someone screamed, "It's going to break." And somewhere deep in Elias's chest, a familiar cold clamped down, the same helplessness he had felt with the alarm blaring in his old apartment, when he had been paralyzed between fleeing and hiding his books. Except now there were other people, and if he froze, they might actually die, not just judge his reading habits. "Sanctuary magic," he whispered under his breath, like a half-remembered spell from a book, which, in a sense, it was. The unique skills description fluttered at the edge of his thoughts. Create an invincible fortress, powered by romantic bonds, but did that mean he couldn't use it at all without any? Was he about to find out, in the worst way? The boar roared, wood exploded, and a jagged spear of the gate's crossbar spun through the air like a thrown log directly toward the wagon cluster. Without thinking, he flung out his hands, not with any specific incantation in mind, but with the desperate, wordless plea that had lived in him his entire previous life. "I don't want anyone to get hurt. I just want us to be safe, just for a minute, please." Heat surged through his arms like static, then burst outward, and the world snapped sideways. A translucent dome blossomed into existence around the wagons and the people huddled there, including him. A faintly shimmering bubble of pale light about 2 meters in radius, barely big enough to cover them if everyone squished together, which they did instinctively as the wooden shards slammed into it and stopped, inches from his face, the impact ringing through the barrier like a muffled bell. For a heartbeat, everything paused. Then the old man with the broom exhaled a shaky curse, eyes bulging, and the little girl hiccuped mid-sob, staring wide-eyed at the glowing curve overhead. "What in all hells?" Someone whispered, and over by the crumbling gate, Captain Rhea glanced back, caught sight of the bubble, and her eyes narrowed in sharp, assessing interest even as she bellowed orders to her troops. Inside the dome, Elias's breath came in harsh gulps, every nerve buzzing. A faint window hovered in the corner of his vision. Sanctuary Magic LV. 1 active. Radius. 2 meters. Durability. 100/100ths. Romantic resonance bonus. 0%. Mana drain. 5 per second. Current mana. 73/100ths. He had no idea how much mana 73 was in local terms, but every second he felt a subtle tug of fatigue as the barrier held. The boar, meanwhile, had breached the gate completely and charged through, only to be met by a braced line of spears and Captain Ray's blade flashing. Battle crashed around them, but inside the dome, the noise seemed dulled, like sound through thick glass. The crying child's hitching breaths eased, and the old man's trembling hands stilled. Elias realized, distantly, that the goddess had not been kidding about sanctuaries feeling safer. To him, it was like stepping into his old apartment with the door locked and the curtains drawn. Only this time, other people were here, too, and no one was judging his decor. Still, level 1 was obviously limited. The dome could cover only a tiny space, draining his mana rapidly, and if more enemies came through, this would be, at best, a temporary reprieve. He gritted his teeth, trying to ration his energy, dropping the barrier when flying debris wasn't imminent, flaring it back when necessary, using the same obsessive resource management habits he'd once applied to monthly budgets and vacation days. By the time the boar finally fell with a shuddering crash and the remaining beasts broke, fleeing back into the treeline, his mana was scraping bottom and the dome flickered like a dying lightbulb before winking out entirely, leaving him swaying on his feet, sweat plastering his tunic to his back. The townsfolk around him stared, fear slowly giving way to dawning awe. "You're a mage." The old man croaked. "Since when?" Elias opened his mouth, then closed it again, because the truthful answer, "Since a goddess decided my death was too stupid to leave uncorrected and turned my emotional deficiencies into a power grid," seemed counterproductive. Instead he mumbled, I guess since today," and immediately wanted to crawl into the nearest hole, because that sounded idiotic, but Captain Rhea was suddenly there, boots crunching on splinters, blood spattered across her cheek like war paint, eyes fixed on him with the intensity of someone who had just watched a boy from the archives manifest a spell that turned deadly debris aside like it was nothing. "Ashford," she said, voice steady despite the chaos, "that was you." And he, still not used to the name but knowing it was his now, nodded, throat dry. "Yes, Captain. It's some kind of sanctuary spell. I think. I don't really know how it works yet," which was both accurate and criminally understated. She studied him for a long moment, then let out a breath that might have been equal parts relief and newly cautious respect. "Well, find out," she said, "because whatever that was, we're going to need more of it. If the beasts are testing our defenses this early in the season, worse will come. The temple and the guild will want to hear about this. You might have just become the most important person in Ashbrook, records boy, and if anything had the power to spike his anxiety past boar attacks and world-hopping goddesses, it was the phrase, most important person, directed at him. But he swallowed his protest and nodded again, because apparently you could be reborn in another world and still not escape from other people's expectations. Later, when the dead were counted and the wounded tended and the splintered gate hastily patched, when the adrenaline faded and the exhaustion hit like a stone, he found himself alone in the small, temporary infirmary room the local temple had set aside for the new mage to rest, though, new mage, felt as oversized as, most important. He sank onto a narrow cot, finally alone with his thoughts, and the goddess's conditions replayed themselves in his mind. Sanctuary magic, invincible fortresses, growth through romantic bonds. He pulled up the status window again, hoping for some miraculous level up from sheer heroism, but the numbers were unchanged. Sanctuary magic LV. 1. Current romantic bonds. 0. The 0 glared at him, an unblinking eye. "Of course," he muttered. "Saving people's lives doesn't count. Feelings only." And he stared at the ceiling, acutely aware of the irony that he was now in a world where he could conjure safety for others at will, but where his personal safety net, his ability to make those sanctuaries stronger, bigger, more reliable, depended entirely on stepping into the one arena he had spent his entire previous life avoiding. Romance. He thought of the romance novels scattered across his old living room floor as his body fell through that open window, of the earnest taglines about love conquering all, of the awkward protagonists who fumbled their way into mutual understanding. He thought of how he had yelled at them in his head, "Just talk to each other, you emotionally constipated idiots," and winced at the karmic symmetry. "Okay," he whispered to the empty room. "Okay. New world, new system. Rules are stupid, but they're the only ones I've got. I can treat this like an experiment. Data gathering, controlled exposure. I'm not writing a confession letter on day one. I'm just talking to people. Maybe letting them in a little. How hard can it be?" And then immediately answered himself. It can be very hard. The goddess did not appear to offer him a reassuring pat on the head. Instead, Ashbrook life flooded in. The next weeks blurred with new routines. Mornings in the watch office, where he had once only copied incident reports and updated ledgers, but where he now also met with the town's lone healer priest, Brother Kalen, a mild-mannered man in his 30s with ink-stained fingers and permanent worry lines, to test the limits of sanctuary magic. They learned quickly that his barriers could be shaped within their radius. He could create a full dome, a curved wall, even a low, shimmering rampart if he concentrated, and that within them, people's heart rates slowed, their breathing eased, their shoulders loosened. Captain Rhea had him stand in the training yard while she and 2 guards launched blunted arrows and wooden practice spears at him, each projectile sparking harmlessly against the pale light, and every time the barrier held, her satisfied smirk grew. "You're wasted behind a desk," she told him one afternoon, licking sweat from her upper lip after a particularly grueling exercise. "With training, you could anchor the front lines. People fight better when they're not worrying about being gutted. Your magic could change how this town survives." And he, who had once taken secret pride in having a job that minimized how often anyone looked at him directly, now had a captain staring at him like he was a siege engine. He also met the Adventurers Guild, such as it was. A branch office in a converted tavern, run by a middle-aged woman named Morella whose perpetual smirk and scarred knuckles suggested she had personally punched more monsters than the rest of the town combined. She leaned on the bar, studying him over clasped hands when Rhea marched him in for registration, then finally said, "So, you build magical safe rooms, kid. I've lost half a dozen good teams over the years because they had nowhere to fall back to when things went sideways. You're going to make me a very rich woman if we don't get you killed first." And Elias had to fight the urge to look over his shoulder for the person she must really be talking to. All of that was overwhelming enough even before the other part of his mission came into focus. It began with a dream, vivid and annoyingly on the nose. He found himself back in his old apartment, everything exactly as it had been the day he died. Lumpy couch, overflowing bookshelves, Roomba docked in the corner like a guilty accomplice. Except that the walls dissolved outward into starry infinity, and the Roomba sprouted golden wings in a tiny halo, which was, even for his subconscious, a bit much. The goddess of reincarnation lounged on his kitchen counter in jeans and a t-shirt that read, "Karma. It's complicated," flipping through one of his romance paperbacks. "Slow burn office romance," she mused, tapping a highlighted passage. "Classic. You always had a thing for coworkers who communicated terribly. How's that going for you so far?" Elias folded his arms, automatically defensive even in a dream. "I put up a barrier that saved half the town from being trampled by a murder pig," he said. "Isn't that worth at least a level 2? She flicked her fingers, and a status window appeared, still stubbornly displaying sanctuary magic LV. 1. Romantic bonds. 0. Heroic. "Yes," she said. "Romantic. No, the system's not about popularity or good deeds in general. It's about you letting people into the places you've always kept locked. I've watched you these past weeks. You know. You're polite, useful, vaguely endearing in your awkwardness, and you keep everyone at careful arm's length. Even in your new world, you're rebuilding your witness protection program. At this rate, your sanctuary will still be level 1 when the demon armies roll through in 5 years, which was not the comforting bedtime story he had hoped for. So what, I'm supposed to just throw myself at the first person who smiles at me? He snapped. Flirt my way into fortress upgrades. The goddess rolled her glowing eyes. Did you even read the genre you loved? She asked. It's not about quantity, it's about honesty. You don't need 36 admirers. You need 1, or 2, or however many you genuinely connect with. Start small. Talk to someone you like. Let them see you're more than the anxious mage in the corner. And before you ask, no, the system won't let you cheese it. You can't gamify affection, but you can be present for it when it happens. Now wake up, loverboy. You've got testing with that healer priest in the morning, and I'd hate for you to fall asleep in the middle and accidentally crush him with half-formed ramparts. And he jolted awake on his narrow Ashbrook cot, heart pounding, cheeks hot, which was incredibly unfair given that no one in the real world had said anything even remotely embarrassing. Still, her prodding stuck with him. He started paying more attention to the people around him, not just as hazards or evaluators but as, well, people. Brother Kalen, for example, turned out to be a hopeless gardener who kept a collection of dying herbs on the temple windowsill and apologized to each with sincere distress. Morella's sarcasm masked a bone-deep protectiveness toward the orphans who ran errands for the guild. Captain Rhea, who at first had seemed all hard angles and orders, had a quiet habit of checking on the night watch personally, cloak pulled tight against the cold, murmuring, "You doing all right out here?" As if she remembered too clearly what it was like to stand alone on a wall in the dark. There was also Lena, a junior hunter from the forest edge. Tall, freckled, with a bow almost as big as she was, who came into the office one day to file a report on a new monster sighting and promptly knocked over an entire stack of parchment, sending it cascading to the floor in an avalanche of PA paperwork. She froze, mortified, and Elias, who had been on the receiving end of many a clumsy catastrophe himself, scrambled down to help her gather it up, murmuring, it's fine, really," while their fingers bumped on the pages. She laughed nervously, cheeks pink, and said, "I swear I'm competent in the woods. It's just buildings. They hate me," and something about the way she said it, self-deprecating but hopeful he'd disagree, threaded familiarity through his chest, like a line from a favorite trope. They ended up talking longer than filing required, about monster tracks, about the difficulty of drying boots in humid weather, about how the town baker's bread was always slightly burnt on one side for reasons unknown. And when she left, waving a little too energetically at him and nearly hitting the doorframe with her bow, he realized he was smiling, actually smiling, not the polite one he used when someone said, "Thanks for the report," but the kind that tugged at memories of late-night chapters where characters bantered their way into deeper understanding. That night, he checked his status more from habit than expectation, and his breath caught when he saw a tiny change. Romantic bonds. 1 budding. Name: Lena. Sanctuary resonance bonus. Plus 2%. It was minuscule, barely more than 0, but it was there, like the first sentence of a story finally being written. His sanctuary level hadn't increased yet, but the durability number had ticked up slightly, and the comfort aura descriptor now mentioned, marginally enhanced when target of bond is present, which made his stomach do a weird flip. "Oh no," he whispered, because this was it, wasn't it? The slow burn beginning. He could already hear his old, ghostly self yelling from some corner of his mind, "Don't screw it up by overthinking it." And of course he immediately began to overthink it, second-guessing every interaction he had with Lena for the next week, wondering whether he was accidentally leading her on, whether his awkward kindness counted as manipulation now that magic was in the mix. The system, however, remained stubbornly opaque. If anything, it seemed to reward him more when he forgot about it for a little while and just existed with people. Like the evening he ended up on the wall next to Rhea during a quiet watch, the two of them sharing a flask of something that burned pleasantly on the way down while they looked out at the dark forest. He had been unusually talkative, the exhaustion of the day wearing down his filters, and when she asked, "Why do you live above the records office instead of taking one of the open rooms at the barracks?" he surprised himself by answering honestly instead of dodging with some administrative excuse. "It's quieter," he said. "Fewer people. I've always been better at being useful from the edges rather than there, in the middle of everything. Crowds make me feel like I'm being smothered in expectations I can't possibly meet," and then wanted to kick himself, because who admitted that to a watch captain whose job it was to throw people into the middle of danger? But Rhea only grunted thoughtfully. "Edges are important," she said after a moment. "Someone has to make sure the middle doesn't fall apart without anyone noticing, and not everyone who stands at the front does it because they love the attention. Some of us just don't see another choice," and there was something in her voice that made him glance at her profile, at the tightness around her eyes, and think of all the nights she walked the circuit alone. When he checked his status later, there was a second entry under romantic bonds. Rhea latent, unacknowledged with a single, hesitant point, like the system had felt a flicker of something. Respect, shared understanding, the seed of something more, that neither of them had yet named. It wasn't all about potential partners in some neat, genre-prescribed lineup, though some bonds stayed stubbornly platonic in flavor, like a half-entry that appeared for Brother Kalen labeled affection non-romantic, excluded from growth conditions, which reassured Elias that he wasn't accidentally romancing the entire town by being marginally less of a hermit. As weeks turned to months, his sanctuary magic did finally level up, each small deepening of trust and mutual fondness nudging the invisible counter higher until, one crisp morning after a particularly harrowing forest expedition where he had kept Lena and two other hunters alive through a nighttime ambush and then spent hours listening to Lena cry about a lost comrade by the gentle glow of a conjured dome, the notification flashed. Sanctuary magic has reached level 2. New features unlocked. Expanded radius up to 5 meters. Structural anchors, partial walls, doors, windows. Comfort Aura 2, enhanced mental calm, improved sleep quality. The upgrade felt like taking a breath in a space that had always been a little too tight. His next attempt in the training yard conjured not just a dome but a compact, translucent hut, complete with a simple doorway that let people step in and out. Rhea walked through, running fingers along the faintly glowing threshold, and whistled low. "Now that's a fort," she said. "Imagine what you'll do at level 10. And Elias, who could imagine all too well and whose stomach dropped at the thought of what kind of emotional exposure that would require, muttered, "Let's not get ahead of ourselves." But inside, despite himself, a tiny part of him thrilled at the possibilities. His sanctuaries became more than just emergency shields. They turned into gathering spots. The Watch used them for strategy meetings in storms, hunters for overnight camps that actually allowed sleep instead of miserable half-dozes, Brother Kalen for trauma counseling sessions where veterans talked about nightmares without fear of being overheard. Every time people stepped inside, their shoulders eased, their voices softened, and Elias, standing in the corner or just outside, felt like he had built something that mattered. Not just a wall against monsters but a space where the messy, vulnerable parts of people could exist without being punished. Of course, the universe, in its ongoing commitment to making sure his growth was never purely theoretical, eventually upped the stakes. One autumn afternoon, scouts returned breathless to report that a swarm of corrupted beasts, twice as many as the boar incursion, with twisted horns and eyes that glowed sickly green, was moving through the forest straight toward Ashbrook, driven by some unseen force. The temple's seers spoke of foul magic, of a possible breach in the deeper woods. The guild talked of evacuations. Rhea outlined defensive positions with grim focus. And everywhere, people looked to Elias, the sanctuary mage, for answers he was not sure he had. "We can shelter a few dozen at best with your current range," Brother Kalen said, brow furrowed over a hastily drawn map. "If the beasts break the walls, there won't be enough space for everyone. We need your fort big enough to cover at least the central square and the keep entrance." And the numbers in Elias's head courtesy of his status window, said that was more like level 4 or 5 territory. He was barely scraping level 3. Panic nipped at him with familiar teeth. This wasn't a missed deadline or an awkward meeting. This was lives, a whole town depending on a magic system that required him to be emotionally available on a timeline that did not care about existential dread. That night, restless and edgy, he found himself in his current favorite sanctuary prototype. A snug, circular room he had built on the edge of the training field, translucent walls blurring the outside world, a conjured bench along one curve. Staring at the faint glow of the floor as leaves skittered outside, he nearly jumped out of his skin when there was a knock on the invisible door. It shimmered, rippling like water, and then Lena stepped through, hugging her arms around herself, hair still damp from the drizzle, eyes shadowed. "Sorry," she said. "Kalen said you might be here. I can go if—" "No," Elias blurted, louder and faster than intended. "I mean, you don't have to go. This place is for everyone," and immediately wondered if that sounded weirdly possessive or insufficiently welcoming or both. Lena, however, merely gave a tired half-laugh and dropped onto the bench beside him, close enough that he could feel the warmth of her through the thin fabric of his sleeve. "I like it here," she admitted, gaze tracing the soft curve of the wall. "It feels, I don't know, less like the world's about to end out there." And then, after a beat, "You look like you're about to be sick," which, coming from someone who had once thrown up after killing her first wolf, was saying something. He hesitated, then decided, in a burst of reckless clarity, that if there was ever a time to stop pretending he was fine, it was the night before potential town-wide slaughter. "I'm scared," he said, the words rough but freeing. "Everyone keeps asking what I can build, how big I can make it, whether the walls will hold, and all I can think is, what if they don't? What if I'm not enough? In my old life." He stopped, momentarily choked by how much he was about to reveal, then plunged on. "I made myself small on purpose. I thought if I didn't stick out, nothing too bad would land on me. I lived alone, I worked alone, I even loved alone, in a way, through other people's stories, and then I died in literally the stupidest way possible and got told the only way to not die stupidly again is to care." Loudly, "It's a lot," he finished weakly, staring fixedly at his hands. There was a long silence. He risked a glance at her and found her watching him, expression open and stricken in something else. "You loved alone," she said softly. He huffed an embarrassed laugh. "Books," he clarified. "Romance books. Hundreds of them. I hid them behind history tomes so no one would know I cared about people being soft with each other. I used to yell at the characters when they were too afraid to be honest. It was easy, from the outside. Turns out being on the inside is more complicated, and the admission hung in the air like a fragile thing." Lena's lips curved, not mocking but tender. "You're not outside now," she said. "You're here. You saved my life 3 times last week. You listen when I talk about stupid things like how my boots smell. You build places where I can sleep without waking up to every snap of a twig. That's not small, Elias. That's huge. And scary. And brave." And her hand, hesitating only a fraction, settled over his. His heart stuttered, then picked up in a painful, exhilarating rush. The sanctuary around them brightened almost imperceptibly, the glow along the walls softening to a warm, honeyed hue. A notification pinged at the edge of his vision. "Romantic bond. Lena has deepened mutual acknowledgement. Sanctuary resonance bonus. +15%. Sanctuary magic has reached level 4. New features unlocked. Extended radius up to 20 meters. Structural complexity, multi-room layouts, reinforcing buttresses. Emotional echo, strength amplified when sheltering bonded individuals outside. The wind gusted, rattling unseen leaves. Inside, the world felt still. He squeezed her hand back, nerves and gratitude tangling. "I'm still terrified," he confessed, "but less alone," suddenly, and she smiled, eyes bright despite the fear. "Good," she said, "because I'd be really annoyed if you died stupidly again." and somehow that was exactly the right thing to say. When the corrupted beasts came at dawn, a writhing wave of muscle and teeth and twisted magic hammering at Ashbrook's patched walls, they found more than wood and stone waiting. At the center of town, rising around the square and stretching to the keep's outer steps, a fortress of pale light unfolded. A vast, translucent structure of interlocking domes and arching corridors, its walls thick and sure, its interior rooms humming with the low, steadied breathing of hundreds of townspeople. Elias stood at its heart, Lena at his side, Rhea and other fighters stationed at anchored gateways that opened and closed at his will like valves. Every time a gate flickered wide to let a squad out for a countercharge, then sealed again against a crashing monster, he felt the strain of it, the sanctuary's integrity tied to the fine thread of his focus and the emotional web of those inside. Fear rolled through the crowd like a tangible thing, but so did trust. In each other, in him. Lena touched his shoulder when his knees wobbled. Rhea shouted encouragement from the breach. Brother Kalen murmured prayers that wove into the very light. The goddess did not appear, but in the crackle of mana and the thrum of hearts, Elias sensed her amused approval, as if somewhere she was marking a checkbox next to, actually using my gift as intended. The battle was long, ugly, full of close calls and narrow escapes, but the fortress held. Beasts broke their teeth on its walls and were driven back by coordinated strike teams who always had a safe place to retreat to. An impossibility, people would later say, a miracle. Afterward, standing amid the slowly fading glow of his greatest sanctuary yet, surrounded by exhausted, living townsfolk, Elias felt something unclench in him that had been tight since long before his first death. People were laughing and crying and hugging, and some clapped him on the back hard enough to make him stumble, and yes, his anxiety hissed that they were looking at him, that expectations would only grow, but another voice, quieter and stronger, noted that he had met those expectations, not by faking competence or hiding his softest parts but by letting them be seen and supported. That night, in a quiet corner of the great fortress he left standing as a semi-permanent addition to Ashbrook, a sprawling complex of intersecting sanctuaries that the town quickly named Heartwall, he curled up on a bench beside a conjured bookshelf. Instead of technical manuals and secret paperbacks hidden behind decoys, the shelves now held a growing mix of things. Monster field guides he helped compile, scribbled diaries of townsfolk who felt safe enough to write, a few romantic ballads Lena had helped him transcribe. Nothing was hidden. Anyone could walk in and see, and that thought no longer made him want to crawl out a window. When sleep claimed him, he dreamed not of septic tanks or malfunctioning appliances but of rooms filled with people talking, laughing, leaning on each other, his sanctuaries expanding outward like ripples every time someone said, "I'm scared," and someone else answered, "Me too, but we're here." Somewhere, far above, the goddess of reincarnation flipped through the new pages in his file, smiled at the updated entry. Cause of near death. Heroic overexertion while defending town with emotion-powered fortress. Outcome. Survival, growth, ongoing romantic entanglements. And, for once, laughed not because the universe had played a cruel joke on him but because he had finally, awkwardly, beautifully, stepped into a story where the messiness he had always feared did not swallow him whole but instead built the very walls that kept him, and everyone he cared about, safe. Elias wakes up in the lush, vibrant world of Ethelgard, lying in a meadow of singing flowers that immediately critique his fashion sense. He discovers he is wearing basic adventurer gear and holding a staff that vibrates whenever he gets nervous. Panic sets in immediately as he realizes there is no internet, no takeout, and the flowers are aggressively asking him why he is single. For a long, blurry second, all he can process is sky, an unreasonable amount of sky, an expanse of rich sapphire dusted with lazy white clouds that look like they were painted there by someone with too much time and an aggressively optimistic color palette. Light spills over him, warm and gentle, carrying the faint scent of honey and something floral and slightly minty, and the ground under his back is soft, springy, and humming. Literally humming, a low, tuneful vibration that shivers through his shoulder blades. He blinks against the brightness, squints, and the world swoops into focus. Grass so green it looks edited, wildflowers in every shade from buttery yellow to deep violet, their petals swaying in a breeze that seems to have impeccable timing, and above him, a ring of blossoms with little faces, actual faces, tiny petal-framed faces, peering down at him with expressions of concern, curiosity, and, bewilderingly, judgment. Oh no! One of them trills in a high, bell-like voice, its petals fluttering like a shocked Victorian ant. He's in starter gear. Another, with spiky blue petals and a voice like a bored teenager, drawls, yeah, that's, like, the most generic loadout I've ever seen. Tunic, trousers, boots, basic leather belt, dinky pouch. Did he come out of a tutorial? A clump of pink flowers leans in, their collective eyes narrowing. And brown, one size, placing a tiny leaf hand dramatically over its mouth. So much brown. Sweetie, did color offend you in a past life? Elias inhales sharply, which is a mistake, because the air tastes so clean and bright that his brain, still calibrated to city smog and stale office conditioning, briefly forgets how breathing works. He coughs, which prompts the flowers to lean away in a coordinated flinch. He's alive, the blue one reports, sounding only mildly disappointed. Questionable choices, but alive. Only then does he realize that yes, the critique is directed at him and that yes, the flowers are talking and yes, he is somehow following along in perfect comprehension, which suggests either hallucination or magic, and given the way the sky gleams like it's been HD remastered, he's leaning dangerously toward the latter. He pushes himself upright, wincing as muscles he doesn't quite recognize protest, and looks down at himself, confirming that the flowers, unfortunately, have a point. He is dressed like the stock image result for low-level adventurer, in a simple linen shirt, brown leather jerkin, sturdy trousers, scuffed boots, and a cloak the color of unambitious mud, with a plain belt cinched around his waist and a small pouch hanging from it that jingles faintly when he moves. Coins, maybe, or gravel, he's not sure. In his right hand, he's clutching a wooden staff about as tall as he is, polished smooth with a faint spiral carved along its length, topped with a crystal that catches the sunlight and refracts it in soft, pearly colors. The staff is also humming, a faint, insistent vibration that travels up his fingers and into his arm like a phone on silent, which would be comforting if it weren't in sync with the sudden, lurching acceleration of his heartbeat. As the awareness crashes in, that this is not his ceiling, not his apartment, not his world, his pulse spikes further, and the staff responds by buzzing harder, the crystal flickering with a nervous, stuttering light. Oh! A yellow daisy sings, its tone flipping from mocking to intrigued. Look! His focus is keyed to his emotional state. It's like a mood ring, but desperate. It's like a nervous chihuahua, another adds. Shake, shake, shake. The staff gives a particularly aggressive shiver, and Elias tightens his grip in reflex, because losing his only possible weapon/magic stick in the first 5 minutes would be extremely on brand for his life and he would rather not repeat certain patterns. Beneath the flood of sensory input, the saturated colors, the floral chorus, the staff's anxious rattle, his mind scrabbles for context and hits the last memory it has. The high, shrill wail of a fire alarm, his panic dash to hide his romance novels, the traitorous Roomba, the open window, the impossible, humiliating fall into a septic truck, and then the afterlife's gleaming hall where a laughing goddess with star-filled eyes told him he was getting a do-over. Ethelgerd, she'd said, or something like it, a fantasy world with too much magic and too many monsters and a bespoke skill tailored to his neuroses. Oh no, he whispers, voice thin. She actually did it. Did what? Demands a violet blossom near his elbow, its tiny face scrunching in suspicion. Realize beige is a crime. Elias drags his gaze away from the outfit crime scene that is his own body and looks around properly. The meadow stretches out in every direction, a rolling sea of dancing color that eventually gives way, in the distance, to dark, ancient-looking trees whose canopies knit together into a shaggy wall of green. Beyond that, faint and hazy, are mountains. Real mountains. Not the gentle hills he remembers from driving past them on the highway, but jagged, Towering peaks with a sugared dusting of snow, their edges so crisp they look unreal. The sun, or what he assumes is the sun, hangs higher than noon above, large and pale gold, and there's a faint, shimmering second disk half overlapping it like an afterimage, as if some cosmic UI designer decided one sun wasn't dramatic enough. No cars, no power lines, no building silhouettes, no kindly neighbors, television bleeding sitcom laughter through the wall. His stomach dives. "Where's my phone?" he blurts, patting frantically at his pockets, then realizing his stupidly practical trousers have only one small side pouch, currently occupied by the mystery jingle. He checks his cloak, the inside of his jerkin, every fold he can reach without fully undressing in front of an audience of flora, and comes up empty. No phone, no charger, no comforting slab of technology to serve as his shield against the rest of humanity. He swallows, throat tight. No phone means no internet, he mutters, horror unfurling fresh and sharp. No messages, no email, no streaming, no takeout ordering apps. The flowers exchange horrified gasps, their petals fluttering like fans. No takeout. The pink cluster breathes, as if this is the tragedy that truly matters. "How do you survive?" "He doesn't," the blue one says dryly. "Look at him, he's about to faint because he can't summon hot food with a rectangle." To be fair, a tiny red poppy offers, tilting its head. Rectangles with food summoning powers sound useful. They were, Elias says weakly, and the staff, sensing the spike of longing that accompanies the mental image of steaming dumplings arriving at his door without any mandatory small talk, thrums sympathetically. "They were my life. Well, half my life. The other half was books and avoiding people." "Oh," squeals a magenta carnation, leaning in so far its stem creaks. "Is that why you're single?" The question hits like a slap. Elias chokes on absolutely nothing, eyes widening. I, what?" he sputters, cheeks flushing hot even though, as far as he can tell, his human body is new and should not already know how to blush so efficiently. The staff vibrates frantically, the crystal at its tip flaring in a way that can only be described as mortified. The flowers, sensing blood in the water, pounce. "You're cute in a lost puppy sort of way," observes a sunflower with a jaunty tilt to its head. "Nice cheekbones. Decent hair. Why no partner? Do you have commitment issues?" asks another. "Fear of vulnerability," chimes in a third. "Raging insecurity. Unresolved past trauma. All of the above. Is it your personality?" The blue one suggests helpfully. "Do you talk like a spreadsheet? Do you live in your mother's basement?" He looks like he reads too much, a daisy decides. The eyes have that. "I have opinions about fictional men, look." Elias covers his face with his free hand, because if there was ever a time to physically contain his mortification, this is it. "I read romance novels," he mutters into his palm, the confession spilling out before he can filter it. Perhaps because these are flowers and not actual people, and his entire sense of reality is already skewed, it feels marginally safer to admit the thing he'd hidden from everyone back home. The meadow goes very still. Then, as one, the flowers erupt into delighted shrieks. Romance. The carnations squeal. "He's a secret softie. Enemies to lovers are friends to lovers," demands the poppy, wiggling its leaves like hands on its hips. "Or are you a forbidden love boy?" "Slow burn," Elias mumbles, because at this point, why not lean into the spiral? Lots of pining. Terrible communication. Happy endings. The staff's vibration shifts, a lower, more rhythmic hum, as if aligning with something that feels almost like relief at having said it out loud. The crystal at its head glows a warmer shade, a soft blush pink that the flowers notice instantly. "Oh, he's blushing through his focus," the sunflower crows. "Adorable. So if you love love," the violet insists, not letting go of the original thread, "why are you single?" Elias drops his hand and glares at the plant, which is possibly the most futile act of defiance in the history of botany. "Because people are terrifying," he snaps, more sharply than he intends, "because talking to someone I like feels like walking onto a stage without a script." Because I panic over whether my breathing sounds weird, never mind confessing my feelings, because I spent my entire life trying to be invisible and safe, and that doesn't exactly invite sweeping romantic gestures. Are you happy now? The staff surges with sympathetic vibrations as memories flicker through him, standing in the back corner of college parties with a drink he didn't want, pretending to text, making up illnesses to get out of group outings, the way his heart used to race when a barista remembered his name, as if basic customer service was an expression of deep personal interest. The flowers fall uncharacteristically quiet for a beat, some trade glances, their stems bending. Finally, the little red poppy clears its throat. Okay, it says, more gently. Valid. We might have poked too hard, murmurs a lily, petals drooping a fraction. Sorry, the violet adds grudgingly. We're nosy by nature. Pollination gossip, you know. Also, the daisy offers, you could change the cloak. A pop of color wouldn't kill you. Elias huffs out a laugh that stutters at the edges, but it's still a laugh, which is something. I died once already, he says dryly, looking up at the sky, where the twin suns march onward. I don't think a red cloak can top falling into a septic truck. The meadow murmurs uneasily at that. Apparently, even in a world of talking flora, there are lines of taste. You died, whispers a tiny forget-me-not, and came here. You smell like other worlds, a honeysuckle vine remarks thoughtfully, its blossoms curling. Old dust and electric light. Something in that phrasing, in the frank acknowledgement that he does not belong, makes his throat work. He clears it and shifts awkwardly, trying to find some way to stand that doesn't make him feel like a live exhibit in a very judgmental botanical garden. The staff's vibrations have subsided to a low, constant hum, like background anxiety, familiar, almost comforting in its own terrible way. So, he says, forcing his voice into something resembling conversational, this is Evelgard. The name tastes like fantasy novels and RPGs, all pseudo-medieval consonants and soft vowels. Yup, chirps a buttercup. You're in the blooming vale, about half a day's walk from the nearest village if you don't get eaten by anything. Eaten, Elias squeaks. The staff, delighted to have an excuse, buzzes against his palm like an alarm. Oh, just the usual, the blue-petaled flower says airily. Stray goblins. Occasional wolf pack, maybe a low-level drake if you're unlucky. Nothing a starter mage with a vibrating stick can't handle. Starter what? He begins, but footsteps cut him off. Actual footsteps, heavy and irregular, accompanied by the rattling clatter of a wooden cart and the grumbling of a voice that is very distinctly not floral. Panic jerks through him on instinct, honed by years of avoiding elevators and break room chatter. His first reaction is to hide, but hiding options in an open meadow are limited, so he does the next best thing and freezes in place, hoping that perhaps, if he stays very still, the approaching whoever will mistake him for a particularly large and fashion-impaired shrub. The flowers immediately ruin this fragile hope by waving their stems and shouting, "Over here! Over here! Newbie alert! Traitors!" Elias hisses. The violet blows him a kiss. A moment later, a figure crests the gentle slope at the edge of the meadow, a sturdy-looking woman in a faded green tunic, pushing a handcart piled with burlap sacks and clanking pots. Her hair is braided back under a kerchief, her arms are dusted with flour, and there's a basket of something that smells suspiciously like fresh bread perched on top of the load. She squints at the spectacle of a man standing knee-deep in gossiping wildflowers, clutching a glowing, quivering staff, and one eyebrow climbs toward her hairline. Well, she says, voice dry as kindling, that's not something you see every day, even out here. The staff, which apparently interprets, being spoken to by a stranger, as a high-threat event, vibrates so violently that his hand tingles. Embarrassed, Elias clamps his other hand over it in a futile attempt to make it behave, which probably only makes him look more suspicious. He manages brilliantly. Words, which had only ever cooperated when he was alone with a keyboard, scatter like startled pigeons. He's new, a daisy offers helpfully. From another world, whispers the forget-me-not. He reads romance novels, the poppy sings, because apparently nothing is sacred. The woman's eyes widen, then flick briefly to the flowers, then back to him. She sighs, a resigned sound that says this is not even the strangest thing she has seen this week. So the meadow's talking again, she mutters. Great. Means we're due for either a blessing or a disaster. Louder, to Elias, she says, you look like you've never walked in those boots before. What's your name, lad? For a heartbeat, the urge to give his old name, the one attached to HR records and overdue library fines, wars with the knowledge that he is not that man anymore. Not exactly. The reincarnation goddess had offered him a new start, but he can feel the old self curled inside this body like a seed, containing everything he was. Elias, he says finally, the name more confession than introduction. The staff's buzz evens out, as if approving. Elias, she repeats, nodding as if filing it away, I'm Mara Baker. Part-time hauler, full-time person who is not leaving a stunned mage in the middle of a monster-prone field. Where are you headed? I don't know, he admits, shivering slightly under the weight of it. I just woke up here. Technically true, if not exhaustive. Mara studies him for a long moment, eyes narrowing, then exhales again, the sharpness in her expression softening into something like weary kindness. Right, she says. Ethelgerd does that sometimes. Drops people where it pleases. Well, the nearest town is Brackenford. There's a temple, a guild outpost, and at least one inn that doesn't water the ale. You can get your bearings there. Walk with me. The cart's slow, and the road's safer than standing here being interrogated by posies. We weren't interrogating, the Violet protests. We were aggressively caring. You were nosy, Mara counters, then jerks her chin at Elias. Come on, lad, unless you want to find out how fast you can run in that gear when a boar the size of that cart decides you look like a chew toy. The mental image is enough to override his reluctance. Elias stumbles out of the meadow, the flowers brushing his legs as he passes. Wear brighter colors next time. A carnation calls. And moisturize. Work on your self-esteem. The poppy adds. You deserve love. His ears burn. They're not wrong, Mara remarks as they fall into step beside the creaking cart on a dirt track that winds between gently rolling hills. You do look like you could use a hug and a nap. The staff, delighted by this new social stressor, hums like an anxious beehive. I'm fine, Elias lies automatically. Just adjusting. This place is very. He waves his free hand helplessly, encompassing the endless blue sky, the distant glitter of a river, the birds wheeling overhead with improbable grace, the faint shimmer of something magical rippling over the horizon. High resolution. Mara snorts. That's one way to put it. You from the cities, then. Something like that. He hedges, then, driven by a sudden, desperate hope, asks, do you have any libraries? Or, devices. Things that connect people across distances. Like a global magical communication network. Mara frowns thoughtfully. There's a scrying mirror at the guild, she offers. You can talk to someone if they've got a link on their end, but it's pricey. As for a global net of communication, she rolls the unfamiliar phrase around, then shakes her head. If there is, nobody in Brackenford's told me about it. Most folks are too busy keeping wolves out of their chicken coops. The last thin thread of hope that he might check his email, just once, withers. He swallows past the lump in his throat. Right, he says hoarsely. No internet, no takeout. Takeout, Mara echoes. You mean buying food from someone else's kitchen? Delivered to your door, he clarifies mournfully. Mara blinks at him, then bursts out laughing, a barking, incredulous sound. And you never had to cook. She cackles. Gods above and below, no wonder you look like you've seen the end of the world. Welcome to Ethelgerd, lad. If you want hot food here, you either make it or earn it. Her mirth is not unkind, and despite himself, some of his tension bleeds out. He tries to match her stride, the staff serving as both walking stick and emotional tuning fork. As they walk, she chatters, filling the silence without demanding too much from him. About Brackenford's annual harvest festival, about the cantankerous blacksmith who insists his forge is haunted, about the way the temple bells sound just a hair off key when it rains. He listens, lets the details lodge inside him like pebbles in a jar, holding down his sense of weightlessness. Occasionally, the staff buzzes sharply, unprompted, and each time he realizes it's in response to some flicker of anxiety. A distant howl he can't place, the shadow of something large gliding over the road before resolving into an innocuous cloud. "That's a focus rod, isn't it?" Mara says at one point, eyeing the glowing crystal. "You one of those sanctuary mages the bards are always singing about in the cities." The phrase jolts him. "Sanctuary, mage," he repeats. The afterlife goddess's voice echoes in his head. Sanctuary magic, invincible fortresses, powered by romantic bonds. He had half convinced himself that was a fever dream, apparently not. Could be, he hedges, because he doesn't yet know how much of his deal is common knowledge here. "It reacts when I'm upset. Most things do," Mara says dryly, "but there's no malice. Well, if you can throw up a wall between my cart and a pack of hungry wolves, I don't care what fancy title the guild gives you. You'll eat well enough in Brackenford, internet or no." The idea of being useful on purpose, of earning his place not by disappearing smoothly into the background but by actively protecting people, sits oddly in his chest. Heavy and warm and terrifying. His staff flickers, its hum deepening, and for a moment, there's a faint sensation like a bubble expanding a few inches around him. The air thickening, softening. He startles, and the feeling pops. "What was that?" he blurts. Mara glances at him. "What was what? You didn't feel." He flails for words. "Like a line, a boundary." She squints around, then shrugs. "If you cast something, it was small. Don't worry. Plenty of time to practice before anything really wants to eat you." Comforting. Very. As the afternoon wears on and the sun tilts toward the western edge of the sky, painting the clouds in faint gold, the road dips into a shallow valley. Nestled there, surrounded by fields and bordered by a river, is Brackenford, a cluster of stone and timber buildings, smoke rising from chimneys, people moving along dirt streets, a low wall of stacked rocks and sharpened stakes circling the outer edge like a handmade shrug against the wild. A bell rings distantly, calling workers in, and the sound tugs at something in Elias's chest that remembers routine and structure. The closer they get, the more the staff vibrates, not in sharp, panicked jolts, but in a low, constant tremor, like background app notifications. Each glimpse of a stranger, each burst of laughter, each cluster of 3 or 4 people talking in front of a shop is a tiny buzz of his lifelong fear. They will notice you, they will judge you, you will say something weird and they will remember. Deep breaths, Mara advises as they pass through the open gate, nodding to the guards. Brackenford's not so bad once you've had a drink and a nap. And if anyone gives you trouble, tell them Mara owes you 3 loaves. That seems like a very specific threat, he mutters, but the joke steadies him. He manages not to flinch when a group of children runs past shrieking with delight, one of them pointing at his staff and yelling, "Mage! Mage!" as if he's a traveling circus. He does, however, flinch when a girl with a basket of flowers, ordinary, non-talking ones, as far as he can tell, offers him one and says, "For luck, sir," with eyes big and earnest. He mutters, "Thank you," and nearly trips over his own feet, which makes her giggle, which makes his ears heat, which makes the staff buzz, which makes her giggle more. This feedback loop of mortification is going to be a problem. By the time Mara deposits him in front of a squat, 2-story building with a faded sign reading "The Willow's Rest," his brain feels like someone took sandpaper to his social circuitry. He stands there, swaying slightly, while she claps him on the shoulder. "Go in," she orders. "Ask for a room and a meal. Tell them Mara sent you. After you've eaten and slept, find the guild hall, that big building with the sword and quill on the sign, and tell them you're a mage who needs registering. They'll poke you, fill in some forms, and point you at work that won't kill you too fast. And for the love of the gods, Don't let the innkeeper talk you into the adventurer special ale unless you want to forget your own name for a day. Right, Elias says faintly. The staff, picking up his dread, gives an encouraging little buzz that might be meant as support or might simply be trying to shake itself free and flee. Thank you, Mara. She waves a hand as if brushing off the thanks. It's on my way, and if you ever figure out how to summon food with a rectangle, you come find me first. With that, she trundles off, cart squeaking, leaving him standing alone in front of a door that represents, at this moment, more terror than any hypothetical wolf pack. A threshold into a room full of strangers, of conversations he might have to join, of expectations he might have to meet. He swallows, feels the staff's vibration climbing, and forces himself to breathe slowly, in and out, counting. He thinks of the meadow's flowers yelling, "You deserve love." After him, of the goddess's laughter, of the countless fictional protagonists he'd shouted at for chickening out at less. If I can't even walk into an inn, he tells the staff under his breath, I might as well have stayed face down in that field. The staff's hum steadies, the crystal pulsing once like a heartbeat, taking that as agreement, or at least as the absence of outright sabotage. He reaches for the door handle and steps inside, into the warm, noisy, undeniably alive heart of Ethelgard, where the lack of internet and takeout is, for the first time since he woke, not the only thing that defines his future. Trying to find shelter, Elias stumbles into a dense forest, hoping to hide from the judgment of the flora, but encounters a dire wolf. His sanctuary magic activates instinctively, erecting a small, glowing cottage around him, complete with a fireplace and tea set. The wolf scratches at the door, confused, while Elias cowers under a table, realizing his magic creates domestic comfort rather than offensive fireballs. It had all started with him running, which was not, historically, something he did often. In his old life, running had meant late for the bus or jogging for the microwave before it beeped, but now it was full body, full soul flight from the relentless commentary of a meadow full of sentient flowers that not only talked but had opinions, sharp ones, about his outfit, his emotional availability, and his romantic track record, or lack thereof. After the third, Daisy asked if he'd ever even held hands with someone. In a non-platonic context, something in him just snapped, and he had blurted a strangled, "I'm going to go over there now," pointed in the vaguest direction away from their petal-framed faces, and fled, cloak flapping, boots thudding through the lush grass, his staff buzzing every time a flower called after him. "We're rooting for you." Or, remember, communication is key. He barreled over a low rise without looking where he was going and found himself staring down the slope into what looked, at first glance, like relief. A wall of trees, tall and ancient, their trunks thick and gnarled, their crowns knotted together into a dense canopy that turned the space beneath them into a cool, shadowed, green-tinted world. After the relentless openness of the sky and the unblinking attention of the flowers, the forest seemed like a promise, of shade, of privacy, of not being asked why he was single by things with pollen, and so, with a breath that came out more like a gasp, he plunged in. The transition was immediate and disorienting. One moment he was in a sunlit field with a breeze full of birdsong and floral gossip, the next he was under a vaulted ceiling of leaves that filtered the light into scattered shafts and dappled patterns, the air turning cool and damp, rich with the smell of earth, moss, and something ancient and resinous. The ground under his boots changed too, from soft meadow to a springy layer of fallen needles, twigs, and leaf litter that crackled quietly with every step. The sounds of the outside world dimmed until all he could hear was his own breathing, the faint rustle of unseen small creatures escaping his approach, and the constant, jittery thrum of his staff, which seemed deeply offended by the sudden immersion in potential threats. "It's fine," he muttered to himself, which was empirically untrue but psychologically necessary. "Trees don't talk. Trees don't ask about your love life. Trees just stand there. Being wooden. That's manageable." He walked deeper, letting the trunks close behind him like a curtain. Shafts of light pierced the canopy in isolated beams, illuminating motes of dust and tiny drifting seeds, and every time one brushed his face he flinched, because he had not yet recalibrated his reactions from stray hair to floating magic pollen that might turn me into a frog. The further he went, the more the forest reminded him, dimly, of the parks he'd skirted in his old life, the ones he'd avoided on weekends because they were full of joggers and children and couples holding hands. Here, there were no people, no strollers, no dogs, no picnics, just the layered quiet of an old, living place that had never heard of traffic or email. It should have been calming, but his anxiety did not care about objective tranquility, it cared about unfamiliarity and lack of exits. After 10 minutes of walking, he realized he could no longer hear the flowers at all, which was both a relief and a fresh source of panic, because if he couldn't hear them, then they probably couldn't hear him scream, either. Great, he muttered. Classic horror setup. Introvert runs away from mildly embarrassing social situation, dies in Act 1 because he didn't tell anyone where he was going. A twig snapped somewhere off to his left, sudden and sharp in the hush. He froze, every muscle locking, breath catching in his throat, the staff in his hand going from a faint tremor to a high, tinny buzz like an overcaffeinated insect. Slowly, he turned his head, eyes straining to trace the sound through the trunks and undergrowth. Probably a squirrel, he whispered, though based on his extremely limited knowledge of fantasy worlds, it could just as easily be a squirrel, with 6 eyes and a taste for low-level adventurers. He took one careful step forward, then another, trying to angle himself back the way he thought he'd come, though all the trees now looked the same. Tall, looming, faintly judgmental in that way only ancient trees can be. When another sound slid under the first. Not the dry crackle of a small animal, but a low, rumbling growl that he felt more than heard, vibrating in his chest, enough to jolt a small, strangled yelp out of him before he could stop it. The growl lengthened, deepened, resolved into a sound that every horror movie, every documentary about predators, every survival game he'd ever watched had trained him to recognize at a cellular level. Something large, carnivorous, and profoundly unimpressed by his presence was very, very close. He turned his head slowly to the right and saw it. Massive shoulders sliding between 2 tree trunks as if the space were made for it, fur the color of storm clouds and ash, muscles bunching under its pelt with terrifying grace, claws the length of his fingers digging into the soil, and eyes. Gods! The eyes, pale, icy gold and fixed on him with the flat, assessing curiosity of an apex predator wondering how much effort its next meal would require. Its head was broader than his torso, its jaws a row of fangs that could, he had no doubt, snap his staff in half like kindling. Whatever wolf meant to him from nature documentaries, this was its nightmare cousin, twice the size and 10 times the menace. His brain, that great catalog of useless trivia and panic scripts, supplied the name unhelpfully, dire wolf. Oh, he said, a thin squeak of a syllable. Good. The dire wolf, capital letters fully warranted, lowered its head, lips peeling back from its teeth in a silent snarl, and took a step forward. Leaves crackled under its paws, and the staff in Elias's grip spasmed so violently he almost dropped it, the crystal at its tip flaring with frantic light. This, he thought distantly, was the moment in every fantasy story where the protagonist revealed their latent combat prowess, where they snapped into a battle stance they didn't know they knew, shouted an incantation, and unleashed a bolt of fire or ice or something appropriately cinematic. Unfortunately, Elias's experience with combat stances began and ended with trying not to trip over his own feet in crowded subway stations, and the only incantations he knew were cheat codes from video games. His heart hammered against his ribs, his mouth went dry, and every instinct screamed at him to run, which history and basic evolutionary biology both suggested would be an even worse idea than standing very, very still, because wolves, dire or otherwise, loved nothing more than prey that bolted. Okay, he told himself, voice wobbling. Okay, don't run, don't make eye contact, don't, oh gods, it's making eye contact. He swallowed, the sound obnoxiously loud in his own ears, and tried to think of anything, that might help. The goddess's voice floated up from memory, annoyingly calm. I'm giving you a unique power. Customized just for you. Sanctuary magic. Invincible fortresses. Safe spaces. Powered by your romantic connections. He had 0 romantic connections and an imminent connection with a set of teeth. If there was ever a time to cash in on the invincible part of that sales pitch, it was now. He had no idea how to activate the skill. There had been no tutorial, no handy tool tips hovering in the air. But his staff was vibrating like an overtaxed game controller, and if sanctuary magic was going to key off his emotional state, well, he was currently operating at, terrified enough to power an entire city. The dire wolf took another step, muzzle wrinkling, breath steaming faintly in the cool air. The scent hit him then, sharp and wild and musky, layered over the damp earth smell of the forest, and something in his hindbrain, something that remembered being small and prey-shaped, curled up and whimpered. Please, he whispered, to the goddess, to the staff, to the universe at large. I don't want to die again. I don't want to. The wolf lunged, a blur of gray and white and teeth, and something in Elias snapped. Not courage, exactly, more like the last filament of his composure breaking under strain. His fear surged, raw and total, and his grip on the staff tightened as he threw his free arm up instinctively as if he could shield himself from several 100 pounds of predator with his sleeve. Reality hiccuped. For a fraction of a heartbeat, the world was only light and sound. The glittering blue-white flare from the crystal at the tip of his staff, the whoomp of displaced air, the sudden, complete absence of teeth in his immediate vicinity. Pressure rushed outward from his chest, not like an explosion but like a bubble inflating at terrifying speed, and he felt something inside him stretch, then click into place with the oddly specific satisfaction of a puzzle piece finally snapping into its correct spot. Then it was over. He was no longer in a forest. At least, not directly. He was standing in the middle of a room that should not exist, breathing hard, staff held in front of him like a talisman, eyes wide as they swept over his surroundings, and his brain tried, desperately, to file them under anything but active delusion. It was, unmistakably, a cottage. Small, yes, maybe 3 paces across in each direction, but fully formed, its walls a soft, glowing cream color that seemed to be made of light and plaster in equal measure, the edges lined with simple wooden beams. A thick rug lay under his boots, woven in muted blues and greens in a pattern that tickled his memory, like something he'd once seen in a catalog and decided was too expensive. To his left, a stone fireplace crouched in the wall, complete with a mantel and a small fire crackling cheerfully away, orange flames licking at logs that did not appear to be burning down at all, radiating warmth that sank into his skin without throwing off any smoke. To his right, there was a low table, sturdy, oak, its surface polished to a soft sheen. Beside 2 padded chairs that might have been borrowed directly from a cozy reading nook in some aspirational lifestyle blog. On the table sat a tea set. A plump porcelain teapot painted with tiny blue flowers, 2 matching cups and saucers, a sugar bowl, a little jug of cream. Steam curled lazily from the spout of the pot, carrying the faint, comforting aroma of black tea with a hint of bergamot. There were shelves built into the walls, currently empty but begging for books. A small window, its panes glowing faintly where the outside light pressed against them, looked out onto a hazy impression of trees as if someone had painted the forest in watercolor and hung it as a backdrop. The air inside was warm and smelled faintly of lemon and something like old paper and clean linen, his favorite smells, he realized, from his old apartment. The room thrummed with a quiet, underlying hum that matched his heartbeat rather than his panic. Compared to the prison of anxiety in his chest, it was a physical manifestation of exhale. A status window blinked, semi-transparent, at the edge of his vision. Sanctuary Magic LV. 1 Form. Cottage. Radius. 3 meters. Durability. 100/100ths. Entry/exit. Controlled by user. Comfort Aura I. Mild mental and physical relaxation for occupants. Romantic bonds active. 0. He barely had time to register the last line and feel personally attacked by the 0 before a deep, resonant thud shook the walls. Wood that was not wood, plaster that was not plaster, shivered but did not crack. A second thud followed, then a third, accompanied by a low, frustrated growl that vibrated up through the floorboards. Elias's breath hitched, and he spun toward the door he hadn't noticed until now. A simple wooden slab with black iron hinges and a round handle, set opposite the fireplace like the front door of every cozy cottage illustration he'd ever seen. It rattled under another impact, but held. "What the?" he started, and then the obvious answer slammed a paw the size of a dinner plate against the threshold from the outside, claws scraping futilely over the glowing edge where the walls met the floor. The dire wolf, very much still present and equally very much not inside the cottage, was snarling at the barrier, its massive head looming near the ground-level window, golden eyes narrowed in confusion and irritation. Its breath fogged the pane, leaving little bursts of condensation that vanished almost immediately, unable to cling to whatever spectral material his sanctuary was made of. It paced along the outside of his conjured walls, shoulder brushing invisible corners, tail lashing, occasionally darting forward to snap at the non-existent seam between cottage and earth, then pulling back with a shake of its head when its teeth met only unyielding resistance. "Oh my God," Elias whispered, legs suddenly shaky. It worked. Another part of his brain, the one that had always sprung into acerbic commentary as soon as immediate danger passed, added, "Yes, but of course your magic manifests as a tiny house with tea service." He took a few steps backward automatically until his calves bumped the edge of one of the chairs, his knees folded without consulting him, dumping him into the cushion, and the staff slipped from his fingers to rest against the side of the seat, its crystal dimming to a gentle, satisfied glow. Outside, the dire wolf scratched at the door again, a sound like someone dragging a rake across the deck, then huffed in clear frustration. Inside, Elias slid gracelessly off the chair and onto the floor, heart still racing, and on some ancient instinct that associated table with place to hide when the world is too much, he wriggled under the low table, curling his knees to his chest and wrapping his arms around them, the polished underside of the wood inches from his nose. From this vantage point, the room felt even smaller, and strangely more comforting. The table's presence above him was a shield as much psychological as physical, the way his old habit of sitting under his desk during thunderstorms had been less about actual protection and more about feeling enclosed. The wolf's claws scraped 3 more times against the door, each strike making the cottage reverberate like a bell struck softly. The status windows, durability, 100/100s, didn't flicker, which he tried very hard to take as proof that he was safe and not as a glitch waiting to plummet to 0. He squeezed his eyes shut and focused on breathing, on the warmth from the fireplace on his back, on the faint rattle of porcelain somewhere above him as the vibrations jostled the tea set. Somewhere between panicked inhales, half-hysterical laughter bubbled up, because this was just so painfully on brand for his life, or afterlife, or whatever this counted as. Everyone else in reincarnation stories got elemental blasts, swords of light, dragon companions, at minimum a cool cape that fluttered dramatically in the wind, and he had been handed a magic that, when called upon in mortal danger, responded by building him a cottage, complete with a functional tea service, and what he realized, with mounting disbelief, was the faint smell of freshly baked scones. "Of course," he muttered into his knees, voice a little too high. "Of course my magic is domestic. Not even dramatic domestic. It's like paranoia, but make it Huga." Outside, the dire wolf gave a wounded-sounding whine that might have meant, "I don't understand this," or, "Come out and let me eat you," or possibly both. Its claws scrabbled once more at the invisible seam where door met frame, then fell still. Through the table legs, he could see a sliver of the window on the opposite wall, the blur of gray fur passing and repassing like a shark circling a shipwreck. Tentatively, he extended one arm, grabbed the edge of the table, and dragged himself just far enough to the side to peer through the chair legs at the door. The iron handle trembled slightly with each exhalation of the beast outside, but did not turn. Entry-exit. Controlled by user, the status window had said. That at least was comforting. No accidental wolf house guests, but it also meant that if he panicked and somehow dismissed the sanctuary, all that hungry confusion would be immediately, catastrophically inside. He stayed where he was, heart pounding, and tried to think past the immediate cycle of oh no, oh no, oh no. The cottage around him was not generic. The more he looked, the more details he recognized, not from any one place he'd lived but from the collage of safe spaces he'd imagined over the years. Little things he'd wanted but never bought, or bought and then been too anxious to really enjoy. The exact shade of the rug that wouldn't show stains but still looked soft. The curve of the chairs that fit his shoulders, the placement of the fireplace so that warmth could reach the reading nook without the smoke ever hitting his eyes. Even the tea set looked suspiciously like one he'd once hovered over in an online shopping cart for a full hour before talking himself out of it. Sanctuary magic, he realized, wasn't just throwing up walls. It was pulling the shape of safe out of his chest and making it real. Unfortunately, safe for him meant comfy house, rather than spiked fortress with murder holes, and definitely not arsenal of offensive spells. He dragged in another breath and, against his will, remembered the goddess's amused face as she'd said, "Your sanctuary will literally depend on it. Every genuine romantic bond you form, every time you open up, every time you let someone see you, your magic will grow." He glanced at the status window again, half expecting it to have updated out of pity, but romantic bonds. Zero stared back at him mercilessly. Still single, still useless in a fight, he muttered, ignoring the fact that he was currently not digested specifically because he had ducked into magical domesticity. Thanks, Cosmic UI. The cottage hummed around him, a soft, steady vibration like the purr of a cat the size of a house. The comfort aura was doing its job whether he wanted it or not, sanding the sharpest edges off his terror until he could at least keep his teeth from chattering. His breathing slowed from panicked gasps to something closer to normal, his muscles unknotted one by one. His thoughts, no longer pinballing quite so violently, began to arrange themselves into something like a plan, or at least several sequenced worries. First, how long did this thing last? The status display didn't list a timer, only durability and some vague sense of structural integrity. Maybe it would persist as long as he wanted, or as long as he had mana, or as long as he stayed inside. Second, was the dire wolf going to get bored and leave, or was it content to sit outside the door like a very large, very patient cat at a mouse hole? Third, if he was stuck in here for a while, could he at least take advantage of the amenities? Almost on cue, there was a cheerful little chime from somewhere above his head, and another notification popped up. Tea ready. User calming factor, +10%. He stared at it, then let his forehead thunk gently against his knees. "I'm being gamified into self-care," he said to the underside of the table. In a death forest, but his hands, traitors that they were, uncurled from around his legs and reached for the edge of the table. He edged out from under it carefully, half expecting the laws of narrative to decree that emerging from his hiding spot would summon the wolf inside somehow. But the door stayed shut, the window stayed hazy and impermeable, and the only immediate result was that he could stretch his cramped knees and sit on one of the padded chairs like a sort of adult instead of a child hiding from thunder. He reached for the teapot with fingers that trembled only slightly. It was warm but not scalding, perfectly balanced in his grip, and when he tilted it over a cup, the stream of amber liquid poured smooth and steady, filling the porcelain halfway before he remembered to set it upright. The smell rose up, rich and familiar, and something inside his chest eased another notch. He added sugar without thinking, 2 spoonfuls, then a splash of cream, stirring until the tea turned the exact right shade of brown. He took a sip, and warmth spread through him from his tongue downward, more than just heat, something like a gentle hand on the back of his neck, a wordless "you're okay" for the moment. Another +5% calming factor notification flickered at the edge of his vision and vanished. "You know," he said aloud, more to the room than to himself, "if anyone had told me my survival in a hostile fantasy forest would depend on my ability to make tea, I would have, actually, no, that tracks." The dire wolf scratched at the door again, less insistently this time, as if testing rather than attacking. The durability counter dipped briefly to 99/100ths, then ticked back to full as the comfort aura pulsed in sympathy with his heartbeat. He sipped his tea and watched the faint blur of movement through the window, feeling like a character in one of those cozy mysteries where the protagonist solved crimes between baking sessions. Except the crime here was, why did the goddess think this was funny, and he was both detective and punchline. Eventually, the scratching stopped, after a long, tense interval in which he heard only his own breathing and the soft crackle of the perpetual fire. A distant howl rolled through the forest, answered by another, fainter one. The shadow at the window moved away, shoulders rippling under its fur, and then was gone, melting back into the trees with the soundless grace of something born to that terrain. Elias waited another 10 minutes, because if there was one thing anxiety taught you, it was how to doubt good news. When nothing else slammed into the cottage, he set his empty cup down carefully, stood on still shaky legs, and approached the door. Entry-exit. Controlled by user, he murmured, fingers hovering over the handle. Right, user in this case being me. Cool, terrifying. He took a breath, then another, then thought very hard about the door opening without the entire sanctuary collapsing, about the barrier remaining between him and everything toothy until he chose otherwise. The handle warmed under his palm, then turned smoothly, swinging inward to reveal a thin, shimmering membrane of light still hanging in the doorway like a soap bubble, with the forest visible beyond in crisp detail for the first time since the cottage had sprung up. There was no dire wolf in immediate sight, no gray bulk lurking between the trunks, no gleam of golden eyes, but the memory of it was enough to make his stomach lurch. Still, he couldn't stay in the cottage indefinitely, not if his magic required mana or attention or whatever invisible resource it was quietly sipping at. He extended his staff, still glowing faintly, still in tune with him, and poked the membrane. It rippled and pushed back like rubber, resisting the movement while transmitting none of the outside air's cool dampness. Okay, he said, that's good. Force field at the threshold, very sci-fi. Thanks, domestic wizardry. He closed the door again, the barrier dimming from view, and backed up until his calves hit the rug's edge. So, I have a panicked cottage, he summed up, because framing things as features rather than bugs was an old coping mechanism. No fireballs, no lightning bolts, just the ability to generate a tiny safe house with tea whenever I feel threatened. As he said it, his mind unhelpfully supplied a dozen scenarios where that might be useful. Offering shelter to a group during a storm, giving injured people a place to rest, letting exhausted adventurers sleep without keeping watch, creating, quite literally, a refuge. It wasn't glamorous, but it was not nothing. He pictured, for a wild, flickering instant, other people in here with him, someone sitting in the other chair, hands wrapped around a cup, talking to him not because they were trapped together by circumstance but because they wanted to be. Someone whose presence would feed the sanctuary rather than just hide inside it. The idea made his chest ache, a physical sensation of yearning he'd mostly managed to keep at the level of late-night book binges until now. Romantic bonds, he said quietly, glancing at the status line again. Right, of course that's the upgrade path. Build bigger cottages by not being emotionally constipated. The cottage, unsurprisingly, had no opinion on that. It only hummed, warm and steady, a reflection of the safest place he'd ever let himself imagine. After a while, when his tea was gone and his heartbeat had settled and he'd talked himself through the immediate wave of self-deprecation, he took another pass at the door, this time imagining not just opening it but letting the entire structure gently dissolve, folding back into whatever pocket of magic it had come from. Ready to be called again, he gripped the handle, focused on that feeling of unbuilding, and turned. The door opened onto the forest proper this time. Damp air rushed in, carrying the scents of soil and moss and distant rain. The membrane of light that had filled the frame shivered, then withdrew into the edges of the doorway before wicking away entirely, like dew evaporating. As he stepped over the threshold, the cottage walls began to blur at the corners of his vision, their glow fading, their solidity going slightly transparent. By the time both his boots were on the forest floor again, there was nothing behind him but a faintly darker rectangle of ground where the rug had been and the lingering smell of lemon and tea. The status window winked. Sanctuary dismissed. Durability. Full. Cooldown. None. He turned in a slow circle, staff in hand, scanning the trees for any sign of gray fur. Nothing moved except a handful of leaves spiraling down from a branch overhead. Birds, which had gone utterly silent when the dire wolf appeared, had resumed their tentative chirping somewhere higher up. His knees felt like they were made of custard, his palms were still damp, and his heart had not fully accepted the idea that he was not about to be eaten. But he was alive, he was intact, and he now knew two crucial things about his magic. 1. It was very, very good at keeping him from being turned into wolf chow, and 2. It was less, battle mage, and more, walking bed and breakfast. I can work with that, he told the trees, because if he didn't stake some kind of claim over his own narrative, the universe clearly would. I'll just attract people with scones instead of lightning. His stomach, which had been too clenched with fear to contribute earlier, chose that moment to growl loudly at the mention of scones, reminding him that conjured tea did not, apparently, come with conjured pastries by default. Maybe that would be a level 2 perk. With one last, cautious look around, he picked a direction that felt vaguely like, away from where the dire wolf had vanished, and started walking, staff in hand, sanctuary magic a quiet, solid weight at the back of his mind now instead of an abstract promise. The forest still loomed, dark and unfamiliar, but the knowledge that, if it all became too much, he could wrap himself in 4 glowing walls and a fireplace like a blanket made the shadows a little less deep. The goddess, wherever she was probably still laughing at him, but as he picked his way over roots and under low branches, Elias couldn't quite keep a small, incredulous smile from tugging at his mouth, because for the first time since waking in this too bright world, he had proof that the part of him that had always craved quiet, cozy safety wasn't a weakness to be smothered, it was, quite literally, his greatest strength. Elias had never in his life felt more seen and more ridiculous at the same time than he did huddled under a glowing wooden table in a conjured living room while a dire wolf the size of a compact car paced just beyond the walls. The cottage around him, his panicked brain kept insisting on calling it the panicked cottage, was still impossibly cozy, all soft light and crackling fireplace and freshly brewed tea, but now that the immediate shock of not being devoured had ebbed, a new layer of awareness slid into place like a system notification he'd been too hysterical to read at first. A translucent window flickered insistently at the edge of his vision, and, because there was only so long even terror could keep a man from reading text on a screen, he squinted at it from his vantage point under the table, cheek pressed to the rug. Sanctuary Magic LV. 1. Form. Cottage. Mana Drain. 15 sec. Occupancy. 1. Modifier. Minus 90% drain per additional occupant, max reduction reached at 2. Warning. Prolonged solitary use may result in catastrophic sanctuary collapse. Catastrophic collapse, he repeated faintly, as if saying it out loud might make the words rearrange themselves into something less awful, like, mild inconvenience, or, occasional draft. Underneath, the numbers ticked down with awful clarity. Mana. 62 100ths, 61, 60, each second a tiny, merciless subtraction. He hadn't noticed the drain in the first adrenaline-drenched moments, too busy hyperventilating under the table and listening to claws rake the door. But now, with his heart rate gradually sliding from about to rocket out of his throat to merely sprinting, he could feel it. A diffuse coldness creeping in from his extremities, a heaviness settling behind his eyes, the kind of bone-deep fatigue he associated with all-nighters and social events that ran long past his internal shutdown time. "You have got to be kidding me," he whispered to no one in particular, because the goddess certainly wasn't here to explain her patch notes. As if in response to his disbelief, another line of text popped up like a smug footnote. Note: sanctuaries are designed to foster connection. Solo usage is discouraged. "Oh, of course," he said, voice climbing into a thin register that made the table vibrate slightly above his head. "Of course the safe house drains me like a phone with a million background apps if I use it alone. Why would my magic let me hide from the world without consequences? That would be too easy. That would be kind. He could almost hear the goddess's laughter echoing in the back of his mind, the way she'd smiled when she said his power would grow with his romantic connections. She hadn't mentioned a built-in, no hermits allowed, feature, but in retrospect, it was precisely the sort of fine print he should have expected. The cottage, however, has a catch. It drains his mana rapidly unless he invites someone inside to share the space. As the walls begin to flicker and fade, Elias realizes he is going to die again, this time by being eaten in a magical living room. He screams for help, his voice cracking, alerting a patrol nearby. The realization hit in layers, like poorly timed jump scares. First the abstract knowledge that mana was dropping, then the physical sensation of weariness sweeping through him in waves, his muscles going from trembling to jelly to lead. Then, worst of all, the visible changes in the room itself. As his mana dipped below 50, the edges of the walls wavered, their soft cream glow dimming to a patchy, translucent sheen. The fire in the hearth, which had burned so cheerfully and impossibly without fuel, guttered, shrinking from a robust blaze to a timid flicker that cast nervous shadows. The rug's colors washed out slightly, as if someone had taken the saturation slider on reality and nudged it left. Even the tea set rattled faintly as a subtle tremor ran through the floor, porcelain clinking together in a delicate little percussion of impending doom. Outside, as if sensing weakness, the dire wolf rumbled a low growl and renewed its assault on the unseen barrier, claws scrabbling with fresh vigor. Each impact made the doorframe shudder, and this time, the durability counter in his status window actually ticked down. 100 100ths, 99, 98, then slowly back up as the sanctuary's base resilience reasserted itself. But now that he knew collapse was even an option, those tiny dips might as well have been cracks in a dam. A hysterical part of his mind noted that it would be very on brand for his life to end not in a blaze of glory or a tragic sacrifice but by being eaten on a metaphysical couch while a pot of perfectly brewed tea cooled unappreciated on the table. This is not how people die in fantasy novels, he told the underside of said table, because if he didn't keep talking, he was uncomfortably sure he'd start screaming and never stop. They die on battlefields and in dragons' lairs and occasionally of stupid curses, not in IKEA hell. The mana counter slid. 45 100ths. 44. 43. The drain wasn't linear, either. A new warning flashed. High stress level detected. Mana consumption increased by 20%. Oh good, he said, already half horizontal on the floor. Anxiety surcharge. He tried to calm himself, to breathe the way all those mindfulness apps had instructed back when he still had access to a smartphone. In through the nose for 4 counts, hold for 4, out through the mouth for 6. His chest, however, had other plans, fluttering in short, shallow bursts that felt more like hyperventilation than meditation. Every time the wolf slammed a paw into the door and the walls flickered, his body insisted, loudly and convincingly, that they were about to be chewing on him like a squeaky toy. The system, unhelpfully, updated again. Mana, 35 100ths. Estimated sanctuary stability at current rate, 2 minutes, 10 seconds. He had, at most, the length of a song to figure out how not to die. His brain, which loved worst-case scenarios and had been quietly training for them his entire life, immediately compiled one. Cottage collapses, walls evaporate, dire wolf bursts through, finds him under the table like a gift-wrapped snack, end credits roll with a jaunty tune and a caption reading, "He died as he lived," avoiding eye contact. He squeezed his eyes shut. No, he whispered fiercely to no one but himself and possibly the goddess if she was watching, and he had a horrible feeling she was munching on celestial popcorn somewhere. No, I am not going out like this. I refuse. I didn't sit through 5 mandatory HR seminars on workplace safety to die because my emotional support house ran out of battery. He clawed his way up far enough that his chin cleared the table edge, glaring at the mocking text. Minus 90% drain per additional occupant. Occupant, singular. He didn't need a crowd. He needed one other living being inside with him to turn his sanctuary from mana leech into sustainable shelter. Great. He rasped. Fantastic. I get a magical introvert co-op and no one to split the rent. His gaze flicked involuntarily toward the door, where the dire wolf's shadow loomed, its claws leaving faint, glowing streaks where they hit the invisible barrier. Technically, the wolf was someone. Technically, if he invited it in, the occupancy requirement would be fulfilled. His imagination, always way too eager to provide unhelpful imagery, immediately supplied a mental picture of the dire wolf stepping inside delicately, sniffing the rug, circling 3 times, and then curling up in front of the fire while he, Elias, sat rigid in one of the armchairs, trying not to think about being an all-you-can-eat buffet. Absolutely not, he told the door, horrified by the part of his brain that had even floated the idea. That is not the kind of roommate situation I am looking for. The cottage disagreed with his priorities. Its walls dimmed another shade, edges fraying like worn fabric. The fire sputtered and went out entirely for a second before surging back to a sulky ember. The comfort aura, which had been doing brave, underpaid work trying to keep his panic from completely hijacking his system, thinned to a whisper. He could feel his mana now as a physical depletion, like blood rushing out of a cut he couldn't see. He tried, experimentally, to will the sanctuary to shrink, to compress its radius so there would be less surface to maintain, but if anything happened, it was too subtle for him to catch, and the drain rate didn't budge. Of course not, he muttered. Of course it's all or nothing. You either commit to the aesthetic or you die. A fresh impact made the table jump, bumping his shoulder. The durability counter dipped to 95 before crawling back, mechanics straining. The mana. 25 100ths. 24. 23. At this rate, the 2-minute estimate had been optimistic. He thought of dropping the sanctuary voluntarily, of dispelling it in a controlled way and trying to run while the wolf was still momentarily confused. The idea lasted exactly as long as it took for him to picture himself stumbling over a root, the wolf's jaws closing around his ankle, and the rest of him following with unfortunate inevitability. He was not fast, he was not coordinated, and the staff in his white-knuckled grip was not, despite the fantasy genre's best efforts, going to suddenly turn into a laser sword. No, his only real advantage here was the house, and the house would only keep existing if he stopped treating it like a solo bunker and more like, well, like the name suggested. A sanctuary, for more than one. Okay, he said, because if he didn't keep narrating, his thoughts would turn into raw, incoherent static. Okay, think. Who, exactly, am I supposed to invite in? I don't know anyone here. There are no random hikers. No mailmen. Just me and Big Bad outside. His voice quavered on the last syllable. He coughed to cover it, which did not help. He sounded like a squeaky toy whose squeaker was malfunctioning. You could scream, a treacherous part of him suggested. His whole body recoiled at the thought. Screaming for help was, in his internal hierarchy of horrors, somewhere between, start a conversation with a stranger in a quiet elevator, and answer a phone call without caller ID. Screaming meant admitting he was in trouble. Screaming meant drawing attention. Screaming meant that somebody might actually come, and then he'd have to explain why he was hiding under a table in a magically manifested living room. The mana counter dropped to 18. The walls flickered, not just at the edges now but across their entire surface, momentarily revealing the dark, dense forest beyond, like someone had switched his screen to windowed mode. In those flickers, he saw the dire wolf more clearly. The rippling muscle, the slavering jaws, the way its ears pricked at every creak of the cottage, attuned to the possibility of prey. If the barrier fell and he was still under this table, he wouldn't have time to be embarrassed, he'd barely have time to scream at all. Right, he told himself, tasting bile. New scale of horror. Eaten alive beats social interaction. Congratulations, we've found your line. It did not feel like a victory. But it did give him just enough courage, or desperation, which functioned similarly, to suck in the deepest breath his constricted lungs would allow. Help, he shouted, the word blasting out of him like it was being evicted. Help, someone. His voice cracked on the second syllable, climbing into a humiliating, adolescent squeak, then tumbling down into a rasp as his throat seized. He coughed, eyes watering, then tried again, louder, because if he was going to shred his dignity, he might as well commit. Help! The sound bounced around the small room, hit the walls, and warped weirdly, some of it bleeding through the barrier. Outside, the dire wolf jerked, startled, then threw its head back and howled in answer, a long, eerie sound that made the hair on his arms stand up. For a wild second, Elias imagined that was the only response he was going to get, his own mangled screech harmonizing with a monster's hunting cry. But somewhere beyond the trees, faint and almost swallowed by distance, another sound laced through the echoes, a human shout, sharp and questioning. "You hear that?" A voice called, edges clipped. Sounded like a spell backfiring. Another chimed in, lighter, almost amused. "Or a kid getting eaten," a third grunted. "Either way, we should look." The words filtered through leaves and bark, muffled but unmistakable. Elias's stomach did a complicated flip-flop that felt half like hope and half like nausea. There were people out there. People who had heard him. People coming closer, if the growing jingle of metal and the rustle of boots on undergrowth were any indication. Which meant salvation was on its way, yes, but also that in however many seconds, strangers were going to lay eyes on his ridiculous glowing cottage and, by extension, him in all his under-the-table, shaking, tea-scented glory. The mana counter ticked to 12. The walls, perhaps inspired by the countdown, chose that moment to wobble violently, their glow dimming and brightening like a dying fluorescent bulb. The fireplace coughed a small puff of ash that didn't quite exist, then went out completely, plunging the little room into dim, ambient twilight sourced only from the thinning walls. Comfort aura. Disrupted, the system informed him apologetically, as if his HUD were a customer service representative explaining that his relief package had been delayed. "You and me both," he croaked back. Outside, the dire wolf had gone from confused to agitated. It circled the cottage in tight, stalking arcs, occasionally lunging at what it now seemed to perceive as a weakening barrier, teeth snapping inches from the non-wood. Each impact knocked another point off durability, which recovered more sluggishly every time. The beast's hackles were up, its lips pulled back in a snarl that left no room for misinterpretation. Whatever this strange glowing thing was, it was food adjacent, and it intended to be there when the shell finally cracked. Over the wolf's snarls, nearer now, came the unmistakable sounds of a group moving quickly, the chink of armor plates, the soft clatter of weapons against belts, the crunch of feet on fallen branches, voices, clearer, careful, something big's moving up ahead. "I see it. Dire wolf, maybe two. What in the gods' names is that light? Looks like a house. Houses don't appear in the middle of the verdant hollow, Arlen." "Well, this one does. Mana. 8/100ths. 7, 6. Elias's limbs felt like wet sand. Even clutching the staff was an effort now, its wood suddenly heavy, the crystal at its tip pulsing feebly with his heartbeat. Sweat prickled cold along his spine. The knowledge that help was near ward, absurdly, with a fresh wave of anxiety. What if they were bandits? What if they hated mages? What if they took one look at his cottage and decided it was some kind of weird trap and attacked him instead? He was about 40% convinced that if the goddess had written social anxiety mode on into his skill description, no one would have blinked. The walls flickered again, longer this time. For a full, terrifying heartbeat, his living room vanished entirely, replaced by raw, unfiltered forest. Trunks, roots, moss, and a dire wolf mid-lunge, its bulk soaring toward where he lay. Then, with a shudder that shook the floor under his ribs, the cottage snapped back, catching the wolf's snout half through a wall and bouncing it off with a yelp. Durability plunged to 41/100ths before clawing its way to 50 and stabilizing. Mana. 3/100ths. Okay, he wheezed. That's close enough to zero to count as zero. Any time now would be great. He wasn't sure who he was addressing. Patrol, goddess, universe, but a moment later, a new sound cut through the wolf's furious snarling. The vibrating hum of a bowstring, a sharp twang, and then a meaty thunk as something struck fur and flesh. The dire wolf yelped, a ragged, wounded noise, and whirled, snapping at its own haunch where an arrow jutted from the muscle. "Over here," a voice shouted, much closer now. "Sanctuary Mage, hold on." The phrase, "Sanctuary Mage," pinged in his brain with weird recognition. Of course such people existed here as more than punchline, but hearing it aimed at him made his skin crawl and flush at the same time. "I am trying," he wanted to yell back. What came out was a croaked, "In here." That probably sounded like the dying breath of a possum. The wolf lunged again, this time toward the source of the arrows, and there was a clash of steel on teeth, an explosion of snarls and curses and shouted commands. The cottage shook as something large slammed into its side, and the durability counter dropped to 30, then 28, then 26 before painfully inching upward. His mana hit 1/100th, the number pulsing an angry red. A new, dire alert flashed across his vision, mana depleted. Sanctuary on the brink of collapse. Occupancy boost required. "I know," he snapped, hysteria giving his voice a shrill edge. If he'd had the energy, he would have gestured rudely at the HUD. As it was, he could barely lift his head. His only hope now, the only lever left to pull, was the catch that had started this downward spiral, occupancy. Someone had to cross the threshold. Someone had to come in. "Sanctuary Mage," another voice shouted, female this time, clear and commanding over the chaos. "Drop your outer barrier. We can't breach it unless you let us through." The part of him that had grown up with every door double-locked and every chain latched on instinct whimpered at the idea of voluntarily lowering any kind of barrier with a dire wolf still technically in the area. But his mana bar was a single, blinking sliver away from zero, and the cottage walls were already beginning to fray like a cheap sweater. If he didn't act, they were going to dissolve whether he consented or not. "Okay," he rasped. Okay. Door only, not whole thing, just door." He summoned what little focus he had left and pictured the front door as he'd seen it when he'd first arrived. Solid wood, iron hinges, a round handle. Then he imagined a tiny aperture in the barrier there, a peephole in the bubble, just big enough for a human to slip through but too small for a wolf's bulk. He reached for the handle, his hand closing around it with the sluggishness of a limb that had fallen asleep, and twisted. The wood swung inward on silent hinges, revealing the thin, shimmering film of light that had been his last line of defense. Beyond it, in a blur of dark greens and grays, he saw movement, armor, a flash of blonde hair, the arc of a sword. The wolf's back, fur matted with blood, as it snapped at a shield, an arrow in flight. "Open," he whispered, not sure if he was talking to the barrier or to himself. "Please, open, just a little." The membrane trembled, resisting. Then, as if in answer to some unspoken protocol, it peeled back along the edges, leaving an oval gap about the size of a person's torso. "Now," the commanding voice snapped from outside, and something tall and solid and very, very real ducked and slid through the opening in one smooth motion. The instant the newcomer's boot crossed the threshold, Elias felt it. A rush, like someone had yanked a plug and reversed the flow. The mana drain that had been sucking him dry stuttered, then leveled. A fresh notification pinged. Occupancy detected. 2. Mana drain reduced to 1 sec. Regeneration factor activated. Sanctuary durability stabilized at 32/100 sand. For the first time since it had started to plummet, inched upward without immediately dropping again. The walls stopped flickering. The fire in the hearth flared back to life with a whoosh. The rug regained a bit of its color. The comfort aura, which had been huddled in a corner whimpering, surged outward like an overworked but determined hostess welcoming a VIP guest. Elias, still half curled on the floor under the table, blinked up at the silhouette framed in the doorway. A figure in light leather armor, dusted with dirt and splattered with something darker. A sword at their hip, a bow slung over one shoulder, hair pulled back in a rough knot. Eyes, sharp, gray, wary, taking in the room in a single sweep before dropping to him. "Gods," the newcomer said, voice low and incredulous. "You really did build a living room. Dining living multi-use space. Elias heard himself say, because apparently even at the brink of collapse, his brain would prioritize pedantic clarifications. His voice wobbled, then tried to break entirely, like a bike chain slipping off its gears. Open concept. The person snorted, which did something very odd to his chest, a little eruption of warmth that had nothing to do with the fireplace. Can you stand? They asked, already crossing to him, boots thumping on the floor in a way that felt more anchoring than alarming now that the house wasn't disintegrating. We've got one very confused, very angry wolf outside, and I'd prefer my first impression on a sanctuary mage not involve dragging you out by your ankles. Up close, Elias could see more details. The nicks in the leather where claws or branches had scraped it, a faint dusting of freckles across the bridge of their nose, the tightness at the corners of their mouth that spoke of adrenaline and focus. A name floated up from the patrol's shouted exchange outside. Arlen, to the door. Someone had yelled. Maybe that was this person. He tried to push himself upright, arms trembling. The mana window showed a trickle of blue creeping back into the empty bar, slow but steady, helped along by the new occupancy bonus, +3 mana sec shared sanctuary. I can, he began, his legs, ever the loyal servants, choosing that exact moment to fold like bad card stock. He would have face planted into the rug if Arlen hadn't moved with disconcerting speed, catching him under the arms and hauling him to his feet with a grunt. Whoa there, they said. Easy. You just burned through almost everything holding this up. Give it a minute. Minutes are historically not my friend, Elias muttered, but he let them steer him toward one of the chairs, collapsing into it with something between a sigh and a groan. His staff, which he'd somehow managed to keep in a death grip this entire time, thunked against the armrest, its crystal flaring brightly now that the sanctuary's crisis had passed. Outside, the sounds of battle continued. Snarls, shouts, the dull thud of bodies hitting earth. A second voice, probably the commanding woman he'd heard, yelled, "It's limping. Keep it off the house." The word, house, sounded absurd and perfect and slightly insulting, as if they couldn't decide whether to treat his magic as fortification or furniture. Arlen cast one quick glance back at the open doorway, lips thinning. Stay put, they told Elias, which was, under the circumstances, like telling water to stay wet. I'm going to close the gap. No sense tempting fate. They strode back to the threshold, braced themselves, and, with one hand on the doorframe, shouted, "Captain, I'm inside." Sanctuary's stable. Push it away. Copy. Came the answer. Drive it east. Arlen nodded to no one in particular, then placed their palm against the still shimmering edge of the opening and, with a grunt of effort, coaxed it shut. The membrane flowed closed like liquid glass, sealing with a faint chiming sound before the door itself swung back into place. The instant the last crack of external light vanished, the cottage seemed to sigh, its glow deepening, its foundations setting more firmly. The mana drain readout settled into a comfortable 0 sec, while regeneration ticked up another notch. Apparently, the system liked it when sanctuaries were used as intended. Elias, slumped in the chair like a discarded coat, watched this with wide eyes, his brain struggling to reconcile the concept of almost died with saved by inviting a stranger into my anxiety bunker. You're a sanctuary mage, Arlen said again, not quite a question this time, as they turned back to him, one eyebrow arching, and apparently a new one, if you let it chew through your mana like that. I only found out about the mana chewing, like, 2 minutes ago, Elias protested weakly. There was a wolf, and a lot of panicking. And fine print. There's always fine print, Arlen agreed, with the weariness of someone who had signed too many contracts with adventurers, guilds. They leaned against the wall near the door, listening to the muffled sounds of the fight outside, body tense but contained. Then, after a beat, they added, "For what it's worth, your timing wasn't bad. You held long enough for us to get here. Most unpartnered sanctuary casters we've heard about don't realize what's happening until their fort pops like a bubble." Elias flinched at the mental image. Unpartnered, he echoed. Is that the official term for emotionally stunted and alone? Arlen huffed a short laugh. In guild reports, yeah. Unpartnered unit displayed insufficient social integration for optimal sanctuary performance. That kind of thing. Of course, Elias said, because why should his old HR department be the only one that weaponized jargon? So you all know about the occupancy thing. Most people who work with sanctuaries do, Arlen said, shrugging. It's why big cities pay through the nose to keep sanctuary mages on retainer and why those mages almost always come with built-in households. The more people they're tethered to, the less the magic penalizes them for long-term use. Out here, though, they gestured vaguely at the forest beyond the unseen wall. It's a rare talent. We didn't expect to find a solo caster this far from a hub, let alone one building. They glanced around the room again, eyes lingering briefly on the tea set, the reading chairs, the rug. This. Elias followed their gaze, seeing the cottage anew through another person's eyes. The domesticity of it, the sheer non-martial softness, no weapon racks, no arrow slits, no murder holes, just a fireplace and somewhere to sit and breathe. I panicked, he said defensively, then grimaced, because of all the understatements. This is what my brain thinks safe looks like. Arlen's expression did something subtle then, a tiny shift around the eyes that softened the edges of their skepticism. Could be worse, they said. I've seen sanctuaries that look like prisons from the outside and torture chambers from the in. All spikes and iron and fear. Magic takes its cues from the caster. If this is what you built without thinking, you're probably less of a lost cause than the system alerts make you sound. High praise, Elias said dryly, though his cheeks warmed. Do you do this for a living? Rescue socially inept mages from their own interior decorating. Forest patrol, Arlen said. We keep an eye on the hollow. Kill what needs killing. Escort what needs escorting. Today that appears to include you. Outside, a final, strangled yelp cut off abruptly, followed by a heavy thud and a chorus of ragged breathing. Someone shouted, down. And another answered, clear. There was a brief flurry of low voices, too muffled now through the thickened sanctuary walls for Elias to make out words, then the distinct sound of boots approaching. They stopped just short of the cottage, and a knuckle rapped lightly on the door, as if that meant anything against a structure that existed in defiance of architecture. Arlen, the commanding voice called. How's our guest? Alive, Arlen answered, raising their voice. Drained, but alive. Sanctuary's stable. You can come in if he allows it. Elias, who had spent an entire previous existence avoiding inviting even delivery drivers into his apartment for fear of small talk, now found himself in the surreal position of needing to proactively extend that invitation in order to not die alone in the woods. The irony would have been funny if his hands weren't still shaking. He began, then caught himself, because if these people were going to risk their lives on his account, the least he could do was not make them stand outside in the hypothetical rain. Doors, open, he called, which was technically true physically but not magically. Remembering the mechanics, he pushed himself up a little in the chair, focused on the doorway, and thought, let them in. The barrier responded immediately this time, perhaps having decided he'd finally grasped the basics. There was a gentle pressure in his mind, a sense of assent passing back and forth, and then the door swung inward of its own accord, admitting two more figures. A woman in chainmail with a short, practical haircut and the kind of posture that screamed, Captain, and a tall, wiry man with a spear and a face currently smeared with mud and wolf blood. Both of them paused just inside the threshold, visibly bracing as if expecting something dramatic. Instead, they got a wave of lemon and tea-scented warmth and the quiet murmur of the fire. Huh, the captain said, taking it in. Cozy. Told you, Arlen muttered. The spear wielder sniffed. Smells nice, he said, then looked faintly embarrassed, as if complimenting a magic fort's ambiance was somehow unmanly. The status window in Elias's vision ticked again. Occupants, 3. 4. Mana regeneration now at +5 sec. Durability climbing. 4100ths, 45, 50. The sanctuary responded to the extra bodies the way a house responded to a party. By brightening, by smoothing out its little glitches, by quietly shifting to accommodate. The rug seemed to stretch a fraction, the chairs angled subtly to make space, a third chair butted out of nowhere near the table as if it had always been there. The comfort aura swelled, and Elias watched with something like wonder as some of the tightness eased from the newcomer's shoulders, their breathing unconsciously synchronizing with the room's slow, steady pulse. "You saved our hides as much as we saved yours, Sanctuary Mage," the captain said, dragging his attention back. "That wolf would have gone straight for the road if it hadn't fixated on your house." She said, "House," the way a person said, "puppy," or "explosion," unsure which box to file it under. "It fixated very hard," Elias said faintly. "I'm pretty sure it took the personal route." The spear wielder snorted. "Looked like it wanted to redecorate your insides." "Thank you for that image," Elias said. "Exactly what I needed." His voice was steadier now, though, and his heartbeat was finally slowing, anchored by the steady presence of other people in the space. He wasn't used to that, to other bodies being a grounding force instead of a source of static, and the realization landed with the same gentle surprise as the first sip of sanctuary tea had. The captain stepped closer, offering a hand. "Saren Tall," she said. "Captain of the Verdant Hollow Patrol out of Brackenford. This is Jory." The spear wielder raised a hand in a half salute. "And you've met Arlen." Arlen lifted two fingers in a lazy acknowledgement, leaning one shoulder against the wall as if they belonged there. Elias said, taking Saren's hand before his anxiety could talk him out of it. Her grip was firm and warm, grounding in a different way than the magic. "I woke up here this morning. Meadow with very judgmental flowers, then forest, then wolf, then," he gestured weakly around. "This. I didn't exactly have a user manual." "You'll get one," Saren said. "Or the guild's version of it, which is a lot more. Ask 3 different people and get 5 conflicting answers than actual documentation. But we'll get you to Brackenford first. You can't stay out here luring apex predators with your interior design." "To be fair," Jory said, looking around again, "if I was a wolf and this popped up in my hunting grounds, I'd be curious too." Arlen snorted. "You are a wolf when you're drunk." "Irrelevant," Jory sniffed. Elias watched them bicker with a sort of bemused detachment, like he'd accidentally tuned into a show midway through its 3rd season. There was clearly history here, rhythms of speech and barbs softened by familiarity, and for the first time since his death in the worst way possible, he felt something like hope stir under his ribs, fragile and stubborn. If he could survive this, if he could learn to manage the catch in his magic without constantly skirting catastrophic collapse, maybe he could learn to be part of rhythms like that, too. Maybe his sanctuary didn't have to be a place he hid away in alone, maybe it could be what its name promised, a shared refuge. For now, though, he was mostly grateful that screaming for help, something he would have rather chewed glass than do a day ago, had not only saved his life but also fulfilled the obnoxious design requirement of his power. He had invited someone in, literally and metaphorically, and the world had not ended. In fact, it had gotten a little brighter. "Thank you," he said quietly, looking from Saren to Jory to Arlen, then down at his own hands, still shaky but less so than before. "For coming. For stepping inside. Anytime," Saren said. "Though next time, try not to wait until your house is about to implode. And maybe don't run into the hollow alone," Arlen added. "We've got trails for a reason." Jory grinned. "On the bright side, you're already more interesting than half the recruits we drag out of ditches. None of them come with complimentary tea." Elias glanced at the pot on the table, which, in a burst of almost comedic timing, chose that moment to emit a fresh curl of steam as if to say, "See. I did my part." "Right," he said, a shaky laugh escaping him. "Tea on me, then. Or, well, from me. On the house." Groans met that one, but they were the good kind, the kind that came with eye rolls and smothered smiles, and as his mana bar crept slowly upward and the dire wolf's corpse cooled somewhere outside and his cottage adjusted to the presence of other people without collapsing, Elias thought that if he had to nearly die in a magical living room to get here, to this improbable, Fragile moment of shared space. Maybe, just maybe, the goddess's twisted sense of humor had a point. The cottage, however, has a catch. It drains his mana rapidly unless he invites someone inside to share the space, and Elias only truly understands how maliciously on brand that is for the universe about 10 minutes into his impromptu siege, when his initial hysteria burns off just enough for him to notice the little numbers ticking down in the corner of his vision. Mana. 73 100ths, 72, 71, and the helpful system note that floats up like a passive-aggressive email from HR. Sanctuary Magic LV. 1. Form. Cottage. Mana drain. 15 sec. Occupancy. 1. Modifier. Minus 90% drain per additional occupant. Max reduction reached at 2. Warning. Prolonged solitary use may result in catastrophic sanctuary collapse. The word, catastrophic, bounces around his skull while the dire wolf paces and snarls outside, filling the invisible perimeter of his conjured living room with the scrabble of claws and the wet, huffing growl of a predator thoroughly invested in the concept of what's inside this glowing snack box, and Elias, curled under the table like a particularly pathetic goblin, can't help fixating on the mental image of his cozy little cottage popping like a soap bubble and depositing him and his teapot directly into those jaws. As the walls begin to flicker and fade, the soft cream light guttering like a dying candle, Elias realizes he is going to die again, this time by being eaten in a magical living room, which is somehow even more humiliating than the septic truck incident, because at least then there hadn't been throw pillows. The fire in the hearth stutters, shrinking from a cheerful blaze to a sulky ember. The rug under his knees loses saturation at the edges as if someone's dragged the opacity slider down, and each time the wolf's bulk slams against the outer barrier the durability counter in his HUD. 100 100ths, 98 100ths, back to 99. Jerks like a heartbeat under stress. He clutches his staff in one hand, the other wrapped so tightly around the teapot's handle that his knuckles ache, because if there is one thing his brain has decided is non-negotiable in his final moments, it is not spilling the tea, which would be both wasteful and, in some absurd way, disrespectful to the house that is currently killing him with introversion. Mana. 40 100ths, 39, 38, the drain accelerating with every spike of terror, the system chiming smugly, high stress level detected, mana consumption increased by 20%, and he wants to throttle whoever designed this skill tree, except that whoever is a goddess and he doubts divine throttling is survivable. You want me to share, I get it, he mutters, voice wobbling. Lesson received, social exposure good, isolation bad. Could we maybe not make the consequence of my attachment issues eaten like a canapé? The cottage, unbothered by his sarcasm, continues to dim. The comfort aura that had been doing its best to smooth his panic into something manageable thins to a whisper, and the physical feel of mana depletion hits properly now. A spreading heaviness in his limbs, a cold ache in his chest, the kind of bone-deep exhaustion he used to associate with being stuck in a networking event 3 hours past the point of sanity. Outside, the dire wolf seems to sense the shift too, its growls gaining a note of eager impatience as it hurls itself against the walls again, claws leaving visible, glowing scratches that fade slowly instead of instantly. He pictures the whole construct failing, the walls going transparent, the fire winked out, his carefully conjured chairs and table and tea set vanishing in a puff of magic while the wolf lurches forward to occupy the suddenly vacant space, and his stomach lurches with them. He screams for help, his voice cracking, alerting a patrol nearby. It is not a heroic sound, not a deep, resonant bellow of defiance but a high, strangled, help. Somebody, that pops awkwardly in the middle and scrapes his throat raw. The sort of noise that would have mortified him beyond recovery in his old world and, even now with death on the line, makes his cheeks flush hot. The cry rebounds off the paling walls, leaks through the weakening barrier, and shoots out into the forest like an alarm shot, followed almost immediately by a mocking system note. Vocalization detected. Request for assistance, because apparently his magic keeps receipts. For 3-4 heartbeats there is only the sound of his own ragged breathing and the dire wolf's furious ramming. each impact sending ripples through the sanctuary until the shelves rattle and the teacups on the table clink together in a brittle little percussion of impending doom, and he is seconds away from deciding that no one is coming, and this is how his story ends when, faint but distinct through the trees, he hears answering noise. The clatter of armored footsteps, the soft jingle of chain links, the muted curse of someone catching a branch with their shin. Voices, too, cutting against the thrum of the forest. There, a woman's tone, clipped and authoritative, carries through the undergrowth. Light ahead, and something big, ready weapons. If he weren't so close to blacking out, he might relish the fact that his scream had actually worked, that his lifelong habit of never, ever calling attention to himself had been violated and rewarded in the same breath. As it is, he registers only a distant, incredulous relief that someone, anyone, is nearby, followed immediately by a fresh spike of anxiety because someone means strangers, and strangers lead to questions, and questions lead to explanations, and explanations about, I accidentally built a magical living room in a monster nest because my power is linked to my deep-seated yearning for safe domestic spaces, are not exactly in his conversational comfort zone. The mana counter continues its merciless descent, 2100s, 19, 18, and the walls, which had been merely dim, now begin to stutter, phasing in and out of solidity so that, for terrifying slivers of time, he can see the forest directly through them, the dire wolf's hulking shape flickering into nightmare clarity as it hauls itself back and forth along the perimeter, snapping at the vanishing barrier with jaws that could easily close around his entire head. The durability dips more sharply with each hit, 80, 72, 65, before clawing its way up again, like a heart in a fib, and Elias, pinned under the table by fear and fatigue, has the surreal thought that if he dies here, dissolving into a mouthful of slobber and teeth with a teapot clutched to his chest, the goddess of reincarnation is going to laugh so hard she sprains an ankle. The door, which up until now has been simply an aesthetic choice on the sanctuary's part. No hinges, no latch in any physical sense, just a visual metaphor for, this is where you imagine the threshold, starts to shudder visibly under the wolf's renewed assault, its wooden surface bowing inwards with each impact. A crack appears along the frame, a jagged line of darker glow, and his HUD flashes a new, cheery warning. Structural integrity compromised, collapse imminent at current mana level. No, 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 he gasps, as if arguing with the interface will change physics, or whatever passes for physics here. His hands are so numb now that he can barely feel the smooth curve of the teapot's handle, only aware of its weight pressing into his palm. The staff in his other hand has grown heavy as lead, its once frantic vibrations now a weak, sympathetic tremor, the crystal at its tip a faint coal of light. Just 5 more seconds, he begs the cottage, the goddess, the very fabric of Ethelgard, because he can hear the approaching armor more clearly now, the distinct, measured clang of someone who knows how to move in it, interspersed with the softer rustle of cloth and the occasional muttered, what in the radiant's name is that? And, is that a house? And even one incredulous, who builds a cottage in the middle of the verdant hollow? Which would be funny if he weren't about to be Exhibit A. The door gives under the wolf's shoulder with a loud, splintering crunch that reverberates through the room. A plank of not quite wood bends inward, forming a shallow concavity, and through that warped plane he can see the beast's muzzle pushing, teeth bared, foam flecking its lips, eyes blown wide with the wild frustration of a predator held off its prey too long. Each frantic thrust widens the gap, the shimmering barrier stretched thin around it like soap film around a fist. Elias curls tighter around the teapot, which is absurdly still full, and involuntarily squeaks, because his lizard brain has finally moved past verbal protest to raw animal noise. That, apparently, is the timing fate has been waiting for. There's a thunder of boots outside the door, a sharp exhale, the low, deadly ring of steel leaving leather, and then the door is kicked open, not by the wolf, but by Serafina, a tall, stoic knight with dazzling silver armor and a very serious expression, the impact of her armored boots sending a shockwave through the already compromised threshold that blasts splinters of luminous wood inward like shrapnel. For one frozen instant, As the door flies inward, Elias registers only impressions. The gleam of polished plate catching the fading light of his cottage and throwing it back in dozens of blinding reflections. The dark blue tabard over her breastplate, emblazoned with a stylized sunburst. The set of her jaw, hard and uncompromising. The fact that she is, to his horror and his hindbrain's completely unhelpful appreciation, absolutely gorgeous in the austere, terrifying way of people who have never once forgotten to return a library book. Behind her, framed in the ragged doorway, the dire wolf lunges, claws tearing furrows in the earth as it springs from the side with the instinctive fury of a predator surprised by a rival. It is mid-leap, its entire mass committed forward, jaws opening to close around the new, shinier target, when Serafina moves. She does not shout, or quip, or even change expression. She simply pivots on her front foot with the smooth inevitability of someone who has rehearsed this exact motion 1,000 times and, with a single, fluid stroke, cuts the world in half. Her sword, a long sword almost as tall as Elias, its steel gleaming with an almost unnatural brightness, faint motes of golden light skittering along its edge. As already in motion as the wolf enters range, the blade whips up in a rising arc from low right to high left, slicing through fur, flesh, and bone with a sound like silk tearing amplified to thunder. For a moment, gravity forgets its job, and the dire wolf hangs there, expression frozen in a snarl, body split along a diagonal so clean that Elias, from under his table, can see individual droplets of blood suspended in the air like garnets. Then reality catches up, and the beast falls apart, top half peeling away from bottom, both collapsing to the forest floor outside with a remarkably wet thud that his cottage floor politely refuses to transmit in full sensory detail, muting it to a dull, distant thump. A hot spray of blood and something thicker splashes across the threshold, hissing where it touches the invisible boundary of the sanctuary. One dark streak slashes across the now hanging door like a signature. Another beads on the toe of Serafina's sabaton before sliding off in a lazy arc. Elias, in some distant, horrified part of his mind, notes that not a single drop mars her armor above the knee, as if the gore itself is afraid to stick. Silence crashes down in the wake of the strike, broken only by the last metallic whisper of her sword finishing its arc and the faint crackle of the rekindled fire. The wolf's back leg twitches once, a final, pathetic spasm, then goes still. Serafina holds her finishing stance for a breath, blade extended, shoulders squared, pale gray eyes tracking for any additional movement. Then, satisfied that the threat is neutralized, she lowers the weapon with controlled precision, flicks her wrist in a tiny, practiced motion that sheds the last of the blood from the edge, and steps fully into the cottage, ducking under the half-hanging door without so much as a glance at its structural improbability. Up close, the dazzling silver of her armor is almost painful to look at in the soft ambient glow of the sanctuary. Every plate is polished to a mirror, catching and refracting the light so that she seems haloed by her own reflection, and though there are scuffs and scratches at the edges, testimony to past battles, none of them mar the clean lines of the design. Her face, framed by the curve of an open-faced helm, has all sharp angles and firm lines, the mouth set in a neutral line that on anyone else would read as disapproval but on her looks more like permanent focus. She surveys the interior of the cottage with the quick, sweeping glance of a soldier assessing a new environment for threats. Fireplace, chairs, shelves, rug, tea set, and then, inevitably, her attention lands on Elias, who is still under the table holding a teapot. For a stretched, excruciating heartbeat, no one moves. The image freezes as if someone has hit pause. The knight in shining armor, sword still faintly humming with the magic that let it cleave a dire wolf in one stroke. The little house, its walls stabilizing now that the immediate danger is past but still faintly translucent at the edges. And under the sturdy oak table, in a nest of his own panic, Elias, hair mussed, eyes huge, coat skewed, clutching a floral porcelain teapot to his chest like a security blanket, the curled spout peeking out past his elbow. Something in that tableau has to give, and it is not, as he might have hoped, his own ability to suddenly appear competent. Instead, Serafina's brows snap together by a barely perceptible degree, transforming her expression from Serious. 2. Very, very annoyed that reality has chosen this form today, and she demands to know why he built a house in a monster den, her voice level but edged, each word dropping like a polished stone into the charged air between them. Explain. Why did you construct a dwelling in the center of a dire wolf nesting ground? It is, objectively, not an unreasonable question, but framed that way. Construct a dwelling, as if he'd carefully leveled a foundation and raised the beams himself, perhaps while consulting a blueprint for optimal death trap placement, and delivered by a woman whose sword is still faintly dripping wolf. It feels like an accusation of cosmic proportions. I didn't. He starts automatically, then chokes on his own spit as his brain tries to pipeline several conflicting explanations through his mouth at once. I didn't build it on purpose, it just sort of happened when I panicked. I didn't know this was a monster den. Your signage is terrible. I'm sorry. I have anxiety. Please don't murder me with that sword. Also, nice sword. What emerges is a noise somewhere between a squeak and a cough, accompanied by an involuntary tightening of his grip on the teapot, which betrays him immediately by clinking loudly against the underside of the table. Serafina's gaze flicks to the teapot, then back to his face. The tiniest muscle in her cheek twitches. Behind her, just outside the threshold, he can see movement, shadows of other armored figures fanning out to make sure no additional wolves are lurking. But in this tiny, glowing room, it feels like the only people in the world are him, her, and the elephant-sized question of why his magic manifests as a quaint sitting room in the worst possible location. Out, she says curtly, stepping to the side and jabbing the tip of her sword, not close enough to threaten, but in a directionally unambiguous way, toward the open space beside the table. On your feet. If there are more beasts scented on this anomaly, I won't have you cowering where I can't see whether you're about to be eaten. There are several things he wants to object to in that sentence, chief among them, cowering, which, while accurate, feels unnecessarily pointed. But the part of his brain in charge of survival seizes on the command structure like a lifeline. He very carefully places the teapot on the floor, as if any sudden movements might startle either the knight or the house into more violence, and scrambles out from under the table on hands and knees, banging his shoulder against a chair leg and nearly cracking his head on the table edge in the process, because if there's one constant across worlds, it's that his body cannot navigate furniture gracefully under stress. He manages to haul himself upright into a vaguely vertical position, one hand still braced on the table, breathing hard, acutely aware of how small and disheveled he must look next to Serafina's gleaming, battle-ready presence. Her eyes track him up and down, taking in the dirt on his boots, the grass stains on his trousers from where he'd tripped on the way into the forest, the way his cloak is bunched awkwardly to one side as if he'd half thought about using it to hide and then forgotten mid-panic, and finally settle on the staff still clutched in his other hand, its crystal now a soft, steady glow rather than a frantic strobe. Mage, she says, not a question but a classification, and something in her tone relaxes a fraction, as if, magic idiot, is at least a known quantity. Sanctuary type, unless my senses are failing. New. The last word is laden with more meaning than its letters can contain. Untrained, untested, likely to cause problems. Elias swallows. Yes, he admits. I mean, yes, sanctuary magic. No, I didn't know this was a monster den. No, I didn't plan to put a house here. It just happened. Reflexively, when the wolf appeared, he gestures vaguely toward the bisected carcass outside, which is starting to smell in ways his cottage's smell filter can't entirely ignore. I was trying not to die. For a moment, he thinks she might actually scoff, but Serafina Aurelius, because that, he will later learn, is her name, though right now she is just Serafina in his head, capital letters and all, does not do anything as undignified as scoffing. Instead, she exhales slowly through her nose, the slightest softening around her eyes the only sign that she is not completely made of polished steel. The verdant hollow is marked as a Grade 3 hazard zone, she says. There are posts at every major entry point. Carved stones. Warning sigils. You walked past 3 to get this deep. I was being yelled at by flowers, he blurts, immediately regretting it as her brows climb a millimeter. Singing, judgmental flowers. They had notes about my life choices. It was a whole thing. I wasn't looking at rocks. Her mouth presses into a line that, if he squints, might be fighting a smile, but if so, it loses. What emerges is a flat, unimpressed, you let Flora heckle you into a dire wolf nest. That makes it sound worse, he says helplessly. It sounds fairly accurate, she counters. And then, upon encountering a predator you were ill-equipped to fight, you expended nearly all your mana constructing a structure with no offensive capabilities in the center of its territory, thereby further provoking its interest and tethering yourself to this location until you collapsed from exhaustion. When you put it like that, I feel very called out, he mutters, because he is, and the heat creeping up his neck confirms that his new body can blush just as aggressively as the old one. She studies him, expression unreadable, then finally sheathes her sword in a smooth, decisive motion that sends a faint shiver through the sanctuary's light where it passes. The absence of immediate steel within accidental decapitation distance lets some of the clench in his shoulders loosen. Behind her, one of the other knights. He catches only a flash of a face under a helmet, a suggestion of wide eyes, peeks in and then prudently stays at the threshold, perhaps not wanting to step into a mage's domain uninvited. Serafina, the captain's voice calls from outside, laced with that same command Elias had heard earlier. Status: primary threat neutralized, Serafina replies without looking away from him. No additional hostiles in immediate radius. One novice sanctuary caster. Alive. Poor judgment. Hey, Elias protests weakly, because even if it's true, hearing it catalogued like a field report stings. She arches a brow again, as if to say, prove me wrong, and he subsides with a little huff, because he very much cannot. Can you dismiss this construct? She asks, shifting focus to logistics. Or at least move it. This clearing is a known lair. Your domesticity is going to confuse the local food chain. He glances around at his cottage, his panic-made perfect haven, suddenly seeing it as she must. An inexplicable glowing cube of comfort plopped in the center of a predator hotspot like the world's worst campsite. The shelves that had seemed so inviting now look like potential obstacles. The rug, a tripping hazard. The tea set, a metaphor for his inability to cope with reality. I think so, he says slowly. Earlier, when I came out of it folded away. I was alone then. And it punished that. He gestures vaguely at his HUD, which is mercifully no longer flashing catastrophic collapse warnings. With Serafina's presence inside, the occupancy modifier has kicked in, reducing the mana drain to nothing and even allowing a trickle of regeneration. He feels less like he's drowning and more like he's on the shallow end of the pool holding onto the edge. It drains me if I'm the only one in it, he explains, the words tasting raw and strangely vulnerable. Apparently that's a design feature. To encourage. Not doing exactly what I did. Something flickers across her face at that. Understanding, perhaps, or at least recognition of the cruel logic in magic that reinforces community in a world that will kill the isolated first. Sanctuary magic was never meant to be wielded by hermits, she says. It grows on bonds, trust, shared presence. The orders in the capital pair every sanctuary caster with a retinue for precisely that reason. Out here, she shrugs one armored shoulder. Out here, you get wolves and idiots building drawing room forts in the hollow. It's a cottage, he says without thinking, then clamps his mouth shut, because arguing semantics with the woman who just bisected his would-be murderer feels unwise. To his surprise, the corner of her mouth twitches again, almost a smile, before flattening. Regardless, she says, you cannot leave it here. Can you dismiss it while we stand ready outside? He nods, then, because he is not entirely hopeless, adds, it might also help if you stay inside while I do it. The magic seems to like that. Of course it does, she mutters, more to herself than to him, but she doesn't object. She steps further into the room. The floorboards, if that's what they are, creaking faintly under her weight in a way that has nothing to do with structural strain and everything to do with the sanctuary adjusting to a new, heavy, shining variable. The nearest chair, perhaps sensing an opportunity, subtly shifts its angle to be more inviting, its cushions plumping up. Elias, horrified, watches as the house itself attempts to flirt with his rescuer. Serafina notices the motion, glances at the chair, and then at him. "Your magic is forward," she observes. "It's not me," he protests quickly. "It's the house. It has opinions." "Of course," she says again, in that tone people use when they are mentally updating a file labeled Problem 2, Ongoing Situation. "Dismiss it, Elias. Gently. We'll escort you back to a place where putting your living room down won't invite another mauling." The idea of going anywhere with her, this terrifying, competent, absurdly luminous person who already thinks he has the survival instincts of wet bread, makes something twist in his gut that is equal parts fear and something he does not have the courage to name. Still, the alternative is staying here until the next dire wolf or worse wanders in, so he nods, closes his eyes, and reaches for the part of himself that had, in sheer blind terror, exploded outward into 4 walls and a roof. Calling the sanctuary had been instinctive, a raw, wordless scream of "I want to be safe." Dismissing it, he quickly discovers, is more like coaxing a sleepy cat off a lap. It resists at first, clinging to the idea of being, of protecting, of existing. He has to soothe it mentally, promising that he's not abandoning it, merely folding it away, that he will call it again when they are somewhere less saturated with death. As he focuses, the hum of the cottage shifts, the vibration in the floorboards decreasing, the walls' glow softens, then begins to recede from the ceiling corners like mist being drawn back into a vial. The fireplace's flames shrink to embers, then to coals, then to faint warmth before winking out. The chairs, the table, the tea set all blur at the edges, their lines going fuzzy before collapsing inward on themselves in a shower of soft light that arcs back into the staff in his hand and into his own chest, filling the empty spaces Mana Loss had carved with a tingling, almost itchy sensation. Through it all, Serafina stands steady, sword hand relaxed but ready, eyes scanning the fading room and the forest beyond as more and more of the verdant hollow becomes visible again. The corpses of 2 additional wolves lie near the first, their bodies marked by deep, decisive cuts that speak to her patrol's efficiency. The carved warning stones she'd mentioned jut up from the ground at the edge of the clearing, their sigils faintly glowing, and he has to admit, now that he can actually see them, that you'd have to be willfully oblivious, or distracted by singing flowers, to miss them. One moment he is standing in a shrinking house, the next he is simply standing in a forest clearing, the last traces of light feathering away from his boots like spiderwebs in sunlight. The only sign the cottage ever existed is the faint scent of lemon and tea that lingers in the air and a rectangular patch of ground where the undergrowth looks slightly less crushed than it should, as if the forest itself is unsure if anything was truly there. The mana bar in his vision has rebounded to a wobbly 41/100ths, still low but no longer in the red. The sanctuary icon pulses faintly, waiting. Serafina steps away from where the door had been, turning in a slow circle to satisfy herself that no residual magic remains to confuse the local ecosystem. Satisfied, she sheathes her sword fully and then turns back to him, the full weight of her attention settling on him again like an anvil in an anxiety cartoon. "Next time you feel like improvising a dwelling," she says, "do it within sight of a watchtower, not in the heart of the hollow." "There won't be a next time," he says quickly, then pauses, "because there will be 1,000 next times, if his goddess has her way," and corrects, "I mean, there has to be, but I will aim for fewer monster dens." "See that you do," she replies. "You're coming with us to Brackenford. The guild will want to register you, and the temple will want to make sure you don't accidentally collapse on a congregation. And I," she adds, a faint crease appearing between her brows, "intend to find out why the cycle decided to drop a sanctuary mage with no training and a penchant for interior decor into my patrol sector." The possessive pronoun snags his attention as much as the content. There is a subtle, proprietary edge there, as if the forest, the danger, and now, reluctantly, this ridiculous, trembling man are all part of a ledger she is responsible for balancing. It should be intimidating, and it is, but there is something oddly reassuring about it, too, in the way of strict teachers who, for all their severity, never let a student drown unnoticed. "You make it sound like a paperwork error," he says weakly. "All life is a paperwork error somewhere," she replies, so dry he almost chokes. She turns toward the tree line, raising a gauntleted hand to signal the rest of her patrol. Two armored figures emerge fully from the underbrush at her gesture, falling into formation without being called. "Form up," she orders. "We're escorting a novice sanctuary caster back to town. Stay alert. Where one dire wolf nest rooted, others may have ranged." As they move into motion around him, forming a loose protective bubble that his sanctuary would probably recognize as kin if it had eyes, Elias falls into step beside Serafina, acutely aware of the creak of his borrowed boots, the way his staff thunks against roots, the absurdity of his continued existence. He glances sideways at her, at the hard line of her mouth, the faint sheen of sweat at her temple, the tiny smear of blood on her vambrace that stands out starkly against the silver, and tries, helplessly, to imagine what version of himself might one day be able to meet that gaze without flinching. "I'm Elias," he offers, because despite everything, introductions feel like the only sane foothold in a day that has been nothing but free fall. "Serafina Aurelius," she replies without slowing, eyes forward on the path. "Knight of the Radiant Order, commanding officer of the Brackenford Hollow Patrol." There is a beat, just long enough for him to think that's all she'll say. Then, softer, as if conceding something to the absurdity of finding him here. "Next time you panic, Elias, try screaming before you build the house." He huffs out a laugh that is half relief, half mortification. "I'll add it to the protocol," he says. It is, by any reasonable metric, a disastrous first meeting. She thinks he's an idiot with suicidal instincts and terrible timing. He thinks she's terrifying and impossibly competent and maybe, just maybe, the kind of person his sanctuary magic was twisted to push him toward. But as they leave the ruined den behind, walking out of the verdant hollow toward a town he has yet to see and a life he has yet to understand, the memory of that door flying open on a gleam of silver and a single, perfect sword stroke lodges itself somewhere deep in him, right next to the part that had once stayed up until 3 a.m. muttering at fictional lovers to just talk to each other. And for the first time since waking up in a field of judgmental flowers, Elias finds himself wondering, not with dread alone, but with a tiny, dangerous thread of anticipation, what kind of house his magic might build if, one day, it had Serafina inside on purpose. The cottage, however, has a catch. It drains his mana rapidly unless he invites someone inside to share the space. A fact Elias only discovers when the comforting glow of his hastily conjured living room starts to flicker like a dying fluorescent bulb and a chime pings at the edge of his vision. Sanctuary Magic LV. 1. Form. Cottage. Occupants. 1. Mana drain. 15 sec. Warning. Prolonged solitary use may result in catastrophic sanctuary collapse. This would be bad enough if he were, say, in a quiet field or above ground anywhere that is not currently the preferred address of a dire wolf, but as it happens he is in the middle of a monster-infested forest, hunched under a glowing oak table, clutching a floral porcelain teapot to his chest while something the size of a small car throws its weight against his magically conjured front door. So the term, catastrophic, feels somewhat understated. Every slam of the wolf's shoulder into the unseen barrier makes the walls shimmer, their soft cream-colored solidity going briefly transparent, letting him see, for a horrific split second, the beast's slavering jaws, the string of saliva flicking from one fang to another, the wild pale eyes trying to track the prey it can smell but not reach, before the sanctuary snaps back into opacity, durability ticking from 86/100ths back up to 90, then down again with the next impact. Meanwhile, in the corner of his vision, his mana bar drops in steady, merciless decrements. 64/100ths, 63, 62. each number accompanied by a creeping heaviness in his limbs and a cold, hollow ache in his chest that feels uncomfortably like the time he accidentally did 3 shots of espresso and then went to a company mixer. Jittery and exhausted at once, too wired to sleep, too drained to move. He tries, briefly, to negotiate with the interface. Okay. Look, I get it. Socializing is good. I will go to all the festivals. Just maybe don't let the walls fall down while there is a murder dog right there. But the system does not respond to sarcasm, only to math, and the math says that at this rate he has about 3 minutes before the sanctuary folds like a cheap camping tent and delivers him, teapot and all, into the waiting maw outside. The cottage hums anxiously around him, comfort aura struggling to sand the worst edges off his panic but undermined by the giant red text flashing now. Structural integrity degrading. Sanctuary stability critical. And for a brief, surreal moment he thinks, I'm going to die in a magical living room, which is somehow more humiliating than septic truck by an order of magnitude, because at least that hadn't involved interior design. Outside, the dire wolf hurls itself at the wall again, claws leaving faint, glowing scratches that fade slower each time, and something deep in his hindbrain finally decides that being judged by strangers is marginally less terrifying than being chewed on. So he abandons his lifelong commitment to not drawing attention to himself and screams for help, his voice cracking in the middle so it comes out as a strangled help. That ricochets off the cottage walls, seeps through the thinning barrier, and shoots into the forest like a flare. Somewhere out in the verdant hollow, this stretch of ancient, beast-haunted woodland that, he will later learn, most sane people avoid unless they enjoy being part of the food chain. A patrol snaps to attention at the sound, a half-dozen heads turning in unison toward the echo. At their head rides Serafina, captain of the Royal Guard, currently on a patrol to clear the forest of beasts as part of a larger royal initiative to make the roads between capital and outlying towns less certain death, and more manageable hazard, her silver armor catching the dappled light that filters through the canopy and throwing it back in sharp, cold flashes. She is tall even in the saddle, her posture so straight it makes his spine hurt in sympathy just to look at it. Dark hair braided tightly and bound at the nape of her neck, face composed in a calm, serious expression that has become legend in the palace. Serafina Aurelia does not flinch, does not laugh, does not indulge nonsense. She commands the king's personal guard. She has held the western wall against a demon incursion. She has spoken 3 sentences to the archmage and come away unsinged. Which, by the court's reckoning, makes her one of the few people in the kingdom who can look both nobles and wizards in the eye without blinking. When the echo of Elias's cracked scream reaches her, threading through the undergrowth like a distress signal no one has had the nerve to send in this forest in years, she reins in her destrier with a sharp tug, raising a hand. The patrol halts behind her, steel and leather creaking softly, a ripple of alert silence passing through the ranks. That was no beast, one of her lieutenants mutters, hand drifting to his sword. Human, Serafina agrees, scanning the trees with narrowed eyes, her helm's visor raised so she can see better. Underneath the impassive mask of her features, a thread of irritation unspools at the thought of some traveler or hedge wizard blundering into the hollow despite the boundary stones and warding sigils, both of which her people maintain at great personal risk, only to start yelling when predictable consequences arrive. Direction. She snaps, and the patrol's hunter points, already leaning forward in his saddle. East by northeast, Captain, he says. Close. Half a furlong. Then move, Serafina orders, heels pressing into her horse's flanks. They surge forward, the royal guard fanning out in a practiced formation. 2 scouts ahead, 3 knights abreast in the middle, 1 rear guard watching their backs. The forest, which had been loud with birdsong and small animal rustles a moment before, goes strangely quiet as if everything with sense is holding its breath, and in the middle of that growing stillness is the wheezing, uneven thump of Elias's heart as his mana ticks down to 30, then 29, then 28, and the cottage walls stutter not just at the edges now but across their whole surface, flickering between room and raw forest so rapidly that he starts to get nauseous watching it. At one point he sees, With horrifying clarity, the dire wolf's entire head thrust halfway through the vanishing wall, snapping at where his couch would be if he'd had time to conjure one, only to be shoved back out again when the sanctuary reasserts itself with a crackle of light. Durability dips to 52/100ths, then 49, then crawls back to 55, but the trend is downward, and he can feel the inevitability of it like a tide. The next thing he registers is not sight but sound. The rhythmic metallic clatter of armored boots and horseshoes on packed earth, growing louder with each passing second, underscored by the jingle of bridles and the creak of leather. The dire wolf hears it too, ears flicking sideways, head turning with a snarl. It hesitates, caught between the invisible, incooperative prey in front of it and the potential new threat approaching at speed. Confusion flares in its pale eyes, and in that heartbeat, while predator and prey in whatever category Serafina falls into converge, the front door of Elias's cottage takes its final blow. The wolf slams into it with all its weight, the wood, more idea than matter, bowing inward with a tortured groan. A crack runs down from the top hinge to the middle panel, splintering the warm, honey-colored planks into jagged shards of light. His HUD screams in red. Durability. 20/100ths. Mana. 12/100ths. Collapse imminent. And he squeezes his eyes shut around another pathetic, involuntary, no, because he is about to be eaten in a cardigan of light and regrets, and then the world explodes inwards, not in the shredding chaos of monster victory but in a single, decisive impact. The door is kicked open, not by the wolf, but by Serafina, her armored boot connecting with the failing threshold in a perfectly timed, perfectly placed blow that turns the already compromised panel into exploding shrapnel and clears her a path into the glowing chaos beyond. For one stunned instant, Elias sees her framed in the wreck of his cottage's front wall like the cover of a very aspirational romance novel he would absolutely have bought in his old life. Tall, stoic knight, dazzling silver armor painted in strokes of cottage light and forest shadow, cloak snapping behind her like a banner, very serious expression carved into her face as if it were her default setting. Her eyes, a pale, sharp gray, take in the situation at a glance. The bleeding, half-phased walls, the massive dire wolf mid-lunge, the idiot under the table with the teapot, and then she moves with the kind of lethal economy that could make gods reconsider their immortality. She does not shout a battle cry or announce herself. She has nothing to prove to the beast. She simply pivots, draws her sword in a smooth, hissing arc, and meets the wolf's leap with upward steel, the blade singing as it slices cleanly from the base of its throat through to behind its shoulder. Blood, hot and dark, sprays in a fan that hisses when it touches the sanctuary's fading barrier, and the wolf's momentum carries it forward another half-step before its body realizes it has been unmade, front half sliding grotesquely from back, both crashing to the ground just outside what remains of his threshold with a wet, final thud. Serafina's boots, gleaming and utterly unmarred by gore thanks to some enchantment woven into the royal guard's gear, plant themselves on the cottage's rug with a dull thump, anchoring her in the collapsing room as if it were a battlefield rather than a defective dream of safety. The cottage registers her presence with a confused shiver. Occupancy. 2, mana drain reduced. But the damage is done. Elias's mana has dipped into single digits, 8/100ths and falling, and the sanctuary's foundations are unraveling. The walls, already cracked and flickering, begin to weep light, rivulets of brilliance running down toward the floor and pooling there before evaporating. The fire in the hearth sputters out with a last, resentful pop, and a haze of lemon and tea-scented air drifts up like an exhaling sigh. Serafina stands in the middle of all this with her sword still extended, eyes scanning for secondary threats, jaw clenched. Only when she's satisfied the wolf is truly dead does she lower the blade, turning her gaze fully on him. There is a precise, incredulous moment where their eyes meet. His, wide and dilated and undoubtedly broadcasting the universal expression for, "I am not built for any of this." Hers, cool and assessing, only barely widened at the edges in astonishment as she takes in the sheer absurdity of what she's walked into. A fading magical cottage in a monster den and, under the table, a gangly young man in beginner adventurer gear clutching a teapot like a holy relic. She does not, as some knights in stories might, ask if he is hurt or offer a hand with gentle concern. Serafina is not that kind of knight, and the royal guard is not in the business of hand-holding. Instead she demands, in the kind of measured, unamused tone that has made more than one courtier suddenly remember an urgent appointment elsewhere, to know why he built a house in a monster den. Explain yourself, she says, enunciating each syllable with clipped precision. Why have you constructed a dwelling in the center of a dire wolf's territory? It is the kind of question that deserves a coherent answer, maybe with diagrams, but Elias's brain, already overloaded by near-death, magic collapse, and the fact that the most intimidating woman he has ever seen is glaring at him from the ruins of his own coping mechanism, does what it always does when placed under heavy social load. It blue screams. I didn't. I mean, I did, but it wasn't. This isn't. He starts, and then the words fragment into stuttering syllables, his tongue tripping over consonants as if each is a loose stone. What he is trying to say is something like, I didn't do it on purpose. My magic responds to fear. I panicked and my sanctuary manifested as a cottage because I have unresolved issues with being perceived and also with open plan spaces. I swear I didn't mean to gentrify the wolf's neighborhood, but what comes out sounds, to his own ears, like, I ida on volen saw sanctu. His throat locks, he swallows hard, tries again, reaches for simpler phrases. Not choice. Just. Spell. Reflex. Panic. Goddess is a troll. But stress has his vocal cords in a chokehold and the best he can produce are trailing ends of half-words. Thin vowels strangled by glottal stops. No cho. Ju mag refill. Pa. Behind the speech impediment lies 20-odd years of learned inhibition, of training himself not to speak unless certain, not to take up verbal space, and now, when he needs words, they scatter like startled birds. To him, it's mortifying babble, the stumbling of a man whose mouth has never properly caught up with his mind, but to Serafina, captain of the royal guard, products of the capital's finest academies and too many late-night briefings with court mages, it sounds familiar. Not the content. She can't make heads or tails of that. But the cadence, the way the sounds nod and slide, the way the vowels stretch in places that common speech does not. It rings, faintly, of the rituals she has heard in the great arcanum, of the muttered liturgies old wizards recite under their breath when reading cracked tomes no one else is allowed to touch. To her ears, his stumbling is less, socially anxious train wreck, and more, arcane scholar speaking a dialect no one has used in public in a century and doing it very badly because reagents are missing, and while she is not a mage, she has spent enough time guarding those who are to know one thing. Wizards, especially eccentric ones, do not do well when flustered, and trying to force clarity out of them is tantamount to poking a beehive. She makes a tiny mental adjustment. Not civilian idiot, then, but eccentric wizard. That category is both more familiar and, in its own way, more dangerous. The last time she underestimated a mage, she had to spend 3 days getting her armor scrubbed of summoned slime. You are speaking old high arcanic, she says flatly, more to confirm her own hypothesis than anything else. Badly. Stop. Elias freezes like a rabbit caught in a lantern beam. Old high what now? He opens his mouth to protest. No, I'm speaking purebred panic, dialect of oh God please no, but his tongue, traitor that it is, locks again, leaving him to emit a strangled, I, and nothing more. Serafina mistakes the choke for a wheeze of magical exertion, sees the way his knees are shaking, the sweat at his temple, the way the cottage's last remnants are bleeding away into the staff in his fist, and makes a swift, tactical decision. Whatever explanation he might eventually be capable of, this is not the time or place for it. The mana counter hovering in her peripheral awareness, because if you stand this close to a sanctuary, even a non-mage feels its magical pulse like a second heartbeat, is nearly empty. The barrier is effectively gone, and the stench of fresh blood is already calling to other things in the woods. If he collapses in here, if he loses consciousness and the spell implodes, she might be left hauling an inert wizard's body through hostile territory, which is a problem she prefers to solve before it happens. So she drags him out of his fading cottage, forcing him into social interaction, which terrifies him more than the wolf did. One hand snaps out, gauntleted fingers closing around the collar of his jerkin with an ease born of years of yanking junior guardsmen out of trouble, and pulls. He lets out a squeak that would haunt him to the grave if he weren't, in that instant, absolutely certain that this is it, that the captain of the Royal Guard has decided to finish what the dire wolf started, but instead of a blade to the throat or a shove toward wolf remains, he finds himself propelled toward the gaping doorway, feet skidding on the rug. The cottage, sensing his movement, obligingly opens the last intact arc of its threshold wider, its instinct to protect him overriding any desire to cling to its current configuration. The world tilts, flickers, and then, with one last, soft chiming sound like a porcelain cup being set gently on a saucer, the sanctuary fails, its walls evaporating outward in a rush of cool air and dissipating light that leaves Elias blinking in the raw, unfiltered reality of the verdant hollow, Serafina's grip still firm on his collar, the forest suddenly huge and too bright around him. Out here, there is no cozy crackle of fire, no smell of lemon and tea, only damp earth, crushed ferns, the sharp iron tang of wolf blood, and the eyes, oh gods, the eyes of half a dozen royal guardsmen staring at him as if he has just popped out of a magician's hat. Their armor is not as elaborate as Serafina's but unmistakably of the same make. Polished silver over chain, tabards bearing the royal crest, swords and spears in hand. Some look wary, some curious, one looks like he is 3 seconds from asking if the tea in there had been any good. Elias, who has spent most of his previous life perfecting the art of being unnoticeable in office hallways and grocery store aisles, is now, for the second time in as many hours, the full focus of more people than he is comfortable sharing a sidewalk with. His pulse, which had just barely begun to decelerate after the wolf's decapitation, rockets up again, making his vision blur at the edges. His free hand, the one she hasn't commandeered, flaps uselessly at his side, fingers itching for a book or a laptop or anything to hold between him and this scrutiny. "You are coming with us," Serafina says, matter of fact, as if kidnapping socially anxious mages is part of her routine patrol. "This sector is not safe, and I will not have the Royal Guard's casualty reports include eccentric wizard devoured because he insisted on finishing his parlor first." Eccentric wizard, his brain repeats faintly, latching onto the phrase in numb disbelief. He wants to shout, "I'm not a wizard, I'm a documentation specialist with a romance novel addiction and a very unfortunate skill set," but when he tries to form the words, all that emerges is, no, I'm not. That is, I don't." Which, to his horror, sounds even more like the throat-clearing preface to an incantation. One of the younger guards actually takes a step back, hand tightening on his spear, and murmurs something that sounds suspiciously like, "He's starting a spell," to his neighbor. Serafina misinterprets his panicked denial as continued arcane babble, lips thinning. "Save your breath," she says curtly, giving his collar a tiny shake to jolt him out of whatever eldritch grammar she thinks he's attempting. "Whatever tongue that is, I don't speak it, and this is neither the time nor the place for chanting. Walk." He stumbles forward because his options are limited. Resist the captain of the Royal Guard in front of her men and likely get knocked flat, or obey and talk, which, if he's honest, does feel more dangerous than the wolf did. The dire wolf would at least have been over quickly, but this is open-ended, a whole series of looming interpersonal boss fights with no clear win condition. His sanctuary magic, which has just been forcibly dismissed, hums uselessly at the edge of his awareness, no help at all with the present challenge of, people exist and are looking at you, what now? As they fall into motion, Serafina at his side, her hand a warm, solid presence on the back of his neck now rather than his collar. She has adjusted her grip to something more like a guiding pressure, less likely to choke him accidentally. The other guards fan out around them, one ahead, 3 behind, 1 to their left. It is, he realizes dimly, the same protective formation they'd used to move through the forest before they knew he existed, only now he is in the ring rather than outside it, and the irony that his safest place at this moment is in the middle of a group of strangers is not lost on him. "What is your discipline?" One of the men behind him asks after a minute, curiosity overcoming protocol, illusion. Spatial manipulation. That was a tidy bit of architecture for a field deployment. Elias flails for words again, his thoughts diving for the simplest possible explanation and resurfacing with sanctuary, which he manages to say almost cleanly, but then his instinct to soften, to minimize, kicks in and he adds, I mean, it's just, I make safe places, not offensive things, so it's not very. The sentence tangles around, impressive, and useful, and manly, and dies somewhere near, impri, leaving him hanging. The guard hums thoughtfully. Sanctuary caster, he mutters to his neighbor. Rare out this way, explains the house, the other agrees. And the way he's clutching that staff like it's his only friend. Serafina hears all of this without comment, eyes sweeping the shadowed trunks to either side, attention apparently on potential ambushes, but Elias can feel, in the tiny shift of her grip on his neck, that she's listening to his faltering attempts, categorizing him further. Sanctuary magic, no offensive capacity, high mana output, low apparent physical training, probable connection to one of the capital's arcane orders, judging by the quality of his focus, and behind all of that, the private assessment that he is terrified, not just of beasts but of her men, of her, of the social gravity of the situation itself. Forced into social interaction, he is, indeed, more terrified than he was of the wolf, because at least with the wolf the stakes were simple. Live or die. Here, every word feels like a mine he might step on, every silence like an admission of guilt. He tries, several more times, to explain his situation in a way that might make sense. I was reincarnated, my goddess thinks she's funny, this is all a self-improvement program that I did not consent to. But every attempt derails on the first or second clause. His tongue catches on, reincar, and turns it into a cough. Goddess, comes out as, Goda, which, to ears attuned for arcane nuance, sounds suspiciously like the opening to a divine invocation, and when he reaches for self-improvement, he trips over self, so badly it becomes a series of S-like hisses that make the patrol's junior mage, who has been hovering at the back of the formation, trying not to get involved, blanch and start making warding signs. After the third such false start, Serafina lifts one gauntleted hand in a tiny, imperious gesture. Enough, she says, not unkindly, but with the finality of someone unused to being argued within active combat zones. Save your ancient tongue for when we have a translator present. Until then, answer yes or no with nods if you understand. Do you comprehend? He nods, grateful and mortified in equal measure. Part of him wants to scream that he's not speaking an ancient language, he's just socially constipated, but another part recognizes that being mistaken for an eccentric wizard is, bizarrely, safer than being recognized as a deeply ordinary, deeply anxious man with no idea what he's doing. Wizards are allowed to be strange. They are expected to be. Their silences are read as profundity, their stammers as half-formed spells. Their tendency to avoid eye contact is a function of pondering mysteries beyond mortal ken rather than sheer terror. If Serafina Aurelia wants to file him under difficult but potentially useful mage, that is a category that invites protection rather than contempt in this world, and he is in no position to correct her, not when every effort to do so makes things worse. So he walks, burning with embarrassment, heart still doing double time every time one of the guards glances his way, and tries not to think too hard about the fact that his first impression on the captain of the Royal Guard, a woman whose opinion could probably flatten him more effectively than her sword, consists of cowering under a table, dropping a house on a wolf's head, and then failing to form a basic sentence. To her, though, that first impression is filed differently. In her internal report, it reads something like, encountered unregistered sanctuary caster in grade 3 hazard zone. Displayed poor tactical placement but considerable raw power. Spellwork suggests instinctual casting in line with ancient arcanic traditions. Emotional stability questionable. Social behavior eccentric. Requires supervision, training, and possibly an interpreter. Disastrous in his eyes, manageable in hers. As the patrol pushes deeper toward the forest's edge, the tension in her shoulders eases minutely. She knows these trees well, knows where the worst nests are, where the ambushes come, and with the dire wolf pack here culled, the likelihood of another high-tier beast encounter decreases with every step. But she does not relax her vigilance. She is captain of the Royal Guard, which means that even on simple beast-clearing patrols she carries the habits of court and campaign both. Everything is a potential threat, everything a puzzle piece in some larger pattern, and at the center of today's pattern, whether she likes it or not, is the man at her side whose magic has just done something rare and messy and possibly important. When we reach Brackenford, she says after a while, voice pitched low so only he and the guards immediately around them hear, you will be presented before the local guildmaster and the temple's arcanist. They will test your capacity, confirm your affiliation, and help determine how best your sanctuaries can be integrated into the Crown's defense network. Until then, you are under my protection and my command. Nod if you understand. Elias nods again, because what else can he do? Somewhere under the layers of shame and fear and residual wolf smell, a small, incredulous spark of wonder flares. A day ago, less than a day, if you don't count the afterlife waiting room, he had been a ghost in his own life, a man whose existence could be erased from an office chat thread when his account was deactivated, whose entire social footprint consisted of overdue library books and pizza receipts. Now he is walking through an enchanted forest flanked by the Royal Guard, his magic, ridiculous, domestic, emotionally manipulative though it may be, considered a resource worth cataloging by the Crown itself, mistaken for an ancient chanting wizard by one of the most fearsome women in the kingdom. It is overwhelming and too much and frankly nightmare fuel if you zoom in, but if you step back just far enough, it is also something like the opening chapters of the books he used to devour at 3 a.m., the ones where socially inept protagonists stumbled headfirst into plots far bigger than them and survived by some unholy combination of luck, kindness, and stubbornness, and as Serafina's hand steadies briefly on his shoulder to guide him around a route, as the patrol crest a rise and the first glimpse of Brackenford's watchtowers peek through the trees, Elias realizes with a horrible, exhilarating clarity that his sanctuary magic is not going to let him sit this story out from behind a locked door and a bookshelf. It will drag him, stammering, teapot and all, into the center of things, into conversations, into connections, whether he feels ready or not. And somewhere in the middle of that, between the wolves and the walls and the woman who thinks his anxiety is a dead language, he might just have to learn how to speak. Serafina stood in the settling silence of the verdant hollow, wolf blood steaming gently on the leaf litter outside the now vanished remains of Elias's sanctuary, and made a decision with the same clean, efficient finality she had used to separate the dire wolf's head from its shoulders. This was above the pay grade of a simple border patrol. A lone sanctuary caster with enough raw instinct to drop an instant fortification in the middle of a monster den. No sigils, no chance she recognized, just pure reflex, and then nearly bleed himself dry maintaining it was the kind of anomaly that made commanders nervous and kings curious. She decides to escort him to the nearest town, declaring him a person of interest, due to his instant house magic. The phrase, when she speaks it aloud to her second, sounds colder than she intends, bureaucratic and distant, but in her world that is the language of safety. If someone is a person of interest, they are watched, yes, but also guarded, logged, not forgotten by the machine of the Crown. We take him to Brackenford, she says, voice carrying over the low murmur of her men as they wipe blades and check armor. He is a person of interest. Unregistered sanctuary mage, unusual casting pattern. The guild and temple can decide whether to send him on to the capital, but until then he is under Royal Guard protection. The patrol's junior mage, a thin, nervous-looking man with ink-stained fingers, perks up at unregistered, like a cat hearing a can opener. The others glance at Elias with a mixture of curiosity and wariness, seeing not just the trembling, mud-splattered figure before them but the echo of the glowing cottage that had inexplicably popped into existence moments before. Elias, for his part, hears person of interest, and temporarily forgets how to inhale. In his old world, that phrase lived in police procedurals and breathless TV news reports, shorthand for suspect who should really hire a lawyer. And while he intellectually understands that here it probably means magical asset the crown wishes to poke with sticks, his nervous system doesn't care about nuance. Someone with a sword and a title has just declared him interesting, and that alone is enough to throw his anxiety into a fresh tailspin. Person of what? He croaks, too quietly for most of the patrol to hear, but Serafina's attention hooks on it. She shifts her gaze from the tree line to him, a barely there movement that nonetheless feels like being pinned to a board. A caster who can manifest a habitable structure in less than a breath is strategically significant, she says, as if reading from an internal report. The crown takes an interest in such gifts. Until you are properly evaluated, you will not be left to wander beast country alone. He hears you will not be left and, despite everything, a small, traitorous part of him unclenches. Then his brain catches up to the word evaluated and supplies images of stern-robed figures, clipboards, and being told his magic is substandard and must be immediately upgraded through more exposure therapy with swords. Right, he manages. Of course. Evaluation. Great. His tongue scrapes over the unfamiliar word in this context and almost turns it into some arcane syllable. One of the guards makes another warding gesture, misreading his stumbling as the tail end of a spell, and Serafina gives a tiny shake of her head that silences any further superstitious muttering. Form up, she orders. We move. Brackenford before nightfall. Keep eyes open. The den is clear, but blood draws scavengers. Then, to Elias. You. Walk with us. 10 paces behind me, center of the line. Do not wander. Do not cast without warning. Do not attempt to rehouse yourself without permission. He nods so hard his vision wobbles, because yes, absolutely. The last thing he wants is to spontaneously drop another cottage and get yelled at for redecorating the ecosystem again. The patrol flows into motion around them, an easy, practiced shifting of positions, and he discovers that being put in the center of the line is less an abstract instruction and more a very literal physical reality. 1 guard ahead, 3 behind, 1 to the left, Serafina at point, all of them radiating the kind of contained, professional threat that makes the surrounding forest feel marginally less eager to eat him. The journey is awkward. Elias walks 10 paces behind her, afraid to look at her because she is intimidatingly beautiful. Intimidatingly is doing heavy lifting there. Even with her helm raised and her sword sheathed, Serafina carries herself like every portrait of legendary knights he's ever seen, all hard angles and unyielding lines. The polished planes of her silver armor reflecting the dappled sunlight that manages to pierce the canopy. From 10 paces back, she is a study in lethal grace, cloak swaying just enough to suggest movement, hand resting loose but ready on the hilt at her hip, head tilted with constant, alert scanning of their surroundings. Elias tells himself, sternly, not to stare, because nothing good has ever come from him staring at attractive people in the wild. In his old life, such lapses had resulted primarily in tripping over chairs or knocking drinks over, and in this new context he suspects the consequences would involve more swords. He fixes his gaze on the ground in front of his boots, on his own hands, on literally anything else. Unfortunately, anything else includes his staff. The focus rod, smooth, warm wood with the faint spiral carving that had seemed so innocuous when he'd first woken up with it in that flowery meadow, has been quietly calibrating itself to his inner life since he arrived in Edelgard. It hums when he's anxious, brightens when he's engaged, and, though he has only just noticed this particular feature, appears to have an entire color palette dedicated to emotional mortification. Every time he glances at her, his staff glows pink, betraying his embarrassment and ruining his attempts at being stealthy. The first time it happens, it's almost accidental. He hears her voice, low and decisive, as she gives a brief instruction to the scout in front. Check that rise. We had a bear there last season. And some treacherous part of him, charmed by the particular cadence of competence, lets his eyes lift from the path to the straight, strong line of her shoulders. His gaze traces the contours of the etched pauldrons, catches on the swing of the dark blue tabard over her back, and that's when the staff in his palm gives a delighted little buzz, the crystal at its tip flushing from its usual pale, neutral glow to a soft, unmistakable rose. He startles, almost dropping it. No, he hisses under his breath, curling his fingers tighter around the wood as if he can physically squeeze the shame out of it. The crystal, unrepentant, pulses a little brighter, as if pleased to finally have a specific stimulus to respond to that isn't just generalized existential dread. Ahead of him, one of the rear guards glances back at the sudden surge of colored light. Huh, the man says. It's reacting. To what? Another asks. Threat. Maybe it's a proximity alert, someone else suggests. Like those seer stones in the capital that ping when you're near a ward line. Elias, who would very much prefer that no one connect the dots between, staff turns pink, and he looked at the captain like a teenager at his first concert, keeps his eyes resolutely glued to the track, cheeks heating, praying to any listening deity that the color will fade quickly. It does, after a few agonizing seconds, returning to a safer, neutral white. His pulse, however, takes much longer to follow suit. He resolves not to make that mistake again. This resolution lasts exactly as long as it takes Serafina to draw her sword in one fluid movement in response to a rustle in the undergrowth that turns out to be only a pair of startled deer. The sheer efficiency of the gesture, the silent assertion of, "I can and will dismember anything that looks at my people funny," yanks his eyes up without his consent, and the staff, delighted traitor that it is, goes pink again, this time a shade darker, verging on fuchsia. There it goes again, the junior mage murmurs, peering curiously. Fascinating. Emotional resonance. Environmental reading. Is it attuned to danger? The spear wielder from earlier asks. Or to the captain. That last suggestion is half joke, half speculation, and Serafina, who has been focused on confirming that the threat is indeed herbivorous and fleeing, only catches the word attuned, and the tail end of captain. She glances over one armored shoulder, following the direction of their attention, and sees the afterglow of pink around Elias's staff, the way his grip tightens as if to hide it. Her brow furrows, but not in the way he thinks. She is not offended or flattered, not working through the mortifyingly accurate hypothesis the spear wielder had half-voiced. She is, instead, filing data. Sanctuary focus reacts when her presence changes relative to the caster. Possible link between command authority and spell stability. Is he subconsciously keying his magic to her as anchor? Dangerous, but useful if harnessed. She has spent her career learning to read battlefields, not blushes, and the idea that the glow might correspond to anything so mundane as romantic embarrassment does not occur to her. Is that normal for your implement? She asks, tone clinical. The color change. Elias, who hears the question as, "I have noticed your crush and am now interrogating it," nearly trips over a root. It's NN not. He stammers, then clamps his mouth shut before, normal, can turn into a 5-syllable disaster. Think, he tells himself desperately. Give it a boring explanation. It's an emotional regulator, he manages after a painful pause, wincing at how pretentious that sounds. It, responds to fluctuations. So I don't overload. There. Technically not a lie. It is responding to emotional fluctuations, just not in the way he would ever willingly admit. The junior mage makes an impressed noise. A self-calibrating focus. That's capital work. I've only ever read about those. And it glows pink in particular when Serafina prompts, still in that maddeningly calm tone. Elias's brain, cornered, throws out the first arcane-sounding nonsense it can assemble from the half-remembered tooltips the goddess never gave him. Romantic resonance. The words slip out before he can strangle them. There is a beat of silence. One of the guards coughs, half choking on a laugh they are clearly trying to swallow. The junior mage's ears go bright red. Serafina tilts her head a fraction. Romantic resonance, she repeats slowly, like someone turning a newly discovered weapon over in their mind. From where he is walking, 10 paces back, Elias cannot see the thought that flickers across her face. An unbidden image of high-ranking sanctuary mages in the capital. Their grand, city-spanning fortresses powered not only by oaths of loyalty but by the intimate bonds they share with their households. She has guarded those fortresses, felt the extra solidity in the walls when the caster's partner was within them, heard the whispered rumors that the strongest sanctuaries are those whose hearts are shared, not solitary. So your magic is keyed to connections, she says at last. That tracks with what we know of the discipline. There is no mockery in her tone, only a soldier's pragmatic acceptance of eccentric mechanics. Elias, staggering under the realization that he has just essentially confessed, "My magic glows pink when I think about romance," to a woman he can barely stand to look at, would dearly like the forest floor to open up and reclaim him. Instead, he mumbles, "It's very early prototype," which makes absolutely no sense in context but at least gives his mouth something to do other than scream. The staff, delighted by all the attention, pulses again, softer this time, as if preening under the scrutiny. The rest of the journey to Brackenford unfolds in a series of such micro-humiliations. Every time his resolve to not look at Serafina wavers, when she murmurs quiet praise to a horse that shies at a falling branch, when she raises her fist and the entire patrol freezes in perfect unison, when she says, almost offhandedly, "Watch your step there," as he's about to snag his boot on a root, the staff dutifully tattles, its core blushing pink like some enchanted mood ring from hell. The guards, to their credit, grow used to it quickly. The first few times, they watch it with a kind of fascinated amusement, exchanging speculative glances and increasingly outlandish theories. Maybe it senses ley lines. Maybe it's detecting pockets of ambient love magic. Maybe it's allergic to command presence. But after an hour of intermittent pink pulses they start treating it like the background flicker of a campfire. Mildly interesting, but not worth rearranging their worldview over. Every so often, one of them will mutter, just loud enough for Elias to hear, "Romantic resonance, huh," and he will spend the next 10 minutes trying not to choke on his own tongue. The forest itself changes as they walk. The dense, oppressive press of the hollow gradually gives way to lighter growth, the trunks thinning, underbrush receding. Shafts of honest, uncomplicated sunlight lance through the leaves, pooling on the path in bright puddles instead of that eerie greenish half-light from deeper in. Birds return in greater numbers, their songs trilling from branch to branch, and small animals dart across the way with less of the panicked, hunted tension he has already come to associate with the inner woods. Elias feels the shift in his bones. Not safety, exactly. There are still plenty of ways to die out here that do not involve dire wolves, but a loosening, as if the land itself is less interested in testing the limits of his mortality. His mana bar, which had been hovering in the low 40s, creeps upward with every minute he is not actively pouring it into keeping four conjured walls from dissolving. The sanctuary icon in his peripheral vision brightens, no longer flashing warnings, just existing like a quiet promise. You can do this again, next time maybe without nearly killing yourself. The staff's color play eventually settles into a pattern even he can't entirely hate. Neutral white most of the time, buzzing faintly whenever his anxiety spikes at an unfamiliar noise, pink blooming in the crystal in brief, traitorous flashes whenever his traitorous, romance novel poisoned brain wonders what Serafina's hair looks like if it's not braided and helmet flattened, or imagines, with horrifying precision, what it would be like to have her sit in one of his conjured chairs and drink tea while scowling at a tactical map. He berates himself for those thoughts. This is the captain of the Royal Guard, for God's sake, not some blushing heroine, but the more he tries not to think them, the more they sneak in through cracks, as thoughts of that kind tend to do. At one point, in an effort to distract himself, he deliberately looks away from her entirely and focuses instead on the guards around him, on the forest, on cataloging the different birdsong patterns, anything else. The staff behaves, staying pale and polite, until Serafina says his name. "Elias," she calls back without turning, angling her head just enough that he knows she's addressing him and not some hypothetical other wizard she might have collected from a different disaster. The way his name sounds in her mouth, precise, clipped, but not unkind, hits him harder than the wolf's growl had, because no one has said it like that here yet, anchored in authority but free of irony or pity. He makes the mistake of looking up. She is glancing at him over her shoulder, checking he is still there, eyes briefly meeting his before flicking back to the path. It is a purely practical act, but his lizard brain interprets it as direct contact with the sun. The staff goes incandescent pink, throwing a rosy glow that actually tints the nearby tree trunks for a second. Several guards choke on air. The junior mage makes a strangled noise that might be envy. Serafina's brows crease. She opens her mouth, perhaps to ask another coolly probing question about romantic resonance, then thinks better of it. This is not the time, and she has limited patience for arcane mechanics that do not immediately impact monster slaying, and simply says, Brackenford is just beyond that rise, instead, sparing him further interrogation. When they crest the low hill she indicated, the town hoves into view. A cluster of stone and timber buildings nestled in a valley, smoke curling from chimneys, a low but sturdy palisade encircling it like a half-finished embrace. A river gleams nearby, catching the late afternoon light, and fields spread out in neat patches beyond, dotted with figures tending crops. To Elias, who last saw civilization as a blurred suggestion behind a septic truck and then as a bureaucratic, luminous afterlife hall, it looks impossibly grounded, reassuringly small. To Serafina, it is a waypoint, a place to offload this unexpected person of interest to the appropriate authorities and then return to her patrol, but even she feels a slight unclenching in her chest at the sight of intact walls and watchtowers. The guards at Brackenford's gate, dressed in rougher, less polished gear than the royal contingent, straighten like bowstrings when they see the silver armor and sunburst crest approaching. One opens his mouth, perhaps to announce himself, then realizes who is at their head and drops instead into a hasty bow, nearly smacking his forehead on his own spear haft. Captain Aurelia, he stammers. We weren't expecting. You never are, Serafina says, not unkindly, reining in her horse just outside the open gate. Stand easy. We're not here for an inspection. Dire wolf den in the hollow has been cleared. Send a runner to your guildhall and temple with that news, and another to the Baron to inform him the king's roads will be a fraction safer this week. The gate guard nods, eyes wide, already gesturing to a young boy in two big leathers to carry the messages. Then his gaze snags on Elias, on the staff still faintly blushing in his hand, on the way he hovers awkwardly behind the royal formation like someone who desperately does not want to be perceived and is, therefore, being perceived by everyone. And that, the guard blurts, before he can stop himself. New recruit, person of interest, Serafina corrects, and Elias swears he hears the capital letters when she says it this time. Sanctuary caster, instant house magic, unregistered. We're lodging him at your guildhall pending evaluation. The words, instant house magic, ripple through the nearby onlookers, because of course there are onlookers. A royal guard patrol riding through town is the kind of thing that makes even the most introverted baker stick his head out the window, like a thrown stone in a pond. Instant house, someone repeats, awestruck, like, poof, and you've got a roof. Gods above, another murmurs. My sister's been waiting 6 months for a mason to fix her chimney, where was he then? Elias would love, desperately, to melt into the cobblestones. His staff, picking up the storm of attention and his mortification, glows pink so brightly that a child near the gate actually claps and points. Pretty, the child crows. Do it again. He nearly drops the thing in horror. Serafina's mouth tightens infinitesimally, not at him but at the crowding. She is a professional, and professional soldiers do not allow gawkers to swarm around volatile magical assets, however endearingly flustered those assets may be. Clear a path, she tells the gate guards. The guildmaster will want this one under a roof that isn't made of his own nerves before sundown. Then, perhaps noticing the way Elias has unconsciously fallen back to his 10 paces behind position even in town, she turns slightly in the saddle and gives him a look that lands somewhere between exasperated and instructive. Walk beside me, she says. Not behind. You are under my escort, not skulking after it. The idea of walking beside her, shoulder to shining shoulder, in full view of every set of eyes in Brackenford, is enough to make his palms sweat so much he nearly loses his grip on the staff again. But something in her tone brooks no argument, and something in him, long used to hugging walls and trailing groups, recognizes this as, not quite kindness, but a refusal to let him make himself smaller than his circumstances. With all the grace of a cat being coaxed into a bath, he shuffles forward until he is, if not exactly at her side, at least not hiding behind her horse's flank. He keeps his gaze fixed firmly on the cobbles ahead and the curve of the Guildhall's roof in the distance, telling himself that if he does not look up, if he never, ever again tests the staff's fondness for Pink in her vicinity, he might get through the next 10 minutes with only mild humiliation. This plan survives until Serafina, dismounting in one fluid motion in front of the Guildhall's heavy oak doors, turns and offers him a hand. Not because she thinks he can't manage the step up, but because it is the most straightforward way to communicate, "You are coming with me now," without resorting to hauling him by the collar again. The gesture is simple, practical, entirely devoid of the flourish his romance novels would have given it. To Elias, it is as if an illustrated cover has reached down and tapped him on the forehead. He glances up, just for a second, to meet her eyes as he takes her hand. The staff explodes into a shade of pink so intense it is practically magenta, the crystal throwing off heart-colored flares that dance over the Guildhall's stone facade. Somewhere behind him, one of the royal guards finally loses the battle with his composure and lets out a strangled, muffled laugh. The junior mage makes a noise like a kettle boiling. Serafina's brows inch upward, the only visible sign that she has, at last, connected at least some of the dots between romantic resonance, instant house magic keyed to bonds, and staff going full sunrise every time this man looks at her. For a heartbeat, Elias is sure she is going to say something cutting, or worse, pitying. Instead, she just tightens her grip enough to pull him up the single step and says, in a voice so utterly even it might as well be a spell to flatten the air, "We will discuss the finer points of your focuses as sensitivities after you have eaten and slept and answered the guild's questions. Until then, try not to point it at anyone you are not prepared to shelter." The admonition lands with more weight than her tone suggests, layered with all the cultural understanding of sanctuary magic he does not yet have. That to be keyed to someone, to let your fortification respond to their presence, is to make them part of your foundation. Elias, who has never consciously let anyone that close in his life and who, until a few hours ago, thought his most intimate relationship was with a subscription service that remembered his favorite dumplings, swallows hard, nods, and follows her through the doors, staff still faintly, stubbornly pink in his hand, his attempts at stealth long since ruined but, for the first time, not entirely certain that visibility is the worst fate he could suffer in this strange, luminous world. By the time the sun had dragged itself down to smear the canopy in streaks of copper and violet, they had been walking for hours, the dense menace of the verdant hollow thinning into a lighter, more spacious forest but still a good half-day's march from the safety of walls, and Serafina, who could judge distances and risks as easily as most people judge the weather, called a halt with a sharp, "We make camp here. We won't reach town before full dark. And I'm not walking a green mage through the night on his first day out of a beast den." The patrol moved with practiced efficiency, horses tethered in a rough circle, bedrolls unrolled in an outer ring, a fire pit dug and fed with fallen branches until it crackled cheerfully in the lengthening shadows, and Elias hovered on the edge of it all with his staff clutched in both hands, a somewhat bewildered ghost at the feast. He had slept in worse conditions in his old life. Lumpy couches, air mattresses at family gatherings. But watching these hardened professionals pick their sleeping spots with their backs to stumps and rocks rather than cozy tree roots, seeing how little they carried and how they made do with that little, made his own instinctive idea of camping, which involved at least one thick blanket and a power outlet, feel embarrassingly luxurious. As the guards moved through their routines, two assigned to first watch, one already muttering over a pot of something that smelled like stew, the others checking straps and sharpening blades, Elias stood near the fire, shoulders hunched against the chill that settled the moment the sun slid below the trees, and wrestled with two competing urges. Slink off to some edge of camp and pretend to become invisible, or find some way, any way, to justify his continued existence that did not involve attracting another pack of dire wolves. The second urge, shockingly, won, buoyed by a flicker of stubbornness that sounded suspiciously like the goddess's laughing voice in his head. If you want to survive here, Elias, you're going to have to be part of things, not just a ghost in the corner. And he cleared his throat softly, edging closer to where Serafina stood conferring with her lieutenants near the firelight. He began, and had to start again when his voice came out as a croak. Captain. She turned, that cool, appraising gaze snapping to him like a spotlight. Even out of immediate combat, with helmet pushed back and gauntlets loosened, she radiated an intensity that made his throat go dry. Yes, Elias, she said, and the way she said his name, flat, professional, but with a faint downward lilt that suggested she was not actively annoyed with him at this exact moment, was enough to make the staff in his hand buzz faintly and throw a tiny blush of pink at its core. He willed it to behave. You said earlier I shouldn't house myself without permission, he managed, mortified that the phrase sounded suggestive even to his own ears. But, we have to sleep, and sanctuary magic can, make shelter, not just cottages in wolf dens. I can try for something more practical. He trailed off, bracing himself for a snort, a dismissal, a curt, your last attempt nearly killed you, no thank you. Instead, Serafina frowned, not in derision but in thought, glancing briefly at the darkening trees, then back at him. A tent, she said, as if testing the word on his behalf. Or a warded lean-to at least. Something that gives us walls without announcing our presence to every hungry thing within a mile. Her gaze dipped to the staff, then flicked up again. Can you shape it small? Unlit from outside. He hesitated, then nodded, more confidently than he felt. He had not yet consciously controlled the aesthetics of his sanctuaries. The cottage had been pure instinct. But the skill description had mentioned forms, plural, and some corner of his mind, the one that had spent too many nights rearranging imaginary furniture in fictional apartments, believed him capable. I think so, he said. I'll keep it simple. Famous last words. She studied him another heartbeat, then gave a short nod. Very well. Summon us a tent, sanctuary mage. If you feel your mana dropping too quickly, you drop the spell and we sleep under the stars like everyone else. She did not say, but he heard anyway, I'd rather have you alive and shivering than impressive and dead. That thought, oddly, steadied him. He stepped back from the fire a little, to a patch of relatively flat ground within the patrol's loose circle, and planted the butt of his staff firmly between two roots. He closed his eyes, inhaled the damp, loamy scent of the forest night, and tried to picture practical shelter, something low, dark, unobtrusive, with just enough room for the patrol to bed down out of the wind, no frills, no distractions, definitely no fireplaces or tea services. The mistake, in retrospect, was that he reached for a concept of practical in a brain marinated for years in slow-burn romances and cozy domestic fantasies. The last time he'd seen a tent that didn't belong in a catalog styled as glamping for emotionally repressed professionals had been in a movie where the leads shared a lingering, lantern-lit conversation under its canvas. The memory flickered up unbidden. White fabric glowing softly against the dark, strings of fairy lights overhead, cushions tossed artfully around a low table, two silhouettes leaning toward each other as the world fell away. He flinched away from it, tried to shove it back in the mental drawer labeled, "Do not think about this near magic," but sanctuary magic was not a thing of drawers and compartments. It fed on his rawest associations, his deepest definitions of safe, and wanted, and at ease, and right now those ideas were inexorably tangled with scenes like that. Heat prickled in his cheeks as he realized the shape his intent was taking even as he tried to wrangle it into a basic ridge tent, and the staff, eager to oblige its user's truest desires rather than his panicked surface-level instructions, surged with power. Light burst upward from the tip, not in a blinding spear but in a soft, blossoming wave, like a bubble inflating. The guards nearest him stumbled back with muttered curses, hands flying to hilts, but the glow wasn't hostile. It billowed up and out, then folded elegantly downward, edges thickening, crystallizing into structure. Where a sensible, dun-colored tent might have sagged into being, his magic instead produced a romantic gazebo with candlelight. A circular, open-sided pavilion unfurled like an embarrassed flower. Slender, gently arched columns of pale, luminous wood sprung from the ground in a ring, supporting a domed roof draped in what looked like sheer white fabric that wasn't fabric at all but condensed light, cascading in soft, translucent curtains that could be tied back or let down. The floor inside rose an inch above the forest floor, smooth and warm underfoot, dotted with plush-looking cushions and neatly rolled blankets. Along the perimeter, at head height, small floating orbs of golden light flickered into being, then lengthened downward into the unmistakable forms of candles in glass lanterns, their flames steady, their light pooling gently rather than glaring. In the very center of the gazebo, as if to twist the knife in his dignity, a low round table manifested, already set with a modest but undeniably pretty arrangement of conjured greenery and a teapot with 2 cups. The whole structure glowed not so brightly as to be a beacon, but enough that it looked less like a military encampment and more like the set of an outdoor wedding in a particularly indulgent adaptation of one of his books. The forest held its breath. The guards did not. By the radiant, someone breathed. "We asked for a tent, not the king's courting pavilion," another muttered, half amused, half in awe. "Instant house mage doesn't do halfway, apparently," Jory, the spear wielder, said under his breath. "Look at those cushions. My back's already in love." Elias wished, fervently, that the ground would open up and swallow him and the gazebo and everyone who had ever written a romance trope about secluded lantern-lit shelters whole. The staff in his hand, reacting to the wash of mingled embarrassment and, traitorously, a tiny thread of pride at how pretty it all looked, went from neutral to an incandescent, rose-gold blush that reflected in the nearest lantern glass. He tried to smother it with sheer will, but his grip only made it pulse brighter. He risked a glance at Serafina. She had not moved during the spell's manifestation. She had stood at the edge of the forming structure, sword half drawn in case the magic turned on them, eyes tracking every curve and column with the wary attention of a commander evaluating a new piece of siege equipment. Now, as the gazebo settled into its final form, lights steady, curtains sighing softly in an unfelt breeze, she sheathed her blade fully and stepped inside the perimeter, boot heels ringing faintly on the conjured floor. Her gaze swept the space. The cushions, the lanterns, the shamefully perfect placement of that stupid little table, and for the first time since he had met her, her composure cracked. It was a small thing, almost comically so in the face of a conjured architectural marvel. Just a flush, a quick wash of color over the high planes of her cheekbones, subtle but undeniable in the warm light. Her lips parted by a fraction as if to gasp and then thought better of it. Her eyes, usually sharp and cool, softened for half a heartbeat as something like yearning flickered through them. Serafina Aurelia, captain of the royal guard, blushed. Elias saw it. So did at least half her men, and a murmur rippled through them like a wind through tall grass, quickly strangled when she cut a sharp look sideways that, even pink-cheeked, could silence a barracks. That pink, though, did not vanish as quickly as the murmurs. It lingered, blooming faintly higher on her ears, telling a story no barked order could erase. He had never in his life felt more like he'd walked in on someone reading a romance novel in full armor. "This," she said finally, voice low and oddly strained, as if forced through too tight armor straps, "is not a tent." "I know," he said helplessly, because what else could he say? "I was aiming for a tent. My magic has opinions." Jory, who had no survival instinct when it came to jokes, coughed something that sounded suspiciously like, "It's a courting pavilion," into his fist. The junior mage beside him elbowed him sharply, eyes darting between the captain and the glowing structure as if wondering whether the gazebo itself might be offended. Serafina shot Jory a look that clearly translated to, "Dig your own grave later," then turned back to Elias, The blush had not receded, but something steely had reasserted itself behind it. "Your opinions will get us seen from 3 clearings away if we're not careful," she said, but there was less bite in it than he'd feared. "But the light is contained," the junior mage interjected timidly, peering at the lanterns. "Look, Captain, the glow doesn't bleed past the curtain line. It's like the sanctuary is absorbing the excess. From outside the circle, it will be no brighter than a campfire." Serafina glanced toward the dark forest, then back, assessing the edges where candlelight met night. She stepped to the threshold, leaned out, and indeed, from that vantage, the gazebo's glow did seem muted, a warm, localized presence rather than a beacon. "HMPH, she said, the sound containing equal parts reluctant approval and ongoing disapproval of the aesthetic. And inside, the mage stepped over the threshold, shivering a little as he passed through the invisible barrier, and his shoulders immediately dropped an inch. "Comfort field," he murmured. "Low grade, calming, warmth adjusted to occupant body temperature. Very cozy." The last word escaped him like a sin. One of the other guards, unable to resist, plopped down experimentally on a cushion, then made a small, involuntary noise of bliss as the conjured fabric molded itself perfectly to the contours of his backside. "Captain," he said reverently, with respect, "we are idiots if we make this man sleep on the ground." "With respect," Serafina replied dryly, still faintly pink, "we are idiots if we let ourselves get so soft we forget this is a forest full of things that think of us as chew toys." But her eyes drifted, unbidden, back to the lanterns, to the way the candlelight painted everything in gold and honey instead of the harsh blue-white of wardlight she was used to the blankets folded at the edges, thick and inviting, to the tea set, of course there was a tea set waiting patiently at the center. For a moment, she looked as if she were at war with herself. Then, with the air of making a tactical concession rather than giving in to a secret desire, she said, "2 on watch, the rest may use the shelter in shifts. No more than 4 inside at once. I don't know the upper limit of this thing's stability under load." She turned to Elias. "Can it take that?" Her use of it, as if the gazebo were some semi-sentient beast she might need to fight, would have been funny under other circumstances. As it was, he was too busy trying not to combust now that his magic had elicited an actual blush from a woman who had just carved a dire wolf in half. "Yes," he said, checking his HUD. "Occupants. 1 himself mana drain. 5 sec. Region. 7 sec." The structure was small enough and his reserves high enough that this form, at least, wasn't killing him. As long as people are inside, the drain slows. "It wants company." She snorted softly, some crack in her composure turning that into almost a laugh. "Of course it does," she muttered. "Your magic is as needy as a lonely noble's lapdog." He might have been offended. Instead, he found himself strangely charmed by the image. Someone brought stew. Bowls were passed around. Soon enough, the gazebo was populated by off-duty soldiers who sprawled on cushions with the wary relaxation of men not used to being this comfortable on campaign, while their comrades rotated watch outside. Elias retreated to the farthest edge of the circle, pressed up against one of the luminous columns with his knees drawn to his chest, more observer than participant, watching in fascinated discomfort as hardened warriors discovered, one by one, that his sanctuary made their backs stop hurting and their hearts beat a fraction slower. Serafina did not sit at first. She made a point of taking first watch, pacing just beyond the gazebo's perimeter, eyes scanning the shadows, its soft light gilding the edges of her armor, the still faint flush on her cheeks slowly fading as the practical work of keeping everyone alive reasserted itself. Only when the second watch relieved her, sometime later, did she step inside properly. It was a small thing, a shift in territory, but to Elias it felt like some major celestial alignment. She crossed the threshold, the invisible skin of the sanctuary rippling briefly around her like water, and her shoulders dropped a fraction, the tension in her jaw easing as the comfort aura wrapped around her whether she wanted it or not. She moved with habitual caution even here, unbuckling her sword but keeping it within quick reach, unclasping her cloak, but instead of choosing the spot nearest the exit, she hesitated, then lowered herself onto one of the cushions near the center, facing the open side where she could still see the fire and the dark beyond. From here, Elias could see details he hadn't before. The faint lines of old scars along her knuckles where the gauntlets ended, the small strip of darker skin on her wrist where a bracelet must have once sat. Handing his empty stew bowl off to a passing guard, she reached, almost absently, for the teapot his magic had so helpfully supplied. She paused with her fingers on the handle, as if catching herself in something forbidden, then, with the kind of stubbornness that must have carried her through countless drills and battles, poured anyway. The act of pouring tea in armor, by candlelight, in a conjured gazebo in the middle of a dangerous forest should have been ridiculous. Instead, it was disarmingly human. Elias, watching from his corner, felt his chest ache in a way that had nothing to do with mana depletion. The staff in his hand, merciless familiar of his inner weather, glowed a quiet, rosy hue, less blaring this time, more like the embers in the hearth that wasn't there. After a while, the conversation in the shelter dwindled to low murmurs and then to the even breathing of men drifting into sleep. Outside, the watch exchanged soft words as they traded places. Inside, only two remained awake. Elias, too wired to rest, and Serafina, who sat with one knee drawn up, an untasted cup of tea cooling between her hands, eyes fixed on a point somewhere beyond the lanterns. The silence between them was not comfortable, not yet, but it was less hostile than he'd expected. He stared at his hands, at the grain of the conjured floor, at the way the lantern light painted ripples on the inside of the gazebo's roof, and finally, because the quiet was winding his nerves tighter rather than looser, he blurted, very softly, "I'm sorry it's like this." Her head turned, just enough that he knew he had her attention. "Like what?" "Soft," he said, wincing at how juvenile the word sounded. "Pretty. My magic, when I'm scared, it makes places like I always wished I could be in. It's indulgent, not nightly." He braced for a lecture on practicality, on the virtue of hard edges and plain blankets. Instead, there was a long pause, and then a sound he had not yet heard from her. A short, wry huff that might, in a less guarded person, have been a laugh. "Do you imagine my lodgings at the palace are draped in barbed wire and lit by interrogation lamps?" she asked. "I sleep on a bed, Elias, not a rack." "I assumed the bed was made of stone," he muttered before he could stop himself, then froze, horrified at his own mouth. To his amazement, the corners of her lips twitched. "Only metaphorically," she said. "In truth, the mattresses in the office's quarters are perfectly acceptable. Comfortable, even. The blankets are wool, not burlap. I own. This stays between us under threat of latrine duty." There was a faint, conspiratorial tilt to her voice now that he would have sworn she wasn't capable of. "One cushion with embroidery on it. A gift from a court lady who thought I needed cheering up. It has a ridiculous sun on it with tassels. I keep it in my trunk." He stared, the image crash landing in his brain. Serafina Aurelia, terror of the Western Wall, sitting on her bunk in full armor with a stupidly adorable sun cushion propped behind her. The staff pulsed pink. He didn't care. "You like it," he guessed. She looked down at her cup, then up at the lanterns, the spectral curtains, the way the conjured fabric softened the edges of the night. The candlelight caught the lingering hint of color in her cheeks, turned her eyes from cool gray to something warmer. "I like," she began, then seemed to wrestle with the admission, as if each word had to fight its way through layers of training and expectation. "I like things that are not made for killing," she said finally, each syllable deliberate. "I like music that isn't a marching beat. I like hot baths that last more than 10 minutes. I like books that are not after-action reports." She paused, then, as if stepping off a cliff, added, "I like soft things. Blankets, cushions. The palace gardens at dusk when the gardeners have hung lanterns in the trees for some fool noble's party. I like all of it." Her hand tightened around the teacup. "And I can never indulge in it the way I would like." He swallowed, throat suddenly tight. "Because you're the captain," he said quietly. Because you have to be this. He gestured vaguely at her armor, her rank insignia, her habit of being the last one to sit and the first to stand. Because if you asked for lanterns and cushions in your tent, someone would write a song about it and it would follow you into battle. A faint, bitter smile ghosted across her face. You learn quickly. Not quickly enough to avoid putting candlelit curtains in a monster forest, he said. That coaxed a real, if small, chuckle out of her. True, she conceded. But yes, when I was a junior knight, if I had asked for anything like this, she waved a hand at the gazebo, I would have been laughed out of the barracks. Or worse, pitied. Serafina wants to play noble lady again, they would have said. She thinks she's still at her father's house with silk on the chairs. So I learned not to ask. I learned to sit on stone benches and to drink thin wine and to pretend not to notice when the king's guests vanished into rooms with tapestries and velvet sofas while I stood in the hall. Her eyes tracked the movement of one of the floating lanterns as it bobbed gently, its flame steady. I chose this, she went on, almost defensively. No one forced me. I left that house. I swore oaths. I do not regret it. But sometimes, she trailed off. Then, with the air of someone tearing open a small, well-guarded door, admitted, sometimes I dream of being able to sit somewhere like this and not have it mean anything. Not have it be a statement or a scandal. Just to be warm, and comfortable, and unobserved. The last word landed between them with a weight he recognized all too well. It was the same desire that had driven him to his old apartment, to his hidden book stacks, to fake fevers for pizza. Unobserved. Safe. For her, those words were as forbidden as luxury. For him, they had been all he thought he wanted, until his death had taught him their price. I'm sorry, he said, the phrase woefully inadequate. That you had to cut that out of your life. I cut nothing out, she said sharply, then sighed, the sound softer. I set it aside. There is a difference, or so I tell myself when the mattress feels thin and the hall is cold. She finally lifted the tea to her lips, took a sip, and her eyes widened fractionally. This is quite good, she murmured, as if offended by the fact. Of course it is, he said, because if there was one thing his magic was absolutely going to get right, it was tea. Something clicked in his brain then, a small, almost audible shift in how he viewed himself. Up until now, his sanctuary magic had felt like a cosmic joke at his expense, a power that made his deepest embarrassments manifest in glowing house form, that punished his solitude and forced him into the very connections he'd spent a lifetime avoiding. It was practical in the abstract. Walls, safety, shields, but in practice, every iteration had come with lace curtains and emotional vulnerability baked in. Watching Serafina sit, armor creaking slightly as she settled more fully into the cushion, candlelight softening the severity of her features, hands cradling a cup of tea she would never have poured for herself under her own command, he realized that what felt indulgent to him, frivolous even, was for someone like her not just luxury but relief. His domestic magic might actually appeal to her, not despite its softness but because of it. I can make other things, he said slowly, feeling his way. Not just ridiculous gazebos. Well, mostly ridiculous gazebos. But I think, if I practice, I can tune it. Less spectacle, more comfort. Blankets that warm up when you're cold. Chairs that don't make your spine hate you. Sounds that muffle the worst of the outside without dulling your hearing. He gestured around. This is, I know it looks like something out of a ballad. And it kind of is. My brain is unhelpful. But the core of it, the safety, the warmth, that's what it does. That's what I do. Her eyes met his across the low table, the flicker of the lanterns reflected in them making them seem deeper. You speak as if you have a choice in where it manifests, she said. You nearly died today because it chose for you in the middle of a wolf's nest. I didn't say I was good at choosing yet, he said. Just that maybe, if I let it out more when it isn't an emergency, it'll be less dramatic when it is. It sounded absurd, even to him, but the logic was there. His magic was like a muscle that only knew how to go from zero to full sprint in moments of terror. Perhaps, with gentler, more frequent use, it could learn subtler gestures, smaller shelters. And if, in the process, he added, surprising himself with the courage to say it, I can give you a place to sit with your ridiculous sun cushion and drink a cup of tea without anyone writing a song about it, I wouldn't hate that. There was a long beat of silence in which he became acutely aware of every worst-case scenario. That she would bristle, here in his words an implication of weakness. That she would freeze him out with a single look. That she would remind him of his place, which was not to offer anything to someone of her rank but to do as he was told. Instead, her lips curved, just barely, into what might, in a gentler light, be called a smile. You offer a dangerous temptation, Elias, she said quietly. Softness and secrecy in one package. The Royal Charter is very clear about fraternization between guard officers and mages under evaluation. The word, fraternization, slammed into his stomach like a thrown rock. His brain turned it into a montage of every troppish forbidden romance scenario he'd ever read, complete with gazebo scenes not unlike this one, and his ears went hot. The staff glowed a very soft, very steady pink, like a heartbeat. She noticed. It was impossible not to, and, to his utter shock, blushed again, the color rising to match the staff's hue. I mean, she amended, the uncharacteristic stumble making his heart lurch, about indulgence. Time wasted, perception blurred, not. She gestured between them in a vague, embarrassed way that made something in his chest light up like one of the lanterns, not that. Right, he said, because if he said anything else, his mouth might start quoting page numbers from late-night chapters. Of course, regulation, perception, all that. The gazebo seemed to hum around them, its magic content, for the moment, to simply cradle rather than push. Outside, the forest rustled and sighed, predators giving the royal guards scent and the trace of Sanctuary a wide berth. For the first time since waking in this world, Elias did not feel like a mismatch between inside and out. Here, in this absurd, candlelit anomaly, he was uniquely, precisely useful. No one else could have given these soldiers, or their unflappable captain, this kind of respite. For the first time, it occurred to him that his skills demand, that he form bonds, that he let others into his safe spaces, was not only a punishing therapeutic exercise but also an invitation. To be the one who built the rooms people allowed themselves to collapse in. To be, quite literally, someone's sanctuary. He watched Serafina take another sip of tea, her eyes fluttering closed for a bare instant in appreciation before she forced them open again. Watched the way her shoulders, for all her efforts to keep them squared, were just a little less rigid than they had been outside. His gaze drifted to his HUD out of habit, half hoping, half dreading, and sure enough, a new, faint entry had appeared beneath the list of bonds. Serafina Aurelia, interest latent. Romantic resonance. Plus 1%. Sanctuary comfort bonus when sheltering bonded individual. Plus 5%. The numbers were small, almost laughably so beside the enormity of who she was, but they were there, carved into the underlying logic of his magic like the first line of a story. He looked back at her, at the armor that hid most of her and the blush she could not entirely hide, and for once did not immediately scold himself for the way his chest tightened. All practice, he heard himself say, quieter than the crackle of the lantern flames. Smaller things, less ostentatious. We can start with blankets that don't look like they belong in a royal bedchamber. That would be acceptable, she said, and if there was a thread of warmth in her voice that hadn't been there when she'd called him an idiot in the hollow, he pretended not to notice. Outside, a night bird called. One of the guards on watch murmured something in response and shifted his stance. Inside, the two of them sat in a conjured bubble of softness, a knight who had built a life on denying herself the comforts she secretly loved and a mage who had been told all his life that his love of such comforts was something to hide. Between them, a low table, 2 cups of good tea, and a magic that, for once, felt less like a cosmic joke and more like a bridge. The gazebo's candles burned steadily on, their light catching the pink in Serafina's cheeks and in Elias's staff and casting both in the same, gentle glow. By the time they reached the outskirts of Oakhaven, Elias had convinced himself, foolishly, as it turned out, that surviving a dire wolf, accidentally seducing the captain of the Royal Guard with a gazebo, and spending a night in close proximity to other human beings without spontaneously combusting meant he was, if not fine, then at least spiritually inoculated against further horror. This delusion lasted exactly until the town's outer palisade came into full view and the sheer sensory reality of civilization in Edelgard hit him like a cartload of bricks to the face. Oakhaven, as Serafina had briskly explained that morning while gesturing at a map he hadn't fully processed, was not some sleepy little hamlet like Brackenford but a proper border town. A major adventurers' guild hub and trade point between the safer inner kingdoms and the wild territories beyond. Which meant that as they approached, the narrow forest track widened into a packed dirt road that teemed with life. Wagons creaking under barrels and crates, traders in bright cloaks shouting to one another over the clatter of wheels, farmers herding reluctant goats, mercenaries in mismatched armor stomping along, children darting between legs like suicidal ferrets. The walls themselves were taller, thicker, made of stone faced with timber, and above the open gate he could see the town's crest. An oak tree whose branches cradled a stylized sword and quill, painted in proud, peeling colors. All of that would have been quaint enough if experienced from a safe distance with a cup of tea, but walking into it, flanked by gleaming Royal Guard and tagged, in everyone's curious gaze, as obviously strange mage, was a different matter entirely. The noise swelled as they joined the queue at the gate. Hawkers advertising meat skewers and honey fritters, smiths' hammers ringing from somewhere nearby, a pair of arguing carpenters practically nose to nose over a measurement dispute, a street musician sawing at a fiddle, a group of teenagers laughing too loud at a joke he didn't catch, all of it layered over the constant murmur of conversations in accents he didn't know, words blurring together into an overwhelming wash. The smells hit next. Wood smoke, horses, sweat, spilled ale, frying onions, unfamiliar spices, leather, metal, and the sharp, sour tang of a nearby tannery that made his eyes water. In his old life he'd thought city streets were bad, but their chaos had at least been somewhat mediated by cars and crosswalk signals and the polite fiction of headphones. Here, everyone was physically present, bodies pressed too close for comfort, faces turning openly toward any novelty, and a Royal Guard captain escorting a mage with a glowing staff through the gate was, apparently, novelty enough to draw a dozen curious stares. Serafina ignored them with the ease of long practice, her horse shouldering gently but firmly through the throng, her expression that same calm, serious mask that said, "This is all under control, even if a dragon landed in the marketplace." Elias, on the other hand, could feel every pair of eyes like a separate, stabbing pin of awareness, pricking through the thin skin of his composure until he was a hedgehog of raw nerves. The staff in his hand buzzed in sympathy, its core flickering between its usual soft white and a panicked, embarrassed pink whenever his gaze accidentally collided with someone else's for more than half a second. Upon arriving in the town of Oakhaven, Elias is overwhelmed by the noise, the smells, and the sheer number of people engaging in eye contact. His heart hammered against his ribs like it was trying to petition for asylum in another, quieter chest. His breathing went shallow and fast, and his vision narrowed at the edges, turning the bustling street into a tunnel with too many moving objects. The worst part, he decided, was not the shouts or the crush or even the smells. It was the eye contact, the way people's gazes snagged on him and then stuck, lingering on the glowing staff, on his obviously not from around here clothes, on the way he flinched when a cart rumbled too close. Back home, you could at least pretend you weren't looking at each other. Screens provided plausible deniability, but here there was nothing between his face and theirs, no buffer, no escape. The gate guards waved them through with only a cursory glance once they saw Serafina's crest, and then they were inside properly, swallowed by Oakhaven's streets. Stalls lining either side hawking charms, jerky, boots, mysterious potions, buildings leaning companionably toward one another, upper stories almost touching, laundry strung between windows, Somewhere a dog barked, somewhere else a hawker's bell clanged, and every few strides someone seemed to barrel within inches of him, forcing him to dodge and mutter apologies that no one heard. Each bump, each accidental brush of cloth against his sleeve, sent little spikes of adrenaline through him, and within minutes the fragile shell of coping he'd constructed on the road, held together by Serafina's steady presence and the memory of last night's gazebo, began to crack. He tried to retreat, his instincts screaming at him to get out of the open, to find a quiet alley or an empty doorway he could press himself into until the tide of humanity ebbed. He slowed his pace, letting the gap between himself and the Royal Guard horses widen, just a little at first, inch by inch, and began to angle his body toward the mouth of a side street that promised, at least, fewer voices. If he could just slip away for 5 minutes, collect himself, maybe even drop a tiny, discreet sanctuary in some hidden nook, he could come back before anyone noticed he'd gone. His brain, in full flight mode, told him this was a good plan, a viable plan. After all, he'd spent his whole old life executing similar micro-escapes from office parties and crowded trains, and for a fleeting, treacherous moment he actually believed he might manage it here too. He did not, however, account for the fact that his escort was Serafina Aurelia, whose job description essentially boiled down to notice threats before they become problems, and whose entire body was tuned to the subtle shifts in movement and intent of those around her. She felt, more than saw, the slackening of the line behind her, the way the tiny gravitational pull of the mage at her back tugged off center, and without even turning her head she snapped, "Do not fall out of formation," over her shoulder, her tone sharp enough to cut through the layer of panic fuzzing his ears. He flinched, guilt slamming into him. His feet, traitors, tried to obey, but the press of people on either side, the sheer density of being noticed, made his legs go watery and his chest seize, and instead of moving closer he stumbled another half-step toward the alley, shoulders hunching as if that could make him invisible. The staff, delighting in his internal conflict, glowed a conflicted mottled pink-white like a drunk firefly. The instant she felt that continued drift, Serafina reined in hard, her horse half pirouetting in the street with a controlled snort that made nearby pedestrians scatter. In one smooth motion she dismounted, boots hitting cobblestone with a resonant thunk, and closed the distance between them in 3 long strides, cloak flaring behind her. Before he could decide whether to freeze or bolt, her hand shot out and grabbed him by the collar, fingers hooking neatly into the seam of his jerkin with the ease of long practice. This was not her first time yanking a wayward recruit back into line, and she hauled him bodily back toward the center of the street, turning on her heel with enough momentum that he staggered, almost losing his grip on the staff. "Absolutely not," she said in a low, firm voice that threaded under the general noise yet somehow still carried to his bones. "You are not wandering off in a town you have never seen, out of uniform, unregistered, with a focus that glows like a festival lantern every time you feel something." He made a strangled noise that might have been, too many people, but his tongue fumbled the consonants, turning people into p, pay, and too many into tomb, So what came out sounded, once again, suspiciously like some obscure arcanic mutter. Serafina's grip did not loosen. "You can hyperventilate on guild property," she said, and then, before his brain could even think of a rebuttal, she quite literally dragged him to the Adventurers Guild to register, her hand a constant, anchoring presence at the back of his neck or in his collar as she steered him through the churn of Oakhaven's main artery like he was a particularly skittish, lanky dog. The guild building rose from the press of lesser structures like a squat, solid promise, 3 stories of stone with heavy timber reinforcements, its facade dominated by a carved crest of crossed sword and quill under the spreading branches of an oak, the same symbol he'd seen on the town banner but here rendered in loving, slightly garish detail. Above the wide double doors, a wooden sign swung on iron chains. "Adventurers Guild, Oakhaven Branch, registration, quests, drinks," in bold, inviting paint. Inviting, at least, to people who did not consider the phrase, full of adventurers, synonymous with, full of strangers who might look at you and then form opinions. From inside, even with the doors closed, came a cacophony of voices, clinking tankards, raucous laughter, a bard's off-key lute, the scrape of chairs, the thump of boots on floorboards, and the specific, yeasty meat-fat smell of a tavern that did brisk business in fried things. Elias's feet tried to stop on the threshold in sheer self-preservation. Serafina's hand on his collar ensured they did not. She hauled one door open with a shove of her shoulder and marched him inside as if she were bringing in a prisoner of war, which, in a way, was not far from how he felt. The interior of the guild was an exercise in controlled chaos. A broad common hall filled with long tables and benches, many of them occupied by groups of armor-clad, weapon-laden individuals of every race and build, some laughing, some arguing over dog-eared maps, some arm-wrestling, some simply slumped in post-quest exhaustion. Along one wall ran a long bar where a harried half-elf bartender was valiantly trying to keep up with orders. Opposite that, a quest board so cluttered with notices it looked like a tree with too many leaves. Stairs at the back led up to what he assumed were private rooms. The floor was scarred and stained, the ceiling beams tattooed with knife marks and tally scratches. Everywhere there was motion, noise, the sharp smell of ale and sweat and roasted meat, the low hum of magic from the occasional spell flaring in a corner as some show-off demonstrated a trick for their friends. Elias's soul tried to exit through his ears. He instinctively attempted to fold himself behind Serafina's much more solid presence, using her like a moving wall as he shuffled in her wake toward the front desk. A large, scarred counter set off to the side, where a carved sign read registration and admin in block letters. There was already a small line of hopeful-looking would-be adventurers waiting there. A nervous farm boy clutching a badly strapped sword, a pair of sisters in matching light armor whispering to each other, a hulking orc polishing an axe. Their conversation stuttered and then died as Serafina approached, her sunburst crest catching the lantern light, radiating an aura of official business that parted the queue like oil on water. People stepped aside with varying mixes of deference and curiosity, and within seconds she had installed Elias in front of the counter like an offering. The guild receptionist was a boisterous dwarf, perched on a high stool behind the desk with a ledger the size of a small anvil open in front of him. He had the kind of build that looked like it had been chiseled from a single block of particularly stubborn granite. Broad shoulders, thick arms corded with muscle, a barrel chest encased in a leather vest embroidered with the guild's crest. His beard was a magnificent tangle of auburn shot through with silver, braided in 3 thick plaits that were each bound with tiny rune-inscribed bands that flashed when he laughed, which he did often and loudly. His nose had been broken at least twice. His eyes, a bright, merrily suspicious blue, twinkled as they lifted from the ledger to assess the newcomers. By Moradin's left toe, he boomed, voice carrying easily over the ambient din. If it isn't Captain Aurelia gracing my humble desk, what's the world coming to, eh? We finally get the royal lot down here to slum it with us honest folk. A ripple of laughter ran through the nearest tables at that, the easy laughter of people used to his patter. Serafina inclined her head in acknowledgement, the ghost of a genuine smile threatened and then safely neutralized before it reached her mouth. Gromly, she said, still exaggerating your humility, I see. If I don't, who will? Gromly shot back, slapping the ledger shut. What brings the king's favorite headache to my door? Here to finally register under adventurer, so I can charge you for all the trouble you cause. More chuckles. Serafina allowed herself the faintest huff of amusement. Not today, she said. I'm depositing something instead. She stepped aside just enough to reveal Elias fully, still clinging to his staff like a life raft, his eyes wide and hunted. Gromley's gaze snapped to him, sharp despite the affable bluster, and swept up and down in a swift, assessing pass that made Elias feel like a cut of meat being grated. This, Serafina continued, is Elias. Sanctuary caster. Dropped an instant habitable structure in the middle of a dire wolf nest and lived to be lectured about it. The capital will want to know he exists. So will your guildmaster. I'm registering him under your adventurers. Rolls first so he can stop being technically illegal. Illegal, Elias squeaked, because apparently that was a thing he could be now. Gromley scratched his beard thoughtfully. We do frown on unlicensed walking fortresses, he conceded. Then, louder, glancing pointedly at Elias's staff, instant house magic, handy, especially in winter. Might even get me to leave this stool once in a while. He leaned forward, planting thick hands on the counter, and peered more closely at Elias. Up close, the dwarf smelled faintly of ink, ale, and some kind of pipe smoke that tickled the back of Elias's throat. Name's Gromley Stonehand, he said. Registrar, quartermaster, and unofficial therapist for every would-be hero who comes through that door. Elias managed, startled into almost clarity by the barrage. Just Elias, Gromley repeated, rolling it around his tongue. Right, and what do you do, just Elias? Elias opened his mouth to say I build safe places. His brain, still in meltdown, supplied something closer to who, ho, and then stalled, vowels pooling uselessly at the back of his throat. The staff, perhaps trying to be helpful, glowed pink, its core pulsing with the particular tone it reserved for romantic resonance, high embarrassment. Gromley's eyes dropped to it, then back up to Elias's face, then down again to his body, which, in the ill-fitting basic gear he'd woken up in, looked even skinnier than usual. Long limbs, narrow shoulders, not much visible muscle. In a hall full of people built like blacksmiths and sprinters, he resembled a misplaced accountant. Gromley grinned, sharp and wide. Sanctuary mage, you say, Captain? He drawled, but his eyes never left Elias. Good thing, too. Lad looks like a stiff breeze would knock him into the next kingdom. Seen beefier quills in a scribe's office. You sure he's not just here to haunt the place? The joke landed with the force of a thrown tankard. A burst of laughter erupted from the queue behind them and from a nearby table where a group of leather-armored archers were watching with predatory interest. Someone called, "Careful, Gromley, don't lean on him too hard or he'll snap." Another chimed in, "Hey Twig, do your houses come with anchor stones, or do they just blow away with you in them?" The guild receptionist makes a loud joke about Elias's skinny frame, causing Elias to wish for the sweet release of the septic tank. In that moment, surrounded by strangers laughing at his physical inadequacy, singled out under the bright lanterns of the guild hall, he found himself actually longing for the relative dignity of drowning in municipal waste again. At least then, no one had been pointing and guffawing while he flailed. Well, he corrected himself bitterly, they probably had, after, but he hadn't had to see it. His cheeks burned so hot he was fairly sure you could fry an egg on them. His ears rang, his mouth went dry, and his mind shot him, unhelpfully vivid, back to that horrible, suffocating darkness, to the moment of impact when his body had broken the surface of the septic tank. He thought, wildly, that if some cosmic force offered him a choice right now between being here, in this spotlight of mocking attention, and reliving that filthy, final plunge, he might actually hesitate, and that realization was so bleakly funny he almost laughed. Instead, he made a small, strangled noise somewhere between a cough and a whimper, his grip tightening on the staff until his knuckles went white. The focus, thoroughly enjoying the emotional buffet, turned a shade of pink so violent it was almost fluorescent, casting a rosy glow over the counter, Gromley's beard, Seraphina's armor, as if his mortification were a physical phenomenon leaking into the air. Seraphina's jaw clenched. She did not snap at the dwarf. That would only draw more attention, but her voice, when she spoke, had a new, unmistakable edge. "Gromley," she said, deceptively mild. "You are, as ever, a paragon of tact." Gromley had the decency to look at least a little abashed under the combined weight of her tone and the glare from the junior mage, who seemed personally offended on behalf of all skinny scholars. "Ah, come now, Captain," he protested, raising his hands in surrender but not entirely losing the grin. "Just a bit of fun. If the lad's going to walk into the guild with twig arms and a glowstick, he'd best get used to a little ribbing. Builds character and muscle, if he takes the right jobs." He slapped the counter in what he probably thought was a reassuring way, though the sound made Elias flinch. Besides, if he really is a sanctuary caster, he won't need biceps when he's got 4 walls and a roof popping out of thin air, He has already proven his usefulness, Serafina said, voice like steel wrapped in velvet. He kept half my patrol from being trampled by beasts. You will register him, and you will not drive him out the door with your jokes before he's signed the ledger. Her hand came down, briefly but firmly, on Elias's shoulder, a grounding weight that anyone else might have read as nothing more than a physical prompt to stay put. To Elias, still on the verge of bolting into the nearest alley and re-evaluating all his life choices, it felt like a lifeline. The staff's pink shifted to a softer shade, his heart stopped trying to tunnel out through his ribs, and he managed, somehow, to draw a breath deep enough that his vision stopped swimming. Gromley's brows rose a fraction at that little tableau, something shrewd coming into his eyes. He cleared his throat gruffly. Right then, he said, flipping the ledger open to a blank page. Down to business. Name. Elias. No family name. Elias shook his head mutely. It wasn't strictly true, but the bureaucracy here had no record of H. And H. didn't feel like it belonged in this world anyway. Fine, fine. Elias, Sanctuary Mage, Provisional. Gromley's quill scratched as he wrote. Age. Elias said brilliantly, because did spiritual age count, or physical? 17. Serafina supplied without missing a beat, using the information she'd pried out of him on the road. Gromley nodded, jotting it down. Discipline. Sanctuary magic. Subtype. Domestic overkill. That last bit was almost certainly not standard terminology, but Elias was too wrung out to protest. Any prior guild affiliation? And no, Elias said, finally managing one whole syllable without stuttering. First time. We can tell, someone muttered from the queue. A few snickers followed. Gromley shot them a look that silenced the worst of it, then slid a battered wooden token across the counter, a blank adventurer's tag, smooth from decades of hands. Right, lad, here's how it works. We carve your name and discipline into this, log you in the books, and from that point on, you're recognized by the guild. You can take jobs, get paid without some petty lord deciding to skim your coin because you don't exist, and if you die on the road, we have a name to put in the ledger instead of unidentified idiot. He paused, eyeing Elias's still pink staff. And we can tell the right people what kind of idiot you were. Useful one, in your case, from the sound of it. It was, Elias supposed, as close to a compliment as he was going to get right now. He swallowed, throat tight. Oh okay, he said. Gromley turned the token, picked up a small engraving tool, and began to etch. As he worked, he glanced up again, expression less mocking now, more businesslike. You got any combat prowess at all, Twig? He asked, words blunt but not unkind. Swing a stick, throw a punch, anything. Elias thought of the dire wolf, of the way he'd flailed and cowered and let his magic do all the work. Thought of the guild hall around him, full of people who probably sparred for fun. Thought of PE class in high school and the single time he'd tried the gym in his old building before retreating forever. Not yet, he admitted, which was at least honest. Gromley grunted. We'll mark you as support primary, then, he said. You want to live long enough to build your little gazebos anywhere other than our infirmary, you'll need a team who can swing steel for you. Guild'll help with that, we match folks up. He finished the engraving with a little flourish and held up the tag. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild, Elias. Try not to die stupidly. He's already done that once, Serafina murmured under her breath, so quietly he wasn't sure if he was meant to hear it or if she was just amusing herself with knowledge he hadn't shared with anyone else. He shot her a quick, startled look, which she ignored with professional aplomb, though he thought he saw the tiniest glint of mischief in her eyes. Gromley slid the finished tag into Elias's hand, his thick fingers closing briefly over Elias's much thinner ones in a surprisingly gentle squeeze. You'll report to the guildmaster in the morning for full evaluation, the dwarf said. We'll want to see this instant house trick of yours under controlled conditions, not just in Captain Aurelia's war stories. He leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice just a little. And don't mind the jabs, he added. We give everyone a hard time on their first day. You last long enough, you'll be making skinny jokes at the next crop of recruits yourself. Elias doubted that very much, but the attempt at reassurance, crude as it was, took some of the sting out of the earlier mockery. He nodded, clutching the tag and his staff like twin anchors, still wishing on some level that he could rewind the last 10 minutes and replace them with anything else, up to and including a repeat septic dive. But now, at least, he was legally, officially something here. Not just a ghost swept along in Serafina's wake, but a name in a ledger, a person of interest, with a line item and a function. Elias, sanctuary caster, domestic overkill, walking embarrassment, potential asset. As Serafina turned to steer him away from the desk, her hand, for once, resting lightly on his back rather than gripping his collar, it occurred to him, with a kind of grim humor, that he had survived his first real encounter with adventurer society about as well as he had survived his first fire drill back on Earth. By panicking, making terrible life choices, tripping over social dynamics, and somehow, improbably, staggering through without dying. And if the goddess watching all this from whatever starry observation deck she favored felt cheated out of another slapstick obituary, well, that was just too bad. The Adventurers Guild, Bromley had informed him, did not just take people's word for their abilities, no matter how shiny the escort they walked in with. To register properly as a mage, you had to demonstrate your magic on the spot. So after the ink on his name in the ledger was barely dry and the tag still warm in his palm, the dwarf thumped the big book shut and said, "Right then, just Elias, let's see this sanctuary trick of yours before I sign off on you clogging up my quest board." Which was how Elias, who had hoped the worst part of this visit was behind him after being publicly compared to a malnourished quill, found himself standing in the middle of the guild hall lobby with 24 adventurers as an impromptu audience, his heart trying to beat a hole through his ribs while Bromley and Serafina watched from 3 paces away. The common room's earlier chaos had dialed back slightly as people realized something interesting was about to happen. Tankards were lowered, conversations trailed off, even the bard at the far corner faltered mid-chord, leaving the air thrumming with a kind of expectant, predatory attention that made his skin crawl. "Nothing fancy," Bromley said, waving a hand as if this were the easiest thing in the world. "Just a simple shield will do. Little barrier, right here." He tapped the scarred floorboard between them with a boot. "Something to prove you won't fall over dead every time you raise a wall. Captain here vouches you did it out in the wild, but I like to see things with my own eyes." "A shield," Elias repeated weakly, staring at the spot as if it might spontaneously provide a better idea. His experiences so far with sanctuary magic had involved life and death panic, dire wolves, fire alarms, and an accidentally romantic gazebo, none of which felt like the kind of dignified, controlled demonstration one gave in a crowded room full of heavily armed strangers. But simple shield, on paper, sounded reasonable, even mundane, like the magical equivalent of showing you knew how to use a fire extinguisher. He swallowed, nodded once, and moved to the indicated place, trying very hard not to think about the dozen pairs of eyes tracking his every step, or the fact that Serafina, stoic and silver and unflappable, stood just off to his right, close enough that he could feel the precise, contained heat of her presence. "Breathe," she murmured low enough that only he could hear, a reminder rather than a comfort, and he latched onto the instruction with something like desperation, dragging air down into his constricted lungs, feeling the staff in his hand hum like a tuning fork as it synced to his nervous system. He closed his eyes for a moment, shutting out the faces, and pictured what Bromley had asked for. A shield, small and solid, a curved wall of light between him and the dwarf. Nothing fancy, nothing large enough to collapse his reserves, just a bubble of safety. He tried to frame it in purely geometric terms, a simple arc, Rune lines he didn't know yet but could feel out. The minimal structural requirements of a barrier. He told himself, sternly, that this was about utility, not aesthetics, that he did not need to imagine curtains or cushions or any of the other ridiculous details his magic seemed so fond of. The problem was that for Elias, shield, and safety, and I am okay here, had never been abstract shapes on paper. Not really. They were rooms, always rooms. His bedroom as a teenager with the door locked and headphones on. The lumpy couch in his old apartment. The spaces between bookshelves where he could sit with his back to a wall. Last night's gazebo. Whenever he reached for the feeling of being protected, his mind unrolled not walls but layouts, floor plans, fabric textures. Now, under stress, with the guild's laughter not yet faded from his ears and his humiliation about being called a twig still hot, his subconscious decided that the safest place in the known universe was not a flickering shield in a crowded lobby but a bed. A big, soft, high-sided bed he could disappear into and never have to come out of. He realized, dimly horrified, what image his magic had latched onto a second too late to stop it, because sanctuary magic, once invited, did not wait for you to workshop your intentions. It grabbed the purest, most immediate concept of sanctuary in your heart and made it literal. Power surged up through him, less like a gentle pour and more like a geyser, the staff flaring in his hands with a rush of heat. The air in front of him thickened, the space rippling as if someone had thrown a stone into invisible water. There was a soft, resonant whoomp that he recognized now as the sound of reality making room for whatever he was about to impose on it. And then, in the middle of the lobby, where Gromley had tapped a spot and said, "Shield," a four-post bed with silk sheets manifested in all its mortifying, carved wood glory. It didn't just appear, either. Sanctuary magic, apparently possessed of a flair for dramatics he had never consciously requested, assembled it step by step in full view of everyone. First the posts, four thick, elegantly turned columns of some pale, luminous wood that sank into the floorboards without cracking them, rising to support a canopy frame. Then the headboard and footboard unfolded from the air like origami blooming into carved panels, intricate scrollwork and a faint motif of intertwining vines etched along their surfaces. A mattress puffed into existence atop the frame, plumping itself into the perfect level of firmness, followed by a spill of silk sheets in a deep, rich blue that cascaded over the edges in soft, expensive-looking waves. A comforter, thick and inviting, settled on top like a cloud putting itself to bed, smoothing out as if invisible hands were tucking it just so. An obscene number of pillows in coordinated shades of cream and blue popped into being and arranged themselves in a tempting heap at the head, some bolsters, some square, one treacherously heart-shaped. Sheer curtains drifted down from the canopy, gathering in loose, romantic swags at each post, tied back with ribbons of light that matched the staff's current, violently pink glow. The entire process took perhaps 3 seconds. It felt like an eternity. By the time the last heart-shaped cushion had finished rotating itself into the exact right angle, the roaring noise of the guild hall had died completely. The bard's lute went silent mid-strum. A tankard stopped halfway to someone's mouth. Dice froze under calloused fingers. In the breathless, stunned hush that followed, the bed dominated the room like an accusation, a shining, utterly incongruous island of domestic luxury in the middle of worn floorboards and scuffed boots. The entire guild hall goes silent, staring at the bed, then at Elias, then at Serafina standing next to him. The gaze shift was almost comical in its synchronicity. Dozens of heads pivoting in a slow, tripartite rhythm, bed, mage, knight, bed, mage, knight, as if trying to triangulate the most scandalous narrative from 3 fixed stars. Elias, who had snapped his eyes open the instant he felt the weight of the mattress in his magic, took in the monstrosity before him and actually made a high, keening sound, somewhere between a whine and, no, his entire soul trying to exit his body through his blush. The staff in his fist blazed an incandescent pink that bathed the bed in a rosy glow, turning the already suggestive tableau into something out of a particularly indulgent courtship ballad illustration. If he could have died on command, he would have. Gromley gaped, beard literally bristling. the dwarf said at last, voice gone oddly hoarse, is the fanciest damned shield I have ever seen. The line of would-be adventurers behind them dissolved into varying states of shock and hilarity. One young woman, a half-elf with twin daggers at her hips, clapped a hand over her mouth to stifle a laugh and failed miserably, giggles bursting out of her like escaping steam. A burly mercenary leaned over to his companion and hissed, not quite as quietly as he thought, did he just proposition the captain with furniture? Which earned him an elbow in the ribs and a strangled snort. At a table near the bar, a trio of veterans who had seen enough weird magic not to be entirely floored still exchanged looks that said, very clearly, oh, we are going to be talking about this for months. Serafina, standing less than an arm's length from the conjured monstrosity, had gone very, very still. Her eyes, those cool, steel-gray weapons, widened by a fraction, flicking over the bed, the posts, the silk, the utterly unnecessary heart pillow, and then to Elias's face, which had achieved a shade of red that put the silks to shame. The blush that had stolen over her features in last night's gazebo flickered there again, fainter this time but unmistakable, a wash of color over high cheekbones that betrayed more than her otherwise petrified posture did. The rumors did not even wait until the bed finished solidifying under its own absurdity. They sprouted like mushrooms after rain, whispered behind hands and into tankards, riding the leftover silence like seeds on a gust. Someone at the back, voice just this side of a stage whisper, breathed, is that a bed? With such incredulous awe that it tipped the room's balance from stunned into dangerously amused. 4-post, silk sheets, another replied, equally too loud. In the guild hall, while standing next to the knight captain, you saw how that stick he's carrying went pink as soon as she looked at him, right? A third chimed in, because if the gossip mill was going to run, it might as well add color. He blushed and boom, bed. I'm just saying. Magic responds to intent. Intent? My ass, someone else muttered. That's not a shield, that's a statement. Did Captain Aurelia just acquire a special friend? Another voice suggested gleefully from near the hearth. A bed mage, comfort specialist, corrected a woman in cleric's robes, eyes bright with mischief. We finally found out what keeps the Royal Guard so loyal, its silken lumbar support. A wave of muffled laughter rolled outward like a shockwave. Even those who had the sense to keep their expressions neutral couldn't stop their ears from twitching with interest, their eyes from straying back, again and again, to the utterly scandalous bed in the middle of the guild. Rumors instantly begin to fly that the knight captain has a special friend who specializes in comfort. By the time the first snickers had died down, at least 3 nascent narratives had been born. That Serafina, unapproachable paragon of discipline, had secretly been hiding a lover all this time and had finally been caught when his magic outed him. That the crown, in its inscrutable wisdom, had assigned her a personal recovery mage to ensure she actually slept once in a while, and this was the first spectacularly public test of his abilities, or, favored by the bards already scribbling lines in their heads, that the gods themselves, tired of watching their most dutiful knight carry the burden of the realm alone, had dropped a bed-conjuring, anxiety-ridden wizard in her path as a joke and a gift, in equal measure. Elias could feel those stories coalescing in the humid air, congealing around him like spiderwebs he could not swat away. If in Brackenford he had been nobody, in Oakhaven he had just become legend fodder, and he wanted nothing more than to dive under that silk duvet, pull it over his head, and will the world to cease existing. I was trying to, he gasped, words tangling as his tongue tripped over shame and disbelief. It was supposed to be a shield, not. He gestured helplessly at the bed, which rustled in an offensively inviting way as the sheets settled. The staff pulsed brighter, echoing every flaring spike of his mortification. Anxiety, the junior mage from Serafina's patrol murmured under his breath, somewhere off to the side. Manifesting as defensive architecture. Fascinating. Bromley, to his credit, seemed to recognize that if someone didn't assert some kind of narrative control immediately, the situation was going to spin entirely into innuendo and possibly a challenge match for Who can make the most lewd comment before the captain cuts you in half? He slapped his hand on the counter hard enough to make a few tankards jump and barked, "Oi! This is a guild hall, not a brothel. You lot can save your ballads for after you've had 3 pints and no ears I have to be responsible for." The overall volume of the murmuring dropped a notch, though the glint in people's eyes did not. Bromley turned back to Elias, beard still bristling but eyes shrewd rather than mocking now, and cleared his throat. "Well," he said, with the air of a man stepping very, very carefully through a field of invisible mines, "that was, certainly a demonstration. Sanctuary classification confirmed. Domestic subtype. Strong manifestation. Quick deployment." He scratched a note in the margin of the ledger without looking down. "Over-enthusiastic aesthetics." Over? Elias sputtered, but he didn't get the chance to expand on how that was possibly the gentlest euphemism anyone had ever applied to his existence, because Serafina moved. She stepped forward, interposing herself fractionally between him and the bulk of the room. Not enough to block him from view entirely, but enough that the line of sight from most angles now had to go through her first. It was both a physical act, her broad shoulders and gleaming armor a barrier, and a symbolic one. A subtle but unmistakable declaration that whatever people chose to say about this ridiculous bed, any insult that crossed a certain line would have to go through the captain of the Royal Guard. Her jaw worked once, as if chewing on words she would prefer not to have to say in public. Then she inclined her head an infinitesimal degree, acknowledging the conjuration without, somehow, endorsing it. "His control needs work," she said coolly, addressing Bromley but projecting enough that half the hall could hear. "But the capacity is undeniable. That bed," a faint crack appeared in her voice on the word, quickly smoothed, manifested in under 3 heartbeats with no incantation. "In the field, that kind of speed and solidity can save lives, no matter what shape it takes." There was a murmur at that, less amused now, more thoughtful. Even the snickering mercenary from before shifted in his seat, eyeing the bed with a slightly more professional gaze. "You saying you'd trust that thing to stop a charging beast?" someone called. Serafina's eyes flicked to the speaker. "I've seen him drop a cottage that held against a dire wolf's full impact," she said. "If his subconscious insists on summoning canopied fortifications instead of plain walls, we will train the styling out of him. Until then, I will not turn away a shield that arrives when I need it just because it offends someone's sense of austerity." The word, fortifications, hung in the air, reframing the bed, however slightly, from place to have sex, to place to not die, which was at least more defensible. Still, the room's collective imagination was not so easily disciplined, and even as people nodded reluctantly at her logic, the whispers continued at the edges. "Fortify me any time, am I right? Bet the captain sleeps well for the first time in years tonight. Think he does 4-post walls too." Bromley harumphed, eyeing the bed like a barn door he hadn't ordered. "Can you dismiss it?" he asked Elias, gesturing vaguely. "Before my barmaids start using it as a serving tray." Elias, who felt like he'd been asked if he could undo his entire personality, nodded frantically. "Why yes," he said. He reached out with his magic, groping for the threads of the sanctuary that anchored the bed to the room. It was easier now than it had been in the forest. The form was simpler, the emotional stakes, while mortifying, not literally life-threatening. And with a mental tug and a whispered, "Sorry," that he didn't direct to anyone in particular, he willed it away. The silk sheets fluttered as if caught in a gust, then dissolved into sparkles that rushed back into the staff's crystal, followed by the pillows, the frame, the posts, each component unwinding in reverse until there was nothing in the middle of the lobby but scuffed wood and a faint indentation where the mattress had been. A ghost of fine linen and cedar hung in the air for a heartbeat, then faded. The hull exhaled as one, tension bleeding off in a mixture of relief and regret. "Right," Bromley said, slamming the ledger shut again. Magic demonstrated. Registration complete. Elias, Sanctuary Mage, Comfort subtype, officially on the rolls. He gave the younger man a long, considering look, his voice dropping just enough that only those nearest could hear. You'll want to work with our training masters on control, lad. We can't have you dropping love nests in the middle of every tavern brawl. Then, louder, with a grin that undercut the seriousness, on the other hand, considering the usual smell in here by midnight, I won't say no if you feel like conjuring fresh sheets once in a while. A smattering of laughter answered that, friendlier this time, less aimed at Elias and more at the guild itself. Even so, the damage was done, the narrative ceded. As Serafina steered him away from the counter, hand light but insistent between his shoulder blades, fragments of the new legend floated after them like burrs catching on a cloak. Captain's got herself a soft spot, who'd have thought, did you see her face? She was blushing, I swear it, special friend, they say, mage of silk and size, if that's what the Royal Guard are recruiting these days, sign me up. No, you idiot, he's support. He fortifies morale, if you know what I mean. Imagine going on escort duty with them, best sleep of your life. Elias wanted to crawl into a crack in the floor and never emerge. Instead, he let himself be herded toward a side door that bore a discreet plaque reading meeting rooms. Authorized personnel only, his ears buzzing with humiliation, the word, special friend, doing slow, nauseating cartwheels through his mind. Once the door closed behind them, muting the lobby's renewed chatter to a dull roar, the cramped corridor beyond felt almost blessedly quiet. He pressed his back to the cool stone wall, finally letting out the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. I am so sorry, he blurted, the words tumbling over each other now that they weren't blocked by an audience. I was trying for a shield, I swear, I wasn't thinking about. His brain, perhaps wisely, refused to complete that sentence. Serafina studied him in the dim, dust-moted light, arms folded over her chest, expression carefully neutral. The blush that had betrayed her in the hall had mostly faded, leaving only a faint warmth at the tips of her ears. I know, she said, and those two words, more than any elaborate reassurance, took the worst of the sting out of his shame. If you had intended that bed, you wouldn't have looked like you wanted to be executed the moment it appeared. He made a noise that was half laugh, half whimper. I might still, he admitted. Guild rules frown on voluntary beheadings, she replied dryly. And the king would be upset if I started decapitating his new infrastructure experiments before they've even seen a war. She relaxed her posture by a millimeter, enough to signal that while she was not amused by the situation, she was not about to dress him down like a recruit who dropped his sword in formation. Rumors will spread, she said matter-of-factly. They always do. I have been the subject of worse. I haven't, he muttered, which earned him a brief, flickering look of sympathy that she quickly smothered. Then consider this, immersion training, she said. If you're going to wield sanctuary magic in public, people will talk. Better you grow used to it here, where the worst they can do is make bawdy jokes, than in the capital where every mutter turns into policy. He thought of the ballads that would no doubt mutate from this incident, the bed in the guild hall, the captain's comfort mage, and felt faint. They think, he gestured vaguely between them, hands flapping. That were, something. They think many things, she said. They always have. They thought I was secretly having an affair with the Archmage for a year because we were seen in the same corridor twice a week for council meetings. Her mouth twisted. He was lecturing me on demon ward lattices. I was reminding him to eat. The mental image of Serafina marching an absent-minded old wizard to a dining hall as courtiers whispered salaciously behind fans was so at odds with the way people obviously wanted to frame her that Elias actually snorted. You didn't mind? He asked. She hesitated. I minded their assumptions about my priorities, she said finally. Not the idea that someone might care for me. But it was false, and it undermined my authority in some circles, and that I could not allow. So I ignored it. Did my job. Let time and proof erode the story. She met his eyes, gaze steadier now. If you stay near me, there will be more whispers. About you. About us. People like to put neat labels on what they don't understand. Special friend. Is kinder than some of the things have been called. But it is still not their business. Her tone on that last sentence carried a blade's edge. Elias, who had built his identity around avoiding being anyone's business at all, swallowed hard. "I didn't want to cause trouble for you," he said. "You didn't," she replied instantly, surprising him. "The magic did. The world did. You just stand in the middle." A faint, wry huff escaped her. "Besides," she added, and there it was again, that tiny, almost mischievous glint he'd glimpsed when she'd made the latrine duty joke. "If I must endure a season of idiots making songs about my alleged comfort mage, I may as well get actual comfort out of it." His brain, traitor, immediately supplied an image of Serafina sprawled on that four-post bed in full armor, arms behind her head, finally sleeping without her sword in hand, and his staff, still humming faintly at his side, warmed, blushing a soft, contented pink that neither of them could fail to notice. She looked at it, then at him, and for once did not comment, the corner of her mouth twitching upward as if to say, "Let them talk." "Come," she said instead, straightening. "The guildmaster will want to meet you before I surrender you to their tender mercies. And after that, you can find a corner to hide in until the next disaster." As she led him down the corridor, the muffled sounds of the lobby's resumed chatter chasing them like distant waves. Elias realized with a dizzy mix of dread and dazed acceptance that his life in Oakhaven had been set on a trajectory in the span of a few absurd seconds. He was now, in the eyes of the guild and, soon enough, the town, the knight captain's peculiar, bed-conjuring, person of interest, a support mage whose specialty was comfort in every sense of the word. It was a role he would never have chosen, one he did not yet feel equipped to inhabit. But as the memory of Serafina's blush in the lantern light and her quiet confession in the gazebo surfaced, as he remembered the way her shoulders had dropped, fractionally, when she first sat on his conjured cushions, a treacherous, hopeful thought slipped in alongside the horror. Maybe, just maybe, there were worse fates than being the soft place where someone like her could finally let her guard down. By the time Bromley had finished scratching, Elias, Sanctuary, domestic subtype, into the ledger and the conjured bed had been banished in a flurry of embarrassed sparkles, Serafina could feel the weight of 100 speculative looks pressing between her shoulder blades like physical fingers. The lobby's noise had shifted, no longer the generic roar of a busy hall but a spiky, buzzing thing full of barely suppressed laughter and rapidly evolving rumors. Did you see the way it glowed when she stood next to him? Of course the captain's lover would arrive with furniture, special friend, more like special pillow, and for a woman who lived and died by what people thought she could and could not be, it was like standing in front of a volley of arrows with her visor up, her jaw clenched, heat crawling up her neck in a slow, traitorous tide, not the hot surge of battle anger but the slower, more insidious burn of embarrassment. She, Serafina Aurelia, captain of the Royal Guard, who had faced down demons without flinching, was red-faced over linens, and that, more than anything, made her want to either cleave the nearest table in half or walk out before she did something regrettable. Discretion, drilled into her since squirehood, won by a narrow margin. Serafina, red-faced, drags him out of the guild, but instead of killing him, she asks if he can make the bed again in private quarters. It happened fast, before the gossip could settle into fully crystallized song. One moment Elias was still standing there like a man who'd been hit by a cart full of velvet, clutching his newly minted guild tag and his still pink staff. The next he was abruptly jerked into motion as her hand found his collar again, not with the rough yank she'd used in the street but with a firm, unarguable grip that brooked no delay. "We're done here," she told Bromley, who had the sense to just grunt and wave them off rather than add fuel, and then she was striding toward the side exit. Elias half stumbling, half scuttling in her wake like an especially guilty duckling. The door banged shut behind them, muting the hall's buzz to a distant murmur, and they found themselves once more in the narrow, dimly lit corridor that led to the guild's upstairs offices and private rooms, the stone cool and unexpectedly welcome against the overheated flush in her cheeks. Elias, dragged along by momentum and fear, braced himself for the scolding of a lifetime or, in his more dramatic inner voice, the swift, efficient execution he had probably earned by publicly conjuring a four-post bed next to the kingdom's most famously restrained knight. His mind, that great generator of worst-case scenarios, helpfully supplied images of Serafina drawing her sword in this tight corridor, of himself being reduced to two neat halves like the dire wolf, of Gromley opening a side door later and saying something like, "Ah, so that's where the twig went," as he tripped over the remains. Instead, she hauled him around a corner, past a couple of closed doors marked meeting in progress and storage, to a heavy, iron-banded door at the end of the hall that bore no plaque at all, only a small, discreet sunburst carved into the lintel, the royal crest, simplified, and shoved it open with her shoulder. Beyond was a set of stairs that climbed steeply upward, the air warmer, smelling faintly of oil, leather, and a cleaner version of sweat. This, Elias realized with a lurch, must be the guards' reserved quarters, rooms the guild kept aside for crown personnel when they passed through. She dragged him up 2 flights, boots thudding on the wooden treads, the silence between them so taut it hummed. At the landing, another, smaller door waited, this one of plain but well-made oak. Serafina kicked it open with more force than strictly necessary, shoved him inside, and shut it behind them with a solid thump that made the shutters rattle. The room they'd entered was modest by any noble standard but palatial compared to the bunks he'd glimpsed earlier. A simple writing desk, an empty washstand, a window overlooking Oakhaven's main square, its shutters half drawn against the late afternoon sun. A narrow standard-issue bed was shoved into one corner, its straw mattress thin and neatly made, a folded blanket at its foot. A single chair sat by the desk, that was it. For a heartbeat, Elias stood rooted to the spot, heart finally giving up on pounding and opting instead to just quiver unhappily, waiting for the axe. Sword. To fall. He opened his mouth to stammer some combination of apology and explanation about muscle memory and romance tropes and how he'd honestly wanted a boring shield. But Serafina moved first, striding a few paces into the room and then stopping abruptly, her back to him. He could see, even from behind, the rigid line of her shoulders, the way one hand flexed at her side as if resisting the urge to reach for her sword hilt out of sheer habit. When she spoke, her voice was low, flatter than usual, as if smoothed by force. "Can you make the bed again?" she asked. Elias blinked. For a wild second he thought he'd misheard, that she'd said, head, perhaps, or dead, both of which sounded entirely plausible givens. But no, the syllables had been clear. Bed. His brain, which was still desperately trying to process the fact that he was not currently in pieces, scrambled to slot this new, horrifying possibility into his mental map of the world. The captain of the Royal Guard, who had just been publicly linked to him via extremely incriminating furniture, wanted him to. "Why you want me to, what?" he croaked, then immediately wished he hadn't, because asking for clarification only made the images worse. Serafina turned then, slowly, as if fighting some internal battle over whether to face him at all. When she did, he was struck by how different she looked here, away from the guild's eyes in the open street. Helmet off and tossed carelessly onto the desk, dark hair damp with sweat at the temples and escaping its tight braids in a few rebellious strands, the flush that had started in the hall now a more diffuse warmth across her cheekbones. Her expression was still serious. He doubted she owned any other, but there was a tightness around her eyes that he hadn't registered before, deep, tired lines that spoke of something more than a few minutes of embarrassment. "The bed," she said, enunciating slowly as if speaking to a particularly dense squire. "Like the one downstairs." "Not exactly like it." And here, to his horror and fascination, a fresh bloom of red spilled up from her throat to her ears, but a proper one. Solid, comfortable. She drew in a breath, released it. "For sleeping." She added that last part with such deliberate emphasis that Elias felt something in his chest twist. She wasn't just clarifying her intent for him. She was, he realized, drawing a line for herself, anchoring this request in the realm of necessity rather than indulgence. "Only sleeping," she said again, quieter this time, almost to herself. "I have not." She broke off, the words catching. If she had been anyone else, He might have filled the silence with a joke, an awkward attempt to diffuse, but this was Serafina, whose pauses were rarer than her smiles. He forced himself to be still, to let her fight through it. I haven't slept in a real bed in weeks, she confessed at last, each word feeling like it cost her something, prized out from behind armor that had nothing to do with steel. Patrol rotations, field cots, the back of a saddle, chairs in watchtowers when the relief is late. Before that, she shrugged one shoulder, the motion making her breastplate creak. The last time was in the capital. Before I was assigned to this circuit. We lost 2 outposts in the south. I volunteered for extended duty. The inns along the route are full or not secure enough for someone wearing this crest. She flicked a finger against the sunburst on her chest. In Oakhaven, I'm supposed to take the guard quarters in the barracks when I pass through, but I give those to my lieutenants. They need the rest more. I tell myself I can manage on less. She gestured with a touch of disdain at the narrow straw pallet in the corner, that. Elias followed her gesture, imagining her, broad-shouldered and weary, trying to fold herself onto that narrow thing, armor stripped but duty still heavy, waking at every creak, every shout from the square below. He pictured her in the gazebo last night, reluctantly sinking into the cushion, the tiny, involuntary relaxing of her jaw when the tea's warmth hit. It occurred to him, with a strange jolt, that while he had spent a life hoarding comfort for himself and avoiding notice, she had spent hers giving comfort away, her time, her vigilance, even her assigned beds, until there was almost nothing left for her. That is not sustainable, she said bluntly, as if scolding herself. My sword arm is slower than it should be. My temper shorter. I can feel it in my bones, in the way my thoughts drag. It is a risk. To my patrol, to the crown, to me. She took a step closer, and for the first time since he'd met her, her posture was not perfectly squared. She looked, Elias thought, not like an icon on a banner but like a very real, very tired woman in her 30s who had been pretending her body was a perpetual motion machine and was finally, grudgingly, acknowledging that it was made of meat. I should requisition a proper room from the guild, she said. They would give it to me. But if I do, everyone sees. The captain, taking the best bed while the others cram into bunks. There will be talk. There is always talk. A humorless smile twisted her mouth. You have seen how quickly they spin their little stories. They would make this. Her gaze flickered involuntarily toward him, then away, about more than sleep. And I have no patience for explaining to every drunk in that hall that no, I am not shirking, I am not pampered, I am not being kept. The last 2 words came out like something bitter caught between her teeth. She drew herself up a fraction, as if remembering who she was supposed to be. But you, she went on, eyes narrowing with a kind of strategic focus that had nothing to do with swords and everything to do with exploiting resources, you can give me a bed no one has to see. No requisition forms, no gossip, except the idiots who will talk regardless. A place to actually sleep, properly, for a few hours before I ride out again. Her hands clenched and unclenched at her sides. I would not ask, she added, and there, buried in her iron voice, was a thread of embarrassment so fine he almost missed it, if it weren't necessary. Thank you for watching till the end. If you like this story, subscribe this channel for more stories like this.